What's up? What's up? It's your boy Papa Pimp with these new, what I'm saying, I got a new title to the channel, Players Life. So you know what I'm saying, I had to change things up, give it a little bit more life and everything. But you know what I'm saying, tonight we talking about dates and women having to pay for dates and how first dates go. You know what I'm saying? I got a short clip I'm gonna show. It's about 4 minutes, but I'm gonna talk a little bit before I get into the actual clip I'm gonna show. But you know what I'm saying? Like tonight's topic is about women shouldn't have to pay for their dates. You know what I'm saying? So I want to know some of y'all opinion. Do you think women should have to pay for their date? I mean, pay for their meal on a date. First date, second date, third date, or any date. Some women feel they don't have to pay at all when they go on a date with a man. Some women feel like when they go on a date, the man should pay every time. The man should pretty much present himself as the one that's leading with the pockets, leading the way. And some men feel like it should go 50-50. Some women cool with going 50-50. Because a lot of men, when they take women on dates, they pretty much want sex. You know what I'm saying? And why wouldn't they want sex? Because not saying that a man should go into the situation want sex, but you already know if you accept a date from a man and he go out with you and he taking you out and he paying for it, he probably gonna want sex. And that's usually what be going on. And a lot of women know this. You know what I'm saying? I agree with you, bad boy Rick. If they fucking that night, then no, she don't have to pay. Right, right. My thing is, I'm telling a lot of men, stop going into these situations looking for sex and just enjoy yourself. I think you will end up getting what you want from the woman if you just go into the situation and have some fun. And ISA X, if you coming on here with some mess, I'm blocking you. I ain't taking nothing tonight. You're getting blocked tonight. You come up here with that mess tonight. Cause we ain't playing that. But like I said, a lot of men need to stop coming into the situation. Enjoy yourself. It ain't nothing wrong being straight up. What's up, D Roberts? I'm gonna bring you up here. I appreciate you coming on. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna talk a little bit, then I'm gonna actually bring you up here, you know what I'm saying, along with other people who want to join. I'm gonna drop a link. But yeah, like I said, man, like a lot of these dates, people are in these situations where the women don't want to go 50% half the time. They don't want to go Dutch. Some women cool with it. Get some coffee, best date idea. I agree. Getting some coffee is the best date idea. Why not? You know what I'm saying? Getting some coffee is the best date idea because in the situation, you will have nobody loses. Nobody loses in those situations when you have that situation. Hell yeah, they should pay. What's up, Papa? What's up, dude? What's up, Garlic Jeans? Yeah. I just think the women should pay sometimes too. Either go 50-50 or you pay, I pay, you pay. You know what I'm saying? If women feel like they gotta pay, if women feel like they don't have to pay and they feel like the man gotta pay, then it could present a problem. But men, stop going to these situations thinking you're supposed to get sex every time you take a woman on a date. Because at the end of the day, it shouldn't be like that. But I'm gonna let y'all watch this 4-minute clip. Let's get into it.
For a woman, he doesn't know. 3 reasons. 1, he's expecting to get sex. It's a manipulation tactic. It's a bargaining tactic. I'm going to pay for you, and I'm going to expect sex from you. You're going to owe me. Number 2, he's simping. I have no value. I don't really have any confidence. If I pay for you, you will like me. Simping. And number 3, my fingers aren't working like I want. Duty or obligation, I should. And that man's gonna be resentful. There is nothing good that can come out of it. Ladies, I know this is hard to swallow. I know we want to be cared for and protected, but that's an entitled attitude. It's an entitled attitude. So yesterday I was coming across this in some chats. I was watching on another channel, and a few of the ladies were saying, because I posed this question on the channel, and a few of the ladies were saying, my question was, what would be a man's recommendation for, making sure a woman doesn't use him for his money? Because there are women who will use you for your money. And if you're paying for her already, you have no way of telling if she's using you or not. And also, do you want to pay or not? Matthew Hussey absolutely says that people should go Dutch at first, because if the man pays, he's going to expect sex. And why shouldn't he? And so when I called in on this other show, I won't mention it because I'm kind of down on the other ladies who left chats on that show. So I won't mention what show it was. But the gentleman advised that, when a man pays, he may have the expectation of sex. So it's better to not put him in that position. And a bunch of the ladies were chiming in and saying, well, I'm not going to get all dressed up and pay for transportation and put on my expensive clothes and expensive makeup just so I can go Dutchies. No, thank you. And to me, it sounded really entitled, because it made me think, well, isn't the man spending money to drive there? Isn't the man putting on nice clothes too? Isn't the man paying for his grooming and his car and getting his beard done? And isn't he paying also? And what are you really looking for from this man? Are you looking for sugar daddy, or are you looking for a life partner? I remember seeing this other YouTuber, this really good looking guy. He's also a dating coach. He's a black guy. He's probably in his 30s, good looking guy. He's Christian. I forget his name now. But right now, he was saying that he likes high maintenance women. And because he likes high maintenance women who do a lot of like hair and nails and clothing and all that, he knows or he expects that he will have to make a good income to provide for this high maintenance woman. So there are men who want to provide for a high maintenance woman. However, he's the only one that I know who said that. What I mostly hear is men saying, that they don't want to be used for their money. And so I started thinking about, if I were a man, what would I do? I will tell you that there are men who will pay and they will feel resentful. They will do it anyway because they want sex, they're simping, or they think they should, but they don't want to. And none of those things are authentic.
Now, you hear what she said, though. A lot of those things weren't authentic. She's saying that she believes you're going on the first date, that it should be 50-50. You know what I'm saying? Nobody should be paying for the entire date. You know what I'm saying? A man probably going to want sex out of the situation. And then she said it was a YouTuber, black guy, who said he likes high, expensive, high-end women. And he said he has to make a lot of money to get these type of women, pay for them. I feel like that's a big-time simp. You telling me you're out here trying to make as much money as you can just so you can have a certain type of woman. Why wouldn't you be trying to make that money to better your life? Like, that doesn't make no sense. You shouldn't have to make a lot of money just to get a certain type of woman. If you're looking for some high maintenance woman who ain't bringing nothing to the table but sex and what's between her legs, then why are you paying for it? If that's the case, we need to reverse the game, and we need to have these women step their game up so we can get us, because we high maintenance too. I mean, like, I don't know who this guy was. I would like to know who that YouTuber was, but he must be lost. And like she said, she never heard a man say anything like that. He like the only one. There's probably some other simps out here who believe that to get a woman of high maintenance, they got to put a lot of money out there. They got to do a lot of stuff like that. And it's crazy. If I pay, I ask her on the date, just nothing expensive, coffee, a donut, ice cream, one of the three. Right. And that's crazy though. You know what I'm saying? But I agree with you, man. You shouldn't have to spend a lot of money to get a woman on the date. But I'm going to drop the link for anybody who want to come up here and talk, because I know some people who want to come on the show and talk. D. Roberts, you can get up here. You know what I'm saying? Bad Boy Rick, Garland Jean, Class Perfect #1. Anybody who watching, make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all subscribe. Make sure y'all share. I mean, make sure you hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? Because the more y'all hit that like button, the more people come on here on the show. And also make sure you donate to the channel. You know, Papa Pimp 37. But like I said about the whole thing about dating and getting women and going on dates, if it ain't that hard for men, I suggest men go to places that doesn't cost money, because you're just trying to get to know the woman. Go to a coffee date or go to the park, stuff like that. Places that doesn't cost money. What's up? Just trying to get to know the woman. Go. What's up, D?
Hey.
You know you're gonna have to shut down your channel if you're watching on YouTube because it's echoing in the background.
Yeah, I just closed it out. Can you still?
Okay, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So, what was your take on that? What that lady said?
She gave a lot of options. But the part with the guy with money and all of that, yeah, it was a little bit of a reach. But or his thought process. My personal take will be more so if a guy asks me out, my expectation is that he's paying.
Okay.
But I am always ready, like, to pay for myself if we do have to go Dutch. So if I go out, I'm always prepared to pay for myself.
True. I mean, I agree though. Whoever acts should pay. If the man asking, he should pay though.
Right.
But she said something about a lot of women felt entitled to the point that why would I pay when I'm getting dressed up, get my hair done, and I'm gonna be looking nice on the date? So what's your opinion about that?
I understand that. And my expectation is he gets dressed up and looks nice too. Like if I'm putting in the effort to look good on this date, I want you to look, to match my effort as well.
True.
So that should be 50-50 anyway. Like if I'm dressing up, you need to dress up. Or if that's the kind of place we're going to. I think somebody just mentioned like a coffee shop or something. Yeah, that's a little bit more dressed down or chill. Right. So, match the ambiance of the area. So, but as far as like entitlement, once I stick to if you're asking me out, then that means you're asking to pay. Second, third date, I don't think it should be all the time. I do want to date my person too, take him out, special events, do little things. If it's something that's true and dear to me, I don't mind covering that tab. But that's just me. I do know there are a lot of women out there that are like, court me, date the
right.
woman. Like she said, like at the end of the day, sometimes sex is the ending point or his goal in mind. So right. Yeah, if that's what you want, you need to court me in.
True.
In order to get those benefits. I should say.
Okay, J Clay TV. All you gotta do is hit the link and you can come on. But I mean, I agree though. I mean, like I said earlier, I think a lot of men should, ain't no wrong with being upfront. If you want sex, you might need to tell her before y'all even go on a date. But I think more men, if they would just enjoy themselves, have fun, and they might get what they want because they're enjoying themselves and they're being natural. If you're gonna come in any woman saying I want sex or that's what you're worrying about after you go on the first date, it's not gonna work out. It's gonna end badly. She might want to have sex with you, maybe not the first date, maybe later. But you're coming with the expectations of having sex on the first date, and then she don't even know what's going on. So, and then I have women who say they'd rather pay for themselves just to prevent that problem. So, like whoever acts, but then I was like kind of shocked with what the lady was saying, that women are saying they don't want to pay because they're dressing up nice and looking good. And she said men are doing the same thing. So why can't they feel that way? I haven't met no woman who said anything like that, but I could believe some women probably think that because I'm dressing up nice, I don't have to pay. And I know it's men out here that believe I'm paying for your date, you better have sex with me. But you can't do that.
No, I don't agree with either one of those ideologies. But you did mention something like there are times if I know I'm not interested as far as a relationship or any potential relationship, I do pay for myself off the bat because I don't want him to feel used by just going out with him. Like I might like the friendship, but if I know I'm not going to date him, I will pay for myself.
Okay. So you saying that you are going and pay? You know this before you go on a date with him, or just like after the date is went on, it's time to pay. You just pay for yourself.
Some people I might know before, like we might be friends already, and I know they're probably friend zoned, unfortunately. Unfortunately. So, and it's like, hey, you want to go out? I might still say yes because they're a good person, but I know that I'm not interested in any relationship status, so I'll just pay for myself.
So let me ask you a question. Now, when you get asked on a date, what is the most expensive date you've been on? Like, what's the most a man has spent on you?
The whole receipt, or just me, my
I
portion?
mean, just like you went on a date with a man, how much has he paid like for the whole date?
The bill could come up to like $200, $300.
So you saying y'all go out to dinner? You talking about going out to dinner and doing other stuff, right?
Not like dinner.
Oh, so you
But
said
this
you
may
don't
not
go
be
out.
the first date. This might be like second, third date. Yeah.
So you saying that after the second or third date, that the date you might go on a date with a man and he spends $300 on a meal? What y'all be eating?
Appetite. I mean, I live close to DC, which is a major city, so
Oh, okay,
it's
okay.
expensive a little bit. And I lived in New York prior, so it's expensive a little bit. So, if we go to a Ruth Chris or we go to, one of those places, it gets pricey per meal, and there might be an appetizer, a couple drinks. Drinks are $18, $19 a piece.
True.
So
That's still a lot of
it
money.
adds up.
What's up, Jessica? And what's up, bad boy Rick? What's y'all opinion on this topic?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you good. How you doing?
I'm good. As far as a woman paying, we go out to eat.
Right.
I don't have a problem paying. If I get invited first, of course, if I'm going out on a date, I get invited. I'm just like her. I'm expecting him to pay.
Right.
Now, if we're dating and it's an ongoing thing, he's been taking me out. It's been 2 or 3 dates, and I'm interested. I'm going to show that I'm just as interested as he is by then paying for the meal, or actually offering, hey, what do you want to go eat, or see where he wants to go. Because I do feel like a woman sometimes doesn't show that she's just as interested by putting forth the effort, because a man, and this is my personal opinion, a man doesn't want to feel like he's being used. So if because some women will go on a date with a man just for a free meal. So
True.
a woman will continue to be like, yeah, girl, I'm going on this date with this man, and keep going and keep going and keep going. And this man doesn't know if you're really interested or not. So if you put forth that effort, then it's like meeting him halfway to be like, oh, okay, well, I appreciate it. So I believe in showing appreciation for the person and just being frank.
I agree with that. So let me ask you a question. What's the highest date a man has spent on you on a date?
Ooh, well, it hadn't been quite as much as her, $300+, but probably about 150.
Oh, okay. That's still kind of expensive though. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
150.
Okay. I feel you. What's your opinion on the bad boy, Rick?
Well, as far as a date goes or whatnot, I like to when I ask people on a date, I take them, somewhere that's not too expensive. It might be, coffee. It might be like a McDonald's or something, and we just grab like some eat, something to drink. I'm not too expensive on the first day until I find out what's gonna happen that night. To be real, like if I find out that nothing's gonna go down, then hey, my money is done right there. I'm broke. But if I find out something go down that night, hey, I might pop up with a couple more dollars, and we might, go somewhere and do something,
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, I agree with that too, because I mean, I go on coffee dates to the park, and I do stuff like that also. Pretty much, I'm just trying to see if we're feeling each other. So nobody's gonna get mad after a coffee date in the park, because if you ain't feeling me, we just wasted each other's time, and that's it. So that's why I think the first date should be somewhere where you can actually talk and get to know the person.
Yeah, because it's not about what you spending on the date. It's about if you like the other person or not.
That's
So
true. That's true.
if
That's
you
true.
end up liking the other person, it don't matter what you spend. You and that person enjoy each other's company. But if you have to spend a lot of money on a date, chances are I would say the other person not that interested in you in the first place.
Maybe so. Could possibly depending on the person. What's your opinion on it, Tori? What's your opinion on the topic?
So I believe I'm not sure what the first young lady's name was. If someone or someone asked about, hi D. When someone asks you out, I mean, the expectation is that they're paying, right? That's an automatic. I think because I'm from an older, I believe in chivalry. I believe in a man courting. So for me, my expectation is that he is going to pay for every day. That's because the thing is, where again, the generation I come from, if I'm going on a date, first of all, there's already in there. So I obviously I'm not going to waste your time. I make enough money to pay for my own things. So I'm spending time with you. But also, I I feel as though men need to understand a lot of times if you're dating a woman, you're gonna know like, whether like her actions it's gonna be automatic, like chemistry, right? So if you're taking someone out that's not giving you that vibe, then don't be taking them out. Stop wasting your time. Like, why would you even waste your time? You know before you go on that first date whether she's feeling you or not. And I do agree that women kind of hold back and won't show how they feel about a man, but he knows because we have a way of like, no, it's just in us, you know. We might flirt a little bit, or we might return a call immediately. We might text right back. There's ways that we show you. So if you're going out with a woman, he's not showing you that. Don't even bother with time, because if the end result, especially if the results like you're going to get sex, you're not getting anywhere near it.
Right.
So back to my original point, though. So I expect a man to pay for every day, because the happier he makes me, the happier I'm going to make him. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, right. Now, I will say one thing. You said men should know. I don't think every man is going to know. I can't tell if a woman is really, really using me on the date. Some women could be feeling you, and then when she get on the date, she ain't feeling you no more. So that's why I say if you go somewhere where you can just conversate, you will learn that. Because I have went on dates like, and we just sat down and talked, and I could see the body language and how she was acting, and she wasn't feeling me. So that would have been a waste of time taking her on a date. I didn't know that until I actually met her in person and went out with her. You know what I'm saying? So it is kind of hard to tell sometimes. And some people do know. But Prime, what's up, Prime? What's your opinion on the topic, bro?
Yeah, what's good, dog?
Good, man.
Hey, what's that echo?
I'm not sure. Somebody got an echo. You got an echo? Hey, bad boy Rick, I'm gonna silence you, bro. You got an echo.
Is it off now?
Yeah, it's off.
That was my AC.
It's still on. I'm gonna silence you for a minute. But yeah, Prime, what's your opinion on the topic?
For his paying on the dates.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I mean, if a man want to pay for it, it's on him. I ain't saying I do it.
Now,
I mean, I do it sometimes, but it ain't nothing I really do.
Now, I got to ask Tori too. I said, Tori, what was your highest date a man spent on you on your first date or a couple of dates?
400 plus.
Ain't none of y'all been on some expensive dates though. So
but
I mean,
I think it is because again, I think we tend to within our zones and who we are capable of dating to. So, and this is all opinion though, you know what I'm saying? This is just my opinion and my experiences. So I'm dating men that don't mind doing things like in that nature. And it wasn't just one date. It was more than one date, and it was like between $300 and $400. And we weren't having sex. But here's the thing. Our conversation was like very engaging. Like we would talk on the phone for hours. Like we would laugh. And you know, that's the type of vibes. I'm not the type of person that plays games. If I like you, I like you. But that's me.
Now let me ask y'all ladies a question. Now you guys spent that kind of money. Now if it was your turn to pay and the bill came up to $400, would you do the same?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't get mad then if you're willing to do the same. I know some people who are not gonna pay $400. That's a lot of money on a date. I'm trying to think why y'all eating that to spend that much money, but I never paid that much money on a date, so I guess I'm going to.
How much you say you spent? Your top $20?
Yeah, like 20. Or if anything, like we went to a movie and dinner, it ain't no more than 400. Like that's a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe it's where I live at. I mean, if I'm spending $400, we must be going on a trip to the beach. I'm getting a room and we're doing a lot of stuff. Just going out to dinner, $400 is a lot of money.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest. Everybody different, man. Because a lot of these chicks out here ain't requiring no dates at all. So
that's true.
I think that plays a part too, and that's why some men, especially this generation, doesn't feel like it's necessary. Mm-hmm. But then you have high caliber women, you know, and we require certain things because what I'm going to give you in return is going to be worth it.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. What are you giving in return that's going to be worth it?
My opinion. I'm very self-sufficient. I own a business. I don't ask men to pay my bills and things of that nature. I look good no matter where I go. We have very engaging conversation. I'm a go-getter. So I'm not looking for you to like pay my bills or do stuff like that. And I think a woman that's self-sufficient and also confident, a man doesn't necessarily mind because she would probably do the same thing for him down the line.
True. Now, let me ask you this question. And you said that he shouldn't mind paying because of what you're going to give him. What are you giving him that is worth that much money?
Again, my conversation, who I am as a person, what I represent, what I eventually will give him in the bedroom. Like there's things that go along with it. And it's not like we're going on 1 or 2 dates and then that ends up happening. But I think there's conversations and like, again, the chemistry and things of that nature that happen where he knows what he's going to get, if so to speak.
I mean, I got a different opinion, but I mean, I feel what you're saying. Like, I don't not know, man. If he want to pay that kind of money, I've never had a woman had a complaint about that. I have dated women probably felt like a man should pay every time, but they know I won't pay no $400. I feel like if I don't go on $400 dates or go on $400 dinners by myself, why would I spend that type of money?
Well, that's the thing, though. Like the people that you're probably dating go to those places on regular anyway. So them taking me out or anybody out, that's where they go. So they knew that's the price range of those places. Like one dish can be $60, $70. So it's like you already kind of know what you're going to spend when you go to those specific places.
Now I can see like a date being I pay $60 for mine, I pay for hers, I asked her. That ain't that bad, but $400 that's a different story. Because I'm gonna exclude what I pay for my food, but $400.
And it's not
exactly. Are you saying the whole check or the person's individual piece of it?
That was it. That was the entire check, and that's not like a requirement for me. What I'm saying though is that it has been my experience because of just who I've been dating. But here's the thing: I'm the most simple person in the world. We could go and have coffee. We could go and just do something simple. We could go to a little wine tasting or wine festival. That's who I am as a person. It's just that he suggested the place, so that's where we went. And then
respect that.
The next place you suggest, and he looked it up. He's like, meet me there. He knew what to expect, but it doesn't mean that we went on every single date and spend that kind of money. It just was like it definitely was our thing.
Now, it was a woman on my last show said that the dude she date always take on dates like that. I didn't believe that. I'm like, who's spending $400 every time you go on a dinner date? That's expensive. But what's up, Rip? What's your opinion on the topic, bro?
I agree with you. I mean, have I gone on that date? After we've been together for a while, yeah. But first, second, third date, nah. I'm gonna need some investment more than some conversation.
Now I'm asking you. I'm asking men on the channel. Do you believe that when you pay that much on a date, her giving you her conversation, sex, and time is worth that much money? Not damn paying nobody, because that's a lot of money.
Look, you know me, nah.
Because if you reverse it, should a man feel like what he's bringing sexually, conversation is that expensive as well? And I think some men don't believe they are bringing that type of value to the table, but women always think what's between their legs. Not y'all women per se, but a lot of women feel like what's between their legs, their conversation, and you just having sex with them is that valuable. And the reason why they think like that is because they believe that because men are paying this kind of money on them and men are putting them on a pedestal and men are doing these type of things. I'm not saying you shouldn't treat a woman right, but if a woman believes her body is worth $500 and her conversation is worth $500, I believe the same thing. I believe my conversation, me, and what I have to bring to the table sexually is worth that much too. And I think men should start thinking like that more.
As you should.
And that wasn't bringing nobody's value down. But I mean, I believe men don't think like that. I believe they think, well, this is the prize. So the woman has the advantage when men think she the prize. She is what I gotta get. So I'm willing to spend whatever. And I think, okay, if you're gonna look at it like that, then it's on you what you spend.
I'm gonna say they attach their worth to how much he spends on a date. If that's a low value woman, if she goes to Applebee's, Chili's, that's how they feel. It's like, well, I don't know what kind of men you are. The kind of men I date, they take me to France and England when I go. And
you feel bad. Women I must date. I mean, the way you're saying, I know you're not saying like that. It made me feel like the women I must date must be low value.
Yeah, I mean,
like that. They ain't going to McDonald's.
I don't agree.
Chick-fil-A at least.
I'm sorry.
But no, it's not their value. And I will say this. what I have to offer is priceless. So I don't put a price tag on anything that I offer. And I will say that first. However, again, in my field of dating and who I come into contact with, that's my experience. There's a lot of men who don't do that. I totally get it, but that's just my experience.
And you know, I do want to touch on that. And this is not it's gonna come off bad, but I'm gonna say it anyway. It has to do with like different points in your life, right? When you're 22, $400 was a good chunk of change to spend on somebody for a date. When you're a man and you're 45, 50 years old and you're in the prime of your life and you know the prime of your dating career, it's a little bit different to like come out of $400 at that point. I think that's a
Hey, and all depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for a relationship, then you can do all that. If you're just trying to have some fun, then what's the point of even going on a date?
That's
Okay.
a good point.
And now you're right, but you shouldn't be spending $400 even if you are looking for more. That should be something when y'all in a serious relationship.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
On the first couple of dates, you spending $400. If you do that, that's on you.
Right.
But I think the mindset is going. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think the mindset is like, or what I'm hearing is like, oh, why he's spending that, this and that. Like I said, sometimes they go to these places. They have, I don't know, like friendship things to these places. Some of their careers bring them to these restaurants or these experiences. Because sometimes it's not just a regular date. Like $200-300 can be a spirit of whatever state you're in, a spirit boat ride. It's one something per person, $150 per person sometimes. So they've been on those rides. So them saying, oh, I want to have a date or company and still go and enjoy what I like to enjoy, they're willing to spend it because it's the overall experience. They're having fun. She's going to have fun. We'll have fun together. You get what I mean? I don't think it's more so us putting a value on what we bring to the table. It's more like, let's go have fun. These are the kind of things that we like. A concert ticket is $100 a pop.
Yeah.
Depending on, so it could be a concert. It's not just food. It's the overall experience. So I don't want it to go where it's like, oh, why would he spend $500-400 on a date? It was the experience that cost that much. So it's like, it just happened. Do I think it needs to happen every time? No, I'm big on investment. Buy me a house, buy me property, do other things, think outside the box. So no, I don't want you spending $400 or $500 on me every single time we go out. I want to see that you're a responsible person. So.
Okay. Yeah. What you got to say?
I would say I don't have a limit. Like I don't look at, okay, I have to go on a date that's $100, $200, $300. I'm all about enjoying the person's company. So I feel like you can go on a cheap date and have a really good time, because I feel like the point of going on a date is getting to know the person. I'm not trying to count a man's pockets, number one, because I bring my own too. So I make my own money, got my own house. I'm doing what I need to do, pretty much what adults are supposed to do, because that's a whole nother topic. So when we're talking about what you're bringing to the table, I think a woman should be meeting a man. I won't say it's like meeting a man halfway, but you're looking to build with someone. If that man if he already has his own, he's not worrying about what you have. You know what I'm saying? He's coming to the table to see about you. When you're going on a date, how's your personality? You're getting to know that person. So I've had fun going on a $20 date. You know what I'm saying? And have enjoyed myself. I'm not one of those people that feel like you got to take me to the most expensive place in the world for us to be on that level. So I do understand what the guy said. I don't know what his name is, but he was talking about Applebee's and things like that, because that was trending on social media for a while about people taking on cheap dates and how men get dogged out for that by certain people. And I'm not one of those. I love to eat, number one. So if it's good food, I'm going. Okay?
Now, let me ask y'all ladies a question then. Now, if the man say he gonna take y'all to McDonald's, are y'all gonna go?
Well, I'm not going to go to McDonald's. I don't.
I think that's. I'm sorry.
However, he can buy me Chick-fil-A, but it wouldn't necessarily.
Oh, okay.
I would just be like, hey, I'm going to grab this for you. I wouldn't mind that. And just like, I'm sorry, the one in the purple shirt, just like she was saying, I've gone on dates that didn't cost that much money. Like I've gone on dates. I even have bought men that I'm dating gifts, but that's me. So it's not about like, it has to be that kind of money. Again, if you're dating a man that he does that and it's his natural thing. And I will give you guys some context too. I'm a chef, so it's hard to take me somewhere that's, you know what I mean? It's kind of hard to take me somewhere that's going to be just like the normal. Like I don't even eat at Applebee's, and that's just a personal preference.
Right.
But
That's understandable.
that's just to share some context. And he just happened to be in love with food too, because I date men that we have that in common, because that's one of my things that I do when I'm dating someone and I care for them. I'll cook for you. So just to add a little context to that, but it doesn't necessarily have to be like a $300 or $400 date. That just happened to be my experience.
I think that's another question too for I'm sorry, Play His Life now. I goes change the old name.
You call me Papa Pimp still.
But that is the question is what at what point? Because I think we're confusing first dates, and like you guys have been dating 5 or 6 or 7 dates, right? I think if you're 5 dates of coffee and he's like, hey, you can come back to the house, you're like, wait a minute, you ain't taking me nowhere, right? There's a point at which it's like, okay, first date, $400 is a good chunk of change for someone you don't know. You don't know if you have a connection with. You know, I just that's just me. But I mean, I could spend $100 I can spend $200 at Red Lobster. I mean, it ain't got to be nothing crazy to hit $200 at Red. You know, 4 drinks. She gets, you know, you get the lobster. I get the lobster. We had $200 pretty easily, and with tip. So
a question I do have, like for men, if you go out to these places, cool, but at the same time, I think men need to stop getting mad if the woman don't want to have sex. If you choose to go out to that expensive date or McDonald's, if your expectation is sex and she don't know what's going on, that's on you, bro. You didn't put yourself in that situation. Enjoy yourself. But you know what I'm saying? Like they say, women won't go to McDonald's and stuff. I can't believe she said she'll go to Chick-fil-A. The last one on my show said they ain't going to Chick-fil-A.
Yep.
So, I mean, I guess it's just all about a preference, though. You know what I'm saying? But I think, like, if people change their dating preferences on the first date to something while you can just go talk, a lot of things would be better in life for people.
Yeah. I think that one of the things that you were talking about is the one the ladies were talking about was absolutely true, and that is like they know me, I like bougie stuff, so I do bougie stuff already. But like, it is one thing to do it on the first, like I said, it's one thing to do it on the first date, and another to do it after we've been dating, if that makes any sense. So that's the difference.
But I think it's lame for dudes to do that type of shit. They don't even want to do it. Like they don't want to do it. They got a goal. Mm-hmm. They got a goal in mind.
Yeah, that's like she said another thing. A dude said he got to make a lot of money to get these certain type of women. You sound lame as hell because dudes out here broke getting them type of women you talking about, bro. So I think that's your mentality. Is you get money just to get a certain type of woman? You already your career go. I don't even know.
Well, not even a certain type of woman. Just any like you doing this. You doing certain type of stuff for the woman, but you really don't want to do it. You're not even into the experience. You know what I'm saying?
Lame. Yeah.
But you just doing it because, hey, I want to please her, man, so I can get somewhere with her.
I agree.
Right.
My bad, Rick. What was you about to say?
No, I was just going to say, yeah, it's one thing. Like I said, it's one thing for you to aspire to do something great. It's another thing to aspire to do something great so you could get a woman, is what I think Papa Pimp's trying to say. Mm-hmm. Like it's a byproduct, it's the if it's the byproduct of my success, but it's not the reason for my success. I'm not trying to do this so I can get a woman.
Let me ask you a question now. If you're a person, I always learn, if you're a person living your life and doing the best you can and you achieving goals, women gonna see that. You shouldn't have to do nothing for nobody.
Exactly.
Because if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing and you're achieving greatness, the women are coming to you. Don't you know what I'm saying? Pretty much. So at the end of the day, why are you chasing women with your goals? That don't make any sense to me.
I don't chase nobody. Look, women love a man who ain't got time for nothing. They love that stuff. I'm too busy. I'm over here. Because it represents that I'm doing something else other than hanging out playing PS5 all day. So they love a man who's doing something. It don't matter what it is, as long as he's doing something, they want to be in on it. Now,
ladies, let me ask y'all a question. Now, with these expensive dates and stuff, how long is it? Do you expect that you might have sex with a guy? Like after what time period is it cool for a guy to come at y'all about sex after you've been dating them?
if you come at me about sex, then you weren't having sex with me in the first place. Like if that has to be a question, then it was
like even after a month, if he wants sex, that's not cool to come at you like that.
I wouldn't date someone and go on dates like that if I wasn't attracted to them.
right.
So I think it's because I just don't do. It's a waste of time. Again, it's wasting your time. However, if I'm dating someone that I think the sex question or the sex conversation or the sex mode will eventually happen. You just let it kind of happen naturally. And I will be honest, like I'm that type of woman. I will assert myself. And if it's time, it's time. Like the last guy I was dating, like I told him, like, listen, you spending the night tonight.
Okay. So you like to lead the relationship.
I am very A-type. And I mean, I'm working on it. But yeah, it was up to me when that happened.
Okay.
Hey.
You got him.
Yes,
Hey, you
ma'am.
Hey man, you got to ask the old boy up the top, man. His opinion.
Yeah, I asked him if he like, bad boy, you got anything to input on this?
Yeah, muted him.
Yeah, I unmute him. Let me unmute you, bro. You still muted. You unmuted, bro.
I said, yeah, I've got nothing to say that hasn't been said already. Like everybody's saying great things. I'm just sitting back soaking up some of the game that's being, spit by all the people on the chat right now. So yeah, I've got nothing. Just you can mute me back.
Hey, Papa Phil, I got a question for you. How long would be too long? A year?
Oh, you talking about a year before having sex?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's a long time. You get somebody from a year.
I'm just saying. Look. You see how we're very direct. You see how men are very direct. Women be like, well, it depends on how.
But that would be you getting played.
Like
you would be getting played in a long period of time like that. No disrespect to women. You're dating somebody for a year and they ain't even thought about having sex with you. Come on now, that's a long time. What are y'all dating for?
Here's my question: 6 months.
There are some women out there that are celibate, so they should.
We're talking about non-celibate women, though.
Yeah, I was about to say they should disclose that information, but there are some that are minded.
Hey, I'll wait for a woman that's like, I know she ain't fucking around like that. I'm like, okay, you ain't even in there, you ain't doing this, so I'll wait for you.
Yeah.
But if I know you got them, you fucking like that, there's no need for me to wait.
He said I
know
your pussy.
Oh well,
if she had sex with her last man,
on my piece too.
But I mean, this is all up to the person's opinion. If the woman had sex with the last guy, then you want to make me wait a year? That's just crazy.
I'm about to say, I see a little kid. I'm gonna say something you can't even say. I'm like, look, I see a child walking around. No, ma'am, dude, don't play the games with me. Exactly. No, ma'am, we know.
But I hear older people tell me that, like my cousin's wife said, it was some woman over there one time back when I was in college, and I was like, what she said something about it. I said, what's she about? She said she got kids, don't she? Pretty much was telling me, she got kids. Like, what you expect? She either gonna be about some or not. Not saying you're forcing nobody or saying anybody has to do anything, but at the same time, if a woman has kids, men are gonna expect eventually they're gonna get sex out of them if they're dating them. A year, that'll be like crazy, I would think.
I mean, I'm taking care of this kid, walking around. This kid, I'm over at the house, man. Nah. But 6 months? How about 6 months, Papa?
That's a long time too. That's a long time. You invest in yourself in somebody 6 months. They don't want to have sex. They probably ain't feeling you or something.
That's what I'm about to say.
You telling me she ain't naturally wanted you to come over or nothing? Maybe you don't.
Hey, what about if y'all Christian or you know what I'm saying? Y'all.
Yeah, that's different.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't, but I'm just saying, there's people out there like this.
All right, let me ask y'all ladies a question. What if you're dating a man and he says, cool if you don't want to have sex for that year, but I'm going to do me on the side. I'm going to mess with other women. Are you cool with that man messing around with other women to please himself while you don't have to have sex with him? Are y'all cool with that?
I know this is a what if, but if I'm making you wait a year, I'm not interested in you.
Right.
Well, it's somewhere in between. It sounds like somewhere in between for the ladies because I have to, translate this from womanese. So it's somewhere in between 2 weeks and 3 months. Is that where we at?
There's no time frame. I think somebody in the comments for me, there's no time frame. Like somebody just said red flags. I could be feeling you and want to do it that day or the next day or whenever, but if somebody said red flags, like you might say something out your mouth that's just like, oh, hold on, let me take a step back. Let me see what's going on with him. you know, and let me dig deeper to make sure this is what I want to do. So sometimes you might talk yourself out of it, or the man might talk himself out of getting some earlier or faster. So there's no exact time frame. It's just how it flows.
And I think that's what's the frustrating part, because like this channel's for men, right? So it's like one of the frustrating portions for men is that we all get a different. We're all judged on a different syllabus, on a different set of rules, right? Drake may get it the same night. You gotta wait 6 months, is what I'm hearing. You know?
Yeah, definitely Drake. But at the same time, I had a woman tell me that Chris Brown, she was telling me I had to wait a little bit of while for sex. She wanted to have sex with me, but she wanted me to wait. And I brought up Chris Brown. She said, well, that's Chris Brown. I drop him the same night. I said, damn, so you would be promiscuous. So pretty much you would go out your character. You would go out your character for him. But for me, you saying that I ain't worth this.
You ain't worth it, my dude. She gotta hear you.
At the end of the day, I'm still gonna be offended because hold up. Chris Brown, you don't know him like that. So you willing to, if you changing, if this is who you are and you're not wanting to have sex, all of a sudden Chris Brown come in the picture, I'm gonna break the 6-month rule, 3-month rule, and have sex with him. Why you can't do that for me too? So if she go off and have sex with Chris Brown, don't come back at me because I don't respect that. I don't care if it is Chris Brown because you said you won't having sex with nobody for 6 months and that's how you do. But when Chris Brown come around, you say, oh, I'm gonna drop them draws the same night. It's like, what? Hold up, that means you're lying to me. And that means you're not.
He's known Chris Brown longer than you.
I just know somebody lying. That don't sound right though.
Hey, but you know, different rules apply to different dudes.
And that's what it is. That's
but
what we're trying
let's say this woman is a Christian. Say she ain't having sex and she's celibate. Chris Brown come around, she has sex. Somebody lying. Don't be no fool.
I mean, yeah.
And that's right. That's what's confusing to men because they're like, well, if I qualified enough to date me for this amount of time, why don't I qualify enough? If you find me that interesting, why do I qualify to date for a long period of time, but I don't qualify the same with Chris Brown? And you know me.
But it ain't about.
And you actually know
it's about sex appeal with Chris Brown. It's about money too. Chris Brown is famous. He's not the average guy. So
right.
I'm just use that as an example of the way someone we all know. But I mean, whatever their A type may be. Sorry.
No, you're okay. I will say this. That's probably a red flag for a woman to say that. A woman that really respects herself is not going to be like, oh, I'm going to drop her for Chris Brown. How dumb does that sound? So for me, that would probably be a red flag on for a man to say, like, if a woman says something like that, because you're going to just change your morals and values because
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And money is money. That money doesn't belong to you. What are you going to go around bragging with Chris Brown? Nothing to be happy about.
Right. Yes, and there's people out here that's gonna drop their morals.
Exactly. I think a woman that really is, in tune with herself and like loves herself and it's all about, her morals and values is not gonna do that and risk it for anyone, including us.
Yeah. Now I hear people say that. Now let me ask y'all a question. I know everybody got some kind of celebrity crush. You telling me if one of your celebrity crushes come at you and you got an opportunity, you're not gonna change a little bit?
I've had opportunities. I used to live in Miami, and it didn't change my thought process.
Idris Elba come around, y'all just gonna be like, nah, bro.
However, as a married man, he's off the market.
I said, no, okay. He come by.
I'll say this too. There's been
a tough, my wife, she doing this and that. And, I'm really enjoying your company. Glad to come back to the whatever he got to the W with me over here in Miami.
Here's my thing. If I'm already getting $200-$300 dates off of a regular dude, you're gonna have to court me just as much because you have it already. You get what I'm saying? I would still have that expectation from even the famous dude. It's not, my expectation isn't a one-night stand.
Right.
So regardless if the attraction is there or not, he's his celebrity.
But you know what's so hard? It's kind of hard it's not really going to happen. I'm not saying it can't happen. It's kind of hard to judge how women or men or anybody would act in that situation because if your celebrity crush actually was to come up with you, things probably might change a little bit. Not saying you'll drop your morals. You could be like, wow, he's trying to talk to me. So we don't know how nobody act because that's kind of like unrealistic. That's going to happen.
Right. And my point in all this was to say that I think my point was that like, sometimes they may be just a standby though. Like this man that you're dating is a standby until you get the cream of the crop A-type dude. Because we all, he may not be as tall as you like or whatever it may be. And this guy comes that fits all of your categories. physically, how he approaches life. He talks like Derek Jackson. He does all this kind of stuff, and he fits he fits all your categories. That's the hard part for men. We call it monkey branching. You kind of holding on to this one until this next branch frees up, and then I'm gonna jump with him. And so that's the idea, is like, you're with me and then Chris Brown shows up. If you're with me and then this guy who's ultimate Chad shows up, or this guy who's maybe what you're really looking for shows up, are you gonna jump the branch? There's a video that went around of that lady who was married to a man. She said she loved him very much, was very much in love with him, loved him a whole lot. They said it was the best relationship he ever been in, but because she had to work, she had to divorce him. Now she's remarried, has a new family. I don't know if you guys watched that. It was circulating around social media. She had left her husband because he wasn't earning enough. Do you think that would be something that you would do, or is that based on morals?
You mean so she left her husband for what now? For someone that was making more money?
Yes. Basically, she was tired of working. And being with him, she knew she would have to work. They had. I don't think they had any children, but they were. She was working. It was pretty big on social media for a little while there. Light-skinned lady, sitting on the couch. I don't know if you saw this one, but pretty popular. But anyway, so she was talking, and there was a big divide as to, well, you got to do what you got to do for you. You only got one life. That's what I hear the women. I guess one of the things also the dudes talk about is like, we hear the women, you don't hear women like you guys. We hear, I ain't going to McDonald's. I ain't going to Chick-fil-A. I ain't going to Applebee's. We hear women saying, like, you got to do for what's good for you. It's like almost like it's drowned out. Like the good women, I'm going to call y'all good women, are drowned out by these women who are like, nah, I ain't doing that. 50-50. What are you talking about? Pay something on a date? Nah, I ain't taking no man out. What you talking about? So we don't really hear from you guys. So it's good. It's good to hear from you guys.
I tend to agree with what you're saying. And it's so unfortunate that a woman felt that she needed to leave her husband, because he probably wasn't in that for the right reason in the first place, because that would never be a deal breaker. I haven't heard about it. I would like to see the story, but that for me, I'm the type of person, I fall madly in love. And if I'm married to somebody, I'm not going anywhere. We just gonna go through it. But that's me.
Okay, let me ask y'all a question, ladies. Would y'all date a man that making $10 an hour?
No, come on now.
No, because I make more than that. So
if he makes $10 an hour, he take care of himself.
What's the minimum he got to make? What's the minimum he got to date? What's the minimum he has to make for y'all to date him?
I don't have a number, like a set salary, but I would like for him to be comfortable and being able to take care of himself, be self-sufficient.
I mean, I respect that. Every woman ain't gonna think like that. Like I had some women on here that made money, had their own business, said they'll date a guy making 10 as long as he try to better himself. But y'all saying y'all ain't gonna give him an opportunity. Y'all don't want to date nobody like that. So y'all don't care that he might be going through something. What if he was making $100,000 a year, he fell off, and now he's back at 10? How would you know that if y'all didn't take time to get to know him because he ain't making enough money?
No. But I don't think that's not the first question that comes out of your mouth when you're talking to somebody that you're interested in. You wouldn't necessarily say, "Oh, how much money are you making?" Yeah, if that was someone that's looking that's gold digging, yeah, she's going to ask that. But if he has nice conversation, if a man has nice conversation, he's very articulate and makes me laugh, I'm giving him a chance to continue making me laugh. So if it just so happens that he makes $10, that would be very unfortunate, because my next question will be, well, what's your plan? Like, where do you see yourself going?
Right.
Because, like, imagine if a woman turned down a man that's making $10 after she had found out, and then he come out and he making $100,000 a year in the next 2 years or next year. So it's just like, me personally, like, what I feel about how women won't take less, but it's men out here that I've heard it say, damn, she look good. I don't care if she broke. And that's why I say men need to change that mentality. Women don't want to date men that make $10 an hour and $8 an hour. Why should we be out here dating broke women? And men will date broke women that look good and
yeah,
right. You value yourself, right?
Right. And I don't get it. Like, why men will date the broke women because they look good, but women like, oh no, I ain't taking no $10 an hour nigga.
But that's what that man chose to date off of was her looks and how she looks on his arm, right? I stopped dating off of potential. Like if at the time I met you, we weren't meant to be, boo. Like great for you in the next 2 years if you make that 100,000. I just wasn't meant to be in your life when you made it. But I'm not dating you at $10 an hour. I passed that when I was 20. Like so, I'm just not there anymore to entertain that.
I think that's a good point because I think like that's why we don't get married at 21, 22. Because like all of them are like, well, why have we been wait so long? It's like, well, it takes a while to get to the point where you can support yourself and another person. So it's like that's why. And then as Black folks, we have a lower net worth when we finally get somewhere. That it takes a little while longer. So we're the last married, right? Average age 29 and 30, respectively, for men and women in the Black community for getting married. So it's like others are 26, 27. But, you know, it takes us a little while longer to get to the point of economically being able to care for another person. I think that was my point earlier because, like, a lot of women were thinking about kids and stuff like that and being able to stay home, you know, like, and the option to stay home. See, that's a big deal. See, for a lot of women, the option to stay home. And that's just not going to be possible.
It sounds very staking and it takes to it.
You said what? Yeah. But I mean, I agree with you. I mean, definitely everybody wants somebody who can make money, but I just think men need to raise their values also and stop going low. If these women are thinking like that, like definitely, it depends on where you live at too. Because if you live in New York, the cost of living for jobs is going to be different. So people might be working the same job, making 10 here, they're making 18 here, and stuff like that. So that factors too where you live at. Because in smaller cities, $10 an hour might be made more. I mean, it ain't hard to make $20 an hour. You can get a job you don't like and make that. But at the same time, you want to be happy. So at the end of the day, yes, definitely, I want to be somebody who's making money. If I'm putting myself out there and I'm doing good, I want the woman to be doing good too. So, but men will accept that woman for less though, and women will not do the same thing. So that's something men need to look at more and think about. Like, okay, if you thinking you can get women off $10 an hour, you can do that. It just depends on what type of woman you're looking for.
I guess my question is, how long should you support your girl's, you know, failed lash business? You know, at what point should you,
I mean, you know how I feel about it. We've been dating forever. I ain't just gonna give up on them. But you know what I'm saying? If I know it's full of shit, I'm gonna be like, hold up, man, this shit ain't working. But I want her to support me, so it just depends. Because everybody not gonna be able to start a business. That's why we got jobs out here. So,
that's why we got jobs. I tell you this all the time. Like, I have a lot of friends who you know, it's all about I own my own business, and I'm like, but you broke. I'm like, you know, and I'm like, yeah, you know, you could do better hourly. I'm just throwing that out there, you know. But it's hard to say that because you know we're so wrapped up in entrepreneurship and LLC Twitter and all these places that people live in. You know? So
I mean, that's what I think of the mindfulness, right? Like I do have my own LLC. Is it my main source of income? No, but I have my other source of income, but I'm thoughtful to know to have my backup as well. Would I want that to be my main source eventually? Yes, but it's going to take time to build. So I never would expect the man I'm dating to finance my business in that sense. Like I came up with my own plan and my own game plan. If it's a business, it should run on its own pretty much. My expectation isn't for my investor to be my man. If he wants to be, great, but I'm not going into it needing him to be my investor.
Oh, that was a joke. I'm sorry. It was a joke. I'm just saying, like, you know, because you like, how long should a woman wait for his rap career? Some dudes don't blow up till like 2 Chainz. He was 35 when that hit. You know, you know. Hey,
if you saying like that, like you live in something. Like, let's say you 40 years old, talking about you still going to the NBA. Come on, you gonna look at you like you crazy as hell, but it's expectations.
People around them, like, yeah, you can still do. Hell no, you can't.
unless you already almost there. It's people who are made in the league at 40 because they were playing overseas. If you sitting there at home, ain't playing no basketball, talking about you still going to the NBA, and you never played college, you need to kill that dream. But if you already overseas playing and you got an opportunity to sign a contract, that's a different story.
Right.
So there's levels to it. So, you know what I'm saying? They go like what he said about the lash business. And she's been doing it for a long, let's say 10 years, she's been trying to do this lash business. Ain't going nowhere. I would have been told, like, you know, maybe you're doing something wrong, but I ain't going to just leave the person.
You're trying to kill my dream. You ain't.
No, there's definitely levels to it, because you'll be able to tell if you should be supporting someone's business because they're going to be giving their all. I have an LLC too. When I tell you, I don't have any days off, and I work a regular job as well. So someone that comes behind me and supports me knows, like, it's proven. However, if you support someone's business, they're not giving their all, and they're not having sleepless nights and like trying to figure it out, you know, that business, how are you going to be more supportive of somebody that's not even putting their own effort into their business?
So let me ask y'all women a question. Let's say you were dating a guy that was making $100,000 a year, and he just hit a bad streak. He come home, he say he fired, and he said, I got to get something, and he got to go get a job to make $10 an hour before he can get back on his feet like he's supposed to. How long y'all willing to take that he's going to be working at $10 an hour? He just lost his $100,000 a year job.
I think that's that's too general to say, you know, however, if I'm with someone and they lose their income and we're really together like that, first of all, it probably would be to that point. I'm going to support him because I'm pretty sure, like, he's that type of person that's going to get out there and happen. So we're just going to go through it together, as I said earlier. But there's again, there's levels to that. Like, I live right outside of DC metropolitan area. There's probably not even jobs you can even try to get that's a $10 an hour job. However, if I was in a situation and my man lost his job, I know me as a hustler, he probably knows, I'm pretty sure he's the same way. And we're just going to make it work until, you know, I don't mind making sacrifices, but that would be for somebody I'm in a relationship with.
True.
Is he on the shot clock?
Well, Jessica, what was you about to say?
Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I hear you.
I personally think that's why it's so important when you're dating somebody, you need to find someone that you can build with. That's why I believe that a man and a woman need to hold their own, period. So if I'm dating a man that's making over $100,000 a year, I already have my own money. So normally the man is coming in, he's going to want to take care of his wife or his woman anyway, right? He's coming in, he's providing, he's going to do that. Now, if I have my own money, if he's taking care of everything, I'm holding down the fort with my own money. I'm not one of those people that's going to spend your money and my money. You understand what I'm saying? So I have my money in the event, well, it's our money because we're working collectively together. That's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be partnership.
Right.
Now, in the event that he loses his job, baby, we okay. Because I know how to save. I know all about financial stability. So I'm not coming into the situation to leave you when you down and out. And that's no different with a man if he back to the $10 because I was waiting. You know, I wasn't trying to jump onto nobody when they were talking. But even with the $10 an hour situation, like you said, if you meet someone, the first conversation isn't how much money you make. Right. You know, you get to know somebody. And because you don't know their situation, that person could have been in investments. They know about, you know, money. You're building, you know what I'm saying? The goal is to build with someone. So for me, money is not everything. I'm a faith-based woman. I believe that when you meet someone, you need to understand what are your goals? What are your plans? Because what are your plans for future-wise? Because you may be starting at the $10, but in the next couple of years, you might be a millionaire. Yeah. So for me, it's a lot of other things I look at as far as with the dating. I can work with someone who is workable. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have that motivation, and with me, I believe in a good Lord. That's where my foundation is. I have a marvelous testimony. So I believe personally, I can work with a man of faith, a man that understands who he is in the Lord, and he's a hard worker. Because like I said, there are a lot of men that I have met that have a lot of money, but they're horrible people. And money is not everything. And like you said before about value, you know, men need to up their value. I 100% agree, because there are a lot of men that have money, but they hook up with these women that only want to be with them because of money. And then when they're down and out, they leave them dry and they go to the next person. Well, what did you expect? You're hooking up with a woman just based off of her looks and her looks alone, because society has it where a man is attracted to a woman because of her looks, the trophy, what she looks like, right? A woman says she wants a man because of his money. So if that's all you're putting out there, that's all you're going to get. So you have to understand looks are going to fade. Stop looking for a woman with all this body and all this, because that body's not going to provide for your family. It's not going to cook you no meal. It's not going to do none of that. So if that's all you're putting out there, men have to learn how to value themselves more, first of all, and look for the person that you're trying to build with. There's nothing wrong with having preferences and standards and things of that nature, but find you a woman of substance. And the same with a man. Find a man of substance, because a man and a woman of substance know how to build. Because it's a lot of people today that's not looking for that. So with me, I like I said, I'm a faith-based woman. Money comes and money goes. But one thing about it, the foundation of God will stand. And I'm a firm believer on that.
Amen.
So you pretty much saying that if this man has a good faith in God, and he making $10 an hour, or he ain't making much money, he's a good person, he won't cheat, he'll treat you right.
Yes.
You would work with him.
Yes, I would. Yes,
Okay,
I would.
okay.
Because of the fact, his money at that point in time, if I have a good conversation with this man, this is a man of God. And I'm not talking about those that are pretending to be and, all that stuff, because we can go, that's a whole nother topic. But somebody that truly believes in the good Lord, a man of faith, if he's working $10 an hour and we sit down and have a good conversation, I can build with someone like that, only because where he starts is not where he finishes.
Okay, let me ask you this question. What if he got his faith in God, he a good man, but he don't got no goals and ambitions to want to be better?
That's a no. Where we going?
Yeah.
Number one, like I said, I have to have, I'm an alpha female, okay? I'm looking for an alpha male. I'm not looking for no beta male. I don't want if I'm gonna be with you, I'm looking for a man that knows how to lead. And the way and this is just the foundation that was instilled in me and what I believe also. A man of God is first submitted to God. When a man is submitted to God, the order is God, husband, wife, and children. And if I'm submitted to God, I expect my man to be submitted to God. So therefore, if you're submitted to God and I'm submitted to God, we have the order. Everything is going to fall in line. But if you don't have no goals and ambitions and you trying to lead, where you leading me to? The wilderness, where we going?
That's
You
true.
know what I'm saying?
I agree with you. There's some people who believe in God is broke too. There's some people in relationships who believe in God.
There are. God is not the only thing. That's not the only thing that you have. You have to have some type of belief into something. Now, I can't speak for those that don't believe in God. You know what I'm saying? I can't speak for those, but I'm speaking for myself and others like myself who believe in God. And then when you believe in God, God will open those doors for you.
Now, what if God don't want you to make a lot of money? What if he wants you to make? What if he doesn't have that in your plan?
And that's why I said money is not everything. Money is not everything. God will provide for you. God may not have called you to be a millionaire, but he's going to provide that you're not in lack. You should not be in lack. There are a lot of people that go through things. It's easy to judge on the outside and you don't know what a person has been through. Just because it looks like, okay, well, this person ain't got all this, that, and the third. Money does not determine your happiness. Prime example, look at celebrities right now. A lot of celebrities got a lot of money, but they're dealing with depression, suicide. They're dealing with all this other stuff. So that's letting you know money ain't everything.
And that's because there's like everybody. There's a lot of people dealing with depression, suicide.
Exactly.
We don't know about.
So
celebrity stuff get put on the front street. Like people saying Kanye West depressed, he got issues. There's a lot of people dealing with the same thing. We just don't know them. He just get put out there because he's famous. If he's going through those type of problems, so definitely, they're just like regular human beings.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If money was everything, you would be exempt from a lot of other things. You know what I'm saying?
I got a challenge.
It's not gonna just make you happy just because you're $1 million. You got $1 million now. Okay. If your mental is already messed up, the mental gonna be messed up where you got $1 million, so you only got $10.
I have a question. Because I listened really carefully, and you were talking about, and they know I listen. So I was listening real carefully, and you were talking about, like, if we get to this point, we're sitting down to have a conversation. Would he ever really get to that conversation? The question is, would he ever even get to that point? It sounds like you already know him first. You remember when we were talking about money and looks? Well, that's on the first meeting. He's got disheveled clothes. He's got these are things that you're going to see. Just like men see women's beauty and their hairstyle and their nails and all these kind of things that we all adorn ourselves with. We all see those things. Would he ever even get to that point if he's 5'6", makes $10 an hour, and is also and is not dressed to the level that you would expect? And he approaches you at the gas station. Hey, yo, little mama. I'm
Well,
just joking.
I'm
You
not
don't have to
talking
say, hey, yo,
nobody.
little
I'm not
That was
talking to nobody that's hit me up on some "Hey, little mama" anyway.
It was a joke. I'm just saying he approaches you at the gas station.
If he approaches me at the gas station, like I said, I'm not expecting a man to come up to me in a 3-piece suit and you know, if he does, he does. But that's not my expectation. If you're dressed nice, you can have jeans and a nice t-shirt on. You know what I'm saying? Because when you meet somebody, that's another thing. Physical. People get caught up in the physical so much. Of course, naturally, when we see somebody, our first we can't look into somebody's heart and their mind and see how they are. Looks are the first determining factor of are you attractive. Physical, not what you put on your, not just your clothes. You're looking at their looks. So my first look is gonna be, is he attractive or not? No different with a man looking at a woman.
Okay. Because I was hearing all this. I was hearing all this stuff about, you know, God. I'm like, you got to get way down the line, way down the path before you get to this part. You know, I'm like,
it's natural attraction first. We're gonna go to the basics of the basics. When you first see somebody, everybody has a preference. So if you like big girls, you like small girls, you like medium size, everybody got a preference. Tall, medium, short, you know, certain things. So that's to each his own with that. So if I saw someone, because I'm a teeth person, I love a man with beautiful teeth. I don't care what color you are. I love a man with some beautiful teeth, honey. So if a man walked up to me and he, you know, he was very mannerable and polite and asked for my number and he smiled, I'm not talking about 10. I'm like, oh, you know, yeah, why not? You know what I'm saying? Get to know me. It's all in your delivery and your approach.
Right. My question has to do with, I think that's because you were saying like you got to get to know somebody and more than just a woman's looks. But a woman's beauty is the first attracting thing, right? And then the man's, you're gonna know if he's, you know, just like a man, you're gonna know how he lives. Let me put it that way. You're not gonna be guessing.
I feel like, you know what I mean? Hold up. I feel like it's more than one level of attraction. You know what I mean? I feel like it's at least 5 different levels. You got like the physical, you got the sexual, which is what you would look for on a date. You got resources, you got friendship, and then you got behavior. And then you could be a combination of either one. You know, so there's multiple levels of attraction. So let's say, like we were talking about earlier, like let's say the partner makes $10 an hour, but if you're not attracted to them specifically just for the resources, then it wouldn't matter, you know, if they were to make more or less. Because you could be attracted to them on other levels, and that would still cause that attraction. You would still, you know what I mean, be together. But as far as that goes, yeah, like it just really makes a lot of sense when I put it like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think you're gonna have to make up with it in other ways. You're gonna have physically attractive too. You can't be ugly and make $10 an hour. That's what I'm trying to say.
But
I don't care if you love God more than I don't care.
Let me ask you a question.
If Paul come back today.
Let me ask you a question on ugly now. Ugly is up to the person though, because in the day you might be ugly to this person, not this person. So that's one thing people need to not come out as. I never come out thinking I'm ugly. Nobody should. If you come with that mentality, everybody can feed your energy. I believe in energy. If you come out thinking you ugly, then you probably are. Because you think like that, and then the women are going to feel that way. It's like I can notice the woman, she can be attractive, but if she feels she's ugly, you can see it in their body language, their energy. So at the end of the day, if you're not making this certain amount of money, you're probably not going to be happy. If you're not happy with your life, you're going to come off as somebody's like, this person not happy. You're going to come off as ugly, not physically, but internally. So at the end of the day, confident people are the ones that get what they want in life. I think that I don't care if I'm making $10, no money, or I'm making $100,000. I'm gonna be confident regardless because I know who I am, and that's why I don't worry about things like that. Even when I'm feeling bad, I go outside and I think about approaching a woman. I don't think I'm thinking about that I ain't got no job or I ain't making no money. No. I'm not thinking about the negatives. I'm thinking about the positives because I know I'm gonna get back on my feet or get out of that situation.
I guess my question is about you. If you see, but here's the thing: you cannot exude that confidence unless you talk to this person, right? I don't care if she. Wait. Here's my point. I don't care if she's, how confident she is. Papa Pimp. I'm gonna ask you a direct question. If she's 600 pounds, do you really care how confident she is?
Well, I mean, I might not even be attracted to her though. We ain't gonna have nothing in common because I like to work out, do stuff, walk at the park. She's 600 pounds. She even able to get up? They gotta make sense though. You gotta make sense. There ain't no disrespect to nobody. If you that big, you probably not able to get up.
Yeah, but my point is, it matters. Let's say 400. I don't even have to go that high. We go 400.
We just have to be realistic. That's
what my point is. I'm being realistic because I think the platitudes that we're saying are very interesting. Platitudes of like, it's what's in your spirit and how you feel and if you're confident about it. And
hold up though, confidence matters. I know confidence matters.
It matters.
Because I know when I walk up to something, anything I do, I'm confident in it.
I think the thing is therapy versus getting your teeth done. Sounds like teeth done would work a whole lot better than being in attracting this particular woman. Getting your teeth done would attract her more than your therapy.
So you saying
initially?
What are you saying now?
I'm saying if you had $1,000, you could spend it on therapy, 10 sessions of therapy, or go and get your teeth done. I think that you would attract.
Okay.
I think you would attract the young lady who likes nice teeth.
All right, let me ask you a question. Let's say you go get your teeth done, but you ain't taking baths. You got low self-esteem. You don't care about yourself. Them teeth don't mean nothing. Right. You get your teeth done. I'm telling you, there's people out here that got. I've seen people that got it all. Got money, clothes, still can't get it. Right. Something wrong with them. If something wrong with your internal, it don't matter how good you look. Or how none of that.
But if something wrong with your external, they don't care about your internal.
Right. That means if something wrong with your external, something got to be wrong with your internal. You ain't taking care of your body and brushing your teeth, and you let your teeth rot out. Something's wrong with you inside. I'm tell you that.
Right.
That goes back to your confidence, right? Like if she has a gap tooth, let's not say it's decaying, but like let's say she has a gap in her tooth, and she or he feels like, oh, if I could only get this gap filled in, I would be more confident in the way. That might be her decision, his or her decision to go get their teeth fixed, because that will make them a happier person.
True.
That will bring them joy.
It might make them more confident. But I say, at the end of the day, you just like this. Say you go buy these new shoes and you hoping these new shoes gonna get you a woman. It ain't the shoes. It ain't the teeth getting fixed. It's you. Or you go. Okay, let's say you do everything. Let's say you go get a dating coach and you a man. You buy these new clothes. You got a new job. But you still are scared to approach women. Why did you even worry about buying that other stuff? That other stuff is something you got. There's dudes out here with how they ain't got no teeth in their mouth. They ain't scared to walk up to a woman. First of all,
I would say the man at the grocery store is the best.
I would like.
It's dudes out here that don't got nothing to bring to say look horrible. They're not scared to walk up to a woman. So all I'm saying is work on your confidence. Right. I don't care what you do. You gotta have confidence to go up to somebody.
Hey, but look, confidence. That's only gonna get you but so far.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
It's
only gonna get you so far.
I agree with that.
Let me say this really quick. So going back to the God thing. The God thing, when my sister was mentioning that, I don't know your name, Purple. When she was saying that was with someone that she was already in a relationship with. That was the scenario. So I will say that. It's not saying you're going to be like, oh, he's in love with God, so let me give him a chance. No, that's not what she meant. It was like in a relationship already. Secondly, someone that is confident and exudes confidence is going to have that confidence, whether they smell like a piece of shit, whether they're like, confidence will sell somebody in a heartbeat. Do you know what? Even if it's not a romantic type thing, do you know how many people I give like big up to and like, that's what's up, that just has confidence? Because that means you love yourself. So you're going to come across to somebody as a very jovial and like happy person because you're confident. You're going to be confident no matter if you're asleep or awake. It's just something that you have. And that is an attractive trait in people in general.
Absolutely agree. I'm just putting dollars to cents. I'm really like, we say these things out loud, but then, and like you said, it was about her being in a relationship. I guess my point is this channel is about dudes approaching women. So that's where my brain was at. And so I think that's one of the things that you have to understand that. One of the things that you guys were saying earlier, one of the things you said was like, oh, it'll happen naturally. Most of the things that happen naturally, the man has already thought about, and he just planned it so that it works out this way. right? It's like, okay, we're gonna go do this, and we're gonna go do this, and then like, okay, I gotta have an Uber to get back to the house, so I can, because if we don't have an Uber, then we can't do that. And men have already thought this out. It seems like it's like serendipitous. Oh, he just took me over here, and we just found this, and he's thinking. Hopefully, he's thinking. If he's any kind of man, he's thinking, right? Because you got to plan out how much this date's gonna cost, what things are gonna be, all that kind of stuff. So I think it's an important thing for a guy to really work on all aspects of. My point is, I think it's important that you work on all aspects, whether internal or external. And I think that, if you're lacking on the external, you may never get achieved.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, I'm not saying confidence is all you'll be working on. Definitely, I would hope you working, you got your own stuff and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's people out here that got everything they're not confident, or they want to go up to a woman. You think you gonna get a woman that's sitting over there not want to say nothing to her? Like, yeah, if she choose, even if she choosing, like, it's a dude that came on the channel. He going to college. He going to get a doctor's degree. He don't get no women because he is scared to go up to him. He's not even looking for choosing, so he even started working out, and the women are giving him choosing, so he's still not going up to him. So something is wrong with the fact this dude is getting his doctorate degree. He's successful and still can't get a woman. I'm not even trying to knock this man. Something is going on. He's pretty successful. I want to know what's the problem. So that means you can have all that stuff and then you still ain't getting no women. And I'm not saying that's everything, but he's still having issues and he's about to get a doctorate. You would think that would make him happy. So that means that he might be doing the wrong thing then.
Look, we saw that with your pineapple show. That ain't got nothing to do with attraction for women.
Right. But I'm just saying though, he getting attraction to women still ain't working for him. He's successful. So that means women out here that go
nuclear physicist. It don't matter.
You got some in the background.
Come on, me.
I don't know who it is. I'm just saying. I heard.
I'm gonna have to get off my I'm gonna have to get off the chat anyway because my phone at 5%. My phone about to die.
All right.
Yeah. So peace everybody.
All right, I'll talk to you later, bro. But like I agree with Rip though, you know what I'm saying? Like I ain't saying that confidence alone gonna do it, but don't get it wrong though. It's just different situations, different people. I'm just being confident regardless. I'm gonna try to be confident regardless though, but I'm gonna also try to better my life and bring everything else to the table too.
I'm just being difficult. I ask the hard questions straight up.
No, I mean I'm just saying everybody got a different opinion. And
I actually just ask. I honestly agree with you. I think most people think my jovial attitude is confidence, and I'm like, I don't think it's confidence. But like that's how people see it. Like she was saying, I'm like,
I'm gonna tell you another thing. I think too. Right? Do you think confidence means something in sports? When you got LeBron James, you got people like Kobe Bryant who will take that last shot. They're confident enough to do it. That's why you call them the star of the team.
Oh yeah, you're
the best players because they work hard. And it ain't easy to put it on your back and take this last shot or be Tom Brady. That kind of stuff do take confidence and take leadership. And that's why these guys are getting paid like that and they're doing certain things. So how many people are confident to put themselves on their back and do these certain things?
No, you're right. You're right. As a man, I see men all the time that aren't very confident in their lifestyle. But you get your. I'll be honest with you. My confidence comes from my accomplishment, which come from my competence, and that's kind of where it comes from. These are stemming from what I've built along the way. Yeah. That's why it's more difficult when you're younger because I've already been through a lot of stuff, done a lot of things. So it's easier for me now than it was when I was like 22, acne face boy coming into the world, you know what I mean? But now it's a little bit different. Now, you hit your mid-30s, life is good. It's like being a 22-year-old woman. I tell people this all the time. I'm like, I get it. I get why women don't want to get off the ride. It feels great. Talk to anybody, hang out with anybody, say the craziest stuff and still get a date, You go to the gas station, you'd say that, hey yo, yellow dress, what's up?
Right. I mean, you got some people who just don't know how to hold a simple conversation. And that's what I try to do on my channel. I'm showing people that simple conversations can get you a woman and can attract the woman and just knowing how to talk to her. Even if she ain't feeling you, you're taking those stepping stones to get better. So that means, let's say you a man who got issues with getting women. Get used to talking to them first. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Have a conversation. And this is like women. Women should wake up with confidence, saying they're beautiful. Like, positive affirmations. I do that type of stuff. Not saying that's gonna work magic or anything, but your mind can be set. Let's imagine you've been abused and you've been told you were ugly and you was not. And you grow up and you believe in that. It's gonna be hard to change that because you grew up believing that your whole life. So I think if more people wake up and tell themselves positive things, and then you could try to change that, because eventually, like, when you say those positive things, your mind and your body gonna start acting on that type of stuff, and it's gonna start trying to do it. In my opinion, I mean, that's just my belief in it.
Right.
I agree.
The better you do in life, I think your energy raises. Like if you somebody making $150,000 a year and you happy, you probably gonna be shining. You probably gonna have a high vibrational energy.
Your life will be good.
Yes.
You'll be
And
pretty
then you
happy.
could be making $15 an hour and have high vibration. I met high
Exactly.
vibrational people that won't make a lot of money. It's just all in the person.
Yep.
I agree.
You
I
have to
agree.
value yourself.
I agree.
You have to love yourself first. That's where the confidence comes in. A lot of people don't even love themselves, so how are they gonna love somebody else?
Exactly.
It starts with you. You have to. The confidence comes from loving yourself and valuing yourself. You can have all the accomplishments in the world, but if you don't love yourself first and foremost, who are you without those accomplishments? So it starts with you. It starts with you first. And just like Papa Pimp, what you said. You should have that confidence, and you have to figure out what it is you need to do to get that confidence. Because, and I'm just speaking from a woman's perspective here, when I meet a man, his confidence is attractive. I mean, when you meet a man, you could tell. It could be 100 men in a room, and that man that has that confidence, he can outshine everybody else. It doesn't matter how much money the rest of the people have. Because it's something about a man with confidence, and it's not being conceited. It's just when you're confident, it shows. You can carry a conversation. It's a lot of things that go into the whole dating thing. So like he was talking about earlier, I'm not sure the guy's name, but it's levels to everything. Everybody has a preference. Everybody has certain things that they look for. But at the end of the day, you should love yourself and know what you're trying to attract. And when you know that, you gravitate towards it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but it starts with you. I mean, really.
So I have a question. Do you guys, when you guys have sons, how will you guys instill this in them?
For me, I don't have a son, but I've always wanted a son. So I'm glad you asked that question. The first thing is I would definitely, like I said, I'm a woman of God, so I would instill God into my son. But I would want to instill the love and the value of letting him know that he is valuable. Because I believe that a lot of men are not told how valuable they are. The world has put so much value on women and not focusing on the man. So I would definitely instill in him the love and understanding and compassion that you are valuable, that you are important, that you are loved, and really just sticking that into him at an early age, so that when you value yourself, there are certain things that you don't settle for. And that's the thing. So many men have gone into this society's view of how a man should be. And I think that's what's tainting the man's mentality of how he really is supposed to be. Like, for instance, for me, I'm in a relationship, and me and my boyfriend, we talk about this all the time. The world says a man is not supposed to cry. You hear women that say a man don't need to cry. He don't need to show emotion. But women are the first ones to say they want a man to understand them and their emotions. Make that make sense, ladies. If a man cannot be emotional or understand his own emotions, how is he going to understand yours? And it goes back to, like I said, I believe in the Lord. So if he was not meant to cry or shed tears, why would God have allowed us to shed tears, men and women? So it doesn't make sense. I personally believe in certain things and understanding a man. A man has feelings. A man has emotions just like we do. A man is human. He's been through things just like we've been through things. And honestly, I feel like the pressure is a lot more on a man than it is a woman. Women, we have our own pressures, but a lot of things, men can't just go find someone to take care of them. You know what I'm saying? They have to build a lot of stuff. So women, we have to understand a man. And it first starts with instilling values in a man. Like the other thing I will say too, men are taught when they're little. Little boys are taught when they're little, go out there and, get you something. You know what I'm saying? Little girls are taught save yourself. That's the messed up foundation right there. Because a man is sitting there just going to get, doing whatever he's doing, and a woman's mentality is to save herself, and he's not valuing where he's putting his body. So, but yet women, we're taught early to value ourselves. Don't lay around with this one, that one, and the third. So the different dynamic is already taught at a young age. You see what I'm saying? We don't think about those types of things.
I think
I'll say
I
this. I have 2 sons.
I can say as a young man, 23, being 23, that we like care more of about our heart, so we wouldn't just go sleeping around with any woman unless we like, you know, come into some money and want to have some fun or be like a hip hop artist or something like that. So that's just something that you'll see on like, you know, like something that's generational wise. It's not like realistic wise or something that people pay attention to. That makes sense.
Somebody says she has 2 sons. I just heard that.
Yes, I have 2 sons, and I was I'm I'll try to make a long story short. So I think I'm probably in a generation that's outside of everyone here, because I'll be 50 next year. So I was raised in a household that we didn't show a lot of affection, but I was the kid that needed reinforcement. I was the kid that needed someone to hug me. I was the kid that needed someone to love me. And, you know, it came out in ways that probably it shouldn't have, because I was in a household like that. But because of that, my sons, one is 29, the other one is 8. Both of them are very in tune with their emotions. Both of them know that they're men and they need to protect and they need to provide. And that's what they're supposed to do. Even my 8-year-old. My 8-year-old opens the doors for my 8-year-old. I have twins, boy and a girl. My 8-year-old opens the door for me. He opens the door for his grandmother. He opens the door for his sister. He volunteers to go first. Like if they get shots, like he understands that he's supposed to be a protector. However, when my son is upset and he needs to cry about something, I say, baby, let it out. Whatever it is upsetting you, let it out. So I'm saying all that to say that, and I show him love and I show him affection. My son is still able to be that tough little boy, but when he's feeling something and needs to go through his emotions, he goes through it. Yeah. And I think that's very valuable. He also will not let anyone say anything derogatory to his sister. He won't, and my daughter's the same way. So I think it's just the way that I was raised. Because of that, I totally turned that around. And you're absolutely right. Men are supposed to cry and show emotions. If my man is not going to be that type of person, especially because I'm very affectionate, and I want you to show me how you care about me and how you love me. Like, you know, I want you to hug me, like, tell me I'm pretty or whatever the case may be. Like, you know, show me something. That's the same thing that I'm going to bring around my children. And until that happens, no man gets to meet my children. And I think that's a huge thing as well. Women need to understand that you can't just bring any type of example of a man in front of your kids, boy or girl.
All right, I'm going to change it up.
I was about to say, the only thing I'm going to say on these things is we kind of twisted it to like how we're going to make him a man. But my point in this is, how are you going to instill this in there when the world says that he needs to earn a certain living to be this man? Because I think one of the things that we're saying here is like, I'm going to tell him, yeah, my mama loves me. Every mama loves me. My mama tells me great things about me. But when he goes out and asks that little girl and she breaks his little heart because he ain't got the right teeth, he ain't got a car. When all these things happen, it's really hard to give somebody. I guess my point is, it's really hard to give somebody self-esteem, right? It's really hard to.
You don't give it to them. You show it. You show it to them. You show them. Your example to them is how you show them.
Exactly. I agree with you. I completely agree with you. I think that shows from who you date. Now, if you would date here we go. If you would date the $15 an hour guy, then that shows that it's not about your money. I love this man regardless of that.
But we said that already.
That we say one thing and we do another. I like these kind of men, but I wouldn't date a man who was like my son.
No.
When I was 30, I would never have dated a man who was doing what my son is doing. And when I was 30, I'm never gonna. When I was 25, I wasn't gonna date a man like this.
So pretty much, you're saying that they're teaching their son one thing, but they're doing something else. I mean,
that's very true. That's not what we said. That's not what we said at all.
But that's what women do.
You're
Women
missing.
do
We're
that.
talking about what they do. I'm just saying.
Okay,
I was
but
gonna
think
say,
in our
hold on.
conversation when we were talking about the $10 an hour and all that good stuff, like again, that conversation doesn't come up initially. So, like I said before, for me, and I believe the women on the panel, we were saying we're not talking about your pockets when we first meet you. We're gonna give you a chance because you must have sparked our interest by something you said or who you are as a person. So that's what we were saying. However, if just like with anyone, if my son is not driven and doesn't have a plan, I'm gonna like advise him, baby, you're not ready for this relationship, just like with anyone else.
Okay.
But the thing is, though, we were saying the first if somebody's coming up to you and say, hey, how much money do you make? Why would you even want to have a conversation with that person anyway? The first thing that attracts
Real
me
shit,
is
because I don't
somebody's
want nobody in my pockets.
Well, the first thing that attracts me is someone's like their confidence or their conversation, if they're funny, that sort of thing. I don't find out about what they make until, down the line. So
yeah, I think you're gonna know when he's like, "Hey, I got to get a Uber over there," and you're like, "Is your car in the shop?" No, I don't have one. I mean, it's pretty quick.
How would you know? Hold on.
But then the thing is, we don't. That's not. I think you're being very specific.
Could you pick me up?
How would you? Oh yeah, if he asked to pick you up, you ain't gonna
No,
know.
but
you don't know if nobody was in Uber.
You're still missing the point of. We never said we wouldn't do that for the right person. So even if he had to be like, this is my situation. I need you to come get me, or I want to meet you here, but I can't. Like I went on a date with a guy that didn't even have a car, but it was because he was confident in his approach.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's levels to that.
How long did it last between you and that guy with no car?
Exactly.
Right. How long?
It had nothing to do with him not having a car as to why we're not dating, though.
Okay, how long did it last, though? That's what I want to know.
It was a couple of months, but it had nothing to do with him not having a car. So you can't say that. You can't say that. It was
that is relative, though. Like when you live.
Let me finish. Let me finish this point. First, when I first met him, I knew he didn't have a car, and I still gave him a chance, and it was 2 months. The reason we're not dating is because of his character and who I saw who he was. I was giving him a chance. He's the one that blew that.
Yeah.
So let me ask y'all a question. With this dating stuff, how did y'all feel about? How did y'all feel about Kevin Samuels and his opinions on dating with men and women?
Hey, you know what?
All right, hold on.
Hold up, bro. You gotta let her talk. Then you can go next.
Let me say this. The reason I'm on this panel, and I'm going to tell you guys. You can go look it up if you want to. So I was on Kendra G, and it went like viral or whatever. And I have a story, and no one. This guy put this little snippet of me saying I have 3 children and I have different fathers or whatever the case may be, but a 29. 23 and then 8-year-old twins. If I'm a single person or I'm living my life, I'm not putting my life on hold because I'm not having this children by that same father that's 29 years old, right? Mm-hmm. But no, the guy only put that little snippet, and then he had the nerve to put up above it something about Kevin Samuels was right or whatever the case may be. Don't date single mothers because they're not serious. They're only about having fun or whatever the case may be. He didn't play the part where I said that I'm a year out from finishing a doctoral degree. I'm also a private chef and a caterer and own my own business, and I'm very self-sufficient. So see, the narrative has to change in terms of that. And I do not agree with what Kevin Samuels' opinions were when it came to certain women, because it's not true. I am proof that that's not true.
Okay.
I am single by choice, because it's funny how they try to downplay single women, but I'm not even meeting a man that is on my level to where he can compete with what I have. You get what I'm saying? Like they're so-called intimidated and things of that nature. Okay, but you have the nerve to say something like that about single moms.
All right, I'm gonna let old dude stop. Your turn,
bro. Hold on. Hey, all I gotta say is Kevin Samuel said one of the realest things: a woman controls sex and a man controls a relationship. And the reason being is because a woman can get any man she wants, and a guy has to cater himself and be, I don't know, top man of the world just to get a woman to even talk to him. I'm not saying that's all the way true. I'm not saying you can't go out there and you can't find a woman, but to get a dime piece, you have to have a car, a job, or this or that, and then you can control the relationship. But automatically, like, I don't know. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny to think it though. Like, I mean, I'm 23 and I know that I'm not giving my heart to no woman unless she's the right one.
But that should be the case regardless. That should be the case regardless.
I mean, but that's not necessarily the case, because I can be doing bad and needing someone right beside me to build my confidence and to do this and do that. But I can do that myself also. But what if I just want that extra companion to allow themselves to like boost me up and we can hash it out together?
I don't know. They ain't wasting no time on no potential, man. What are you talking about?
I'm being facetious. I'm not saying no one's potential. I'm not saying no one's potential. I'm just saying someone has to be the right one, because not any woman would be like, oh, hey, you're doing bad. You don't have a job right now. You don't have a car. You still living with your mom, this and that. Hey, you can come stay with me. They're not doing that right now, my nigga. I swear on my life.
You have more things to worry about if you have all of those things to work on instead of dating somebody. Like,
hold on. You can't sit here and be like, oh, hey, you need to work on this, because you guys all been through the process. It might have been 17 years ago, but you all been through the process of getting your shit together. So let's not go there. I'm saying
when I was going through that process, I wasn't focused on getting a man. So
I'm not either. I'm definitely not focused on any relationship right now. I'm focused on me.
But stop. I'm gonna ask you a question. You said something about getting a car, getting a job to get a bad chick. That's not true too. Because what would you need that to get a bad chick?
Yeah, bro, that's cap, bro.
No, that's not cap.
No, funny and all that. No, bro. No, honestly,
you cap, bro. If you really
funny and all
gotta
that.
Make money. No, you do not need no money making no bad chick, bro.
No, I'm not, bro. I never said you needed a bad chick. I'm saying that's what some women. That's what most like women that are in the media and they're on Instagram and they're on. Remember, I'm 23.
On Instagram.
I'm 23. Remember, I'm 23,
right,
bro. I'm young as fuck. I got all the bad bitches lying.
I'm about to blank him out because he won't.
Y'all have to.
What I'm trying to say is that these same women go to Walmart, these same women go to Target, they walk around. If you got to have a lot of money to get them in, somehow. All of them, there's bad broke chicks out here.
I think like you said, man,
women that got
23.
Yeah, true.
Get that shit consistently,
he's
bro.
23. Y'all keep thinking like, what were you
Yeah, and Instagram and all these people putting up these facades is not helping. You know, I have a 23-year-old child, and like it's crazy.
That's what I have to say.
All I gotta say is
all the time.
Y'all live in a different life than most 23-year-olds.
You think these 23-year-olds ain't walking to Walmart going to the store?
No. I'm saying the 23-year-old men in this world are listening to people who are probably a little older and have already done some things with their life. And these women say you have to have this, or this. And if they've gone to college, they usually want a man who's also gone to college.
Now, hold up, Rip. I remember you told me on one of my shows, you said that coffee date ain't going to work with no Instagram chick.
The coffee date will work. Wait, hold on.
You said
let me finish. Can I finish the sentence? The coffee date will work for a first date. She ain't gonna go to coffee for 3 years, my nigga.
Who gonna do that 3 years though?
I'm saying you ain't dating that long.
Now you taking it out of context. Now
you on a shot clock. My point was you're on a shot clock.
Sense, bro.
My point is
you threw it out the door when you said 3 years. We know.
My point is you're on a shot. I just a year, 6 months. You ain't gonna do it.
Going on coffee date 6 months
back and forth.
Coffee date is a date. You're not going on that 6 months. Make some sense.
Nah, you can get a
what
date.
You're saying is that
hold on. You can get
Instagram chick. You saying a woman is very beautiful, gonna look at you crazy. You asked on a coffee date.
I'm saying a woman who's gonna look at you crazy. A woman who's gonna look at you crazy if you continue to go on coffee dates. At some point, you're gonna have to. The context of that conversation. The context of the conversation was about how much we spend on dates. I remember that one. And I said the reason why is that IG chick is only going to do coffee so much. At some point, you're going to spend more than $40. At some point, you're going to spend more than $40. I believe that.
Can you answer the question? Like, how do men be knowing how these women be thinking though? Like, I be getting different experiences.
Because
like,
women
I
say
don't know how
one
they
thing and do
thinking.
another.
Like, how you know? So you telling me when you see a
It's
woman
not
at
consistent.
you see a woman at Target, you already know she ain't going on no coffee date.
No. I didn't say she's not. I don't know if I'm saying it slow. She will go on a coffee date, but it will not continue for years upon years with
Who
just
said
coffee.
years though? That's what I'm saying. Who said
That's
years?
that's all I'm saying.
That don't make sense.
And he was
though,
like, "No, I can take a girl."
No, what don't make sense is you saying years. I never said that.
I'm saying I just said it won't go past. You can have an initial coffee date. You can have a couple of coffee dates, but after a certain amount of time, she's gonna want some dinner out of you.
Okay, now who said that? Okay. Let me ask you a question. What you saying ain't making no sense?
Women, don't ask.
Can you agree with me that you're not making any sense? Because nobody said going on coffee dates 5 days.
You go listen to it. The context of that conversation was about you talked about the first date. And then you were like, okay, well, the first date. I was like, yeah, first date, I'll give you that. But after a while, she's gonna want to go out and get some food. And you were talking about how much $40 was.
You don't want to go out and get some food too. We know that. That's an obvious though.
You just talked to my little man over here, the 23-year-old. And my point was, I'm translating what he's saying. He's saying the IG models will not do that long term. He's 23. It may be 3 to 4 years before he's earning.
So you saying so who is going on coffee dates long term? And I'm lost.
Well, I mean, things that cost about a coffee. At a certain point, she's gonna want more than the coffee.
We know that. That's not nothing you have to explain to nobody. Everybody should know that.
No, you were saying we're gonna do $40. You said I would never spend $400 on a date.
I don't have to
run back this conversation.
Why would I could, but why would I do that though? Why would I take a woman on a $400 date if I ain't going on a $400 date?
Yeah, you were like, I would take her to $40. We can go get something to eat.
Well, I'll take her. No. I'm gonna tell you something. Like one of the ladies came on the show and said, if men need to step up and choose the dates they're going on, they want a leader. They want somebody with confidence. I choose where we go.
I agree.
That's why I don't have no problems like that. If I choose to go on a $400 date, that's cool. If I choose to go on a $20, that's cool. I choose it, and if she don't like it, then we just ain't.
I think that's what he's saying. He's saying the women he likes don't like.
That's what anybody. Everybody.
The women he likes, the women specifically, the women he likes would not don't want to go on his coffee date.
Okay, that's cool. The women I like ain't got no problem with it.
Right. That's all he's saying. So it's frustrating. It can be frustrating for a young man.
There's some young men out here being raised. My nephew ain't taking no women on no $400 dates.
I agree with you. I'm not.
Bro.
I never said that.
Bro, you gotta check it out from my perspective, bro. They only want the women that I go after, bro. They only want a house, a car, and fucking money, bro.
Yeah. We won't talk about
who he goes after.
We won't talk about what you were saying.
It's not the women. It's not the women that I go after. It's just that the women in my generation, they just figured like, hey, if a man can, all a man needs to do is provide. So that's all he needs to do is just fucking provide and have all this and that. So go and get that, and then we good. We can settle down and have kids. That's how they thinking. If a man got a car, a man got a job, oh, you good. We can have sex. We can go on dates. We can go be fucking the best couple in the world. But that's not really true. Because you got to end up loving yourself. You got to end up taking care of you and her. You got to take care of your emotions, her emotions. You got to take care of shit. If you have a kid, their emotions. You got to take, it's like a roller coaster that you probably can't take care of because all you got and all you were happy about because she was happy about is the car, is the house, is the job. And that shit's lame as fuck. And I'm living in this world where it's millions of girls that just want that. That's it. That's it. That's all. If you got a house, a car, and a job, you solid.
Now, D want to talk. What's up, D?
Or substance. Because I can't imagine because I have a daughter that's 23 and I know that she has substance. So that's not true as a generalization.
Right.
You don't think so, generally? Whoa!
I'm probably just fucking
generally. You don't think generally?
Hold on. Let D talk. She want to talk next.
I don't know your name either. The lady with the yellow shirt. I think that comes with growth and time. You are not to age discriminate or anything, but you are younger than I think everybody on the call. And yes, that might be the goal. But if you explain to them like, oh, this is my trajectory to get to these goals, I don't see a a woman or a woman with substance saying, "Oh, I can't work with that." You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think yes, eventually, would she want somebody with a car, with a house, all those
Exactly,
things?
and that's what they want, and that's
Right.
okay. And that's no. Hey, don't get me wrong. That's okay. I swear on my life, that's okay. If you want me, 23 years old, to get a job, a house, and a car, I'm gonna treat you like you are a housewife because that's what you want me to. That's what you want me to have, and that's all you want me to go get. Unless you are proven to me, because now you have to prove something to me because I proved something to you. Now you have to prove that you are a good woman.
In your head, is it a overreach for somebody to want a man that is stable? Because
Fuck no, I want that shit for my goddamn self. So I understand why they want that, because they're helping me understand, like, this is your standard, this is where you need to be, and I'm okay with that because thank you, love. I appreciate you for having me on my toes, 10 toes down. Fucking,
I think y'all are living in I just gotta say it. I think y'all living in a whole nother world.
Yeah.
A whole nother world.
No, we
than
do
what men
live in
are living
another world. Don't get me wrong, brother.
No, just like
We
I'm
do.
like, oh my gosh, you guys don't go on Instagram every day. There's a new conversation about 50-50. I ain't paying nothing. Da 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 da. I mean, women care about fun.
That's the
I don't
toxic
understand
part,
where
bro.
y'all live, where y'all don't
That's
see
the-
this. You don't
Bro,
remember
that's the toxic
I
part.
remember there's a study. Women were 21
You gotta
years
get
old, they were
past
like
that.
in the same class as other men, and they were like, I wouldn't date a man like the man next to me because the man I have in my head is not in college. He's already out. He has a certain income and a certain lifestyle. I can't.
That comes with growth, though. Did I speak like that in my 20s? Yes, sir.
That's what we're saying. That's all I'm saying.
Growth of saying, okay, that's not realistic.
Right.
Let me readjust what my wants are.
Right.
All I'm saying is the basics of saying, okay, now I'm 32. Me wanting a man at 32 or around my age to have some stability that I do have on my own.
That's understandable.
Overreach. So if she's saying it at 22, 23, yes, maybe she's not understanding in her early 20s. You may not have all of that. And she's asking another fellow 23-year-old to have all of that already. Right. Yes, she's not being maybe as realistic as what, society will have.
Yeah, they still live in their fantasy world that they was living in when they was 18, but it's okay. It's okay, love. They want.
Can she speak? I'm sorry. Can the young lady at the bottom here? I'm so sorry. I took up for her.
I'm sorry. It's okay. Trust me. And I honestly, I respect them because they push me to a level that I need to be at, but then I don't because I'm 23 and I still have a father. My father's still out there grinding his ass off to get a fucking million. You get me? My grandfather is still alive out there, still trying to grind himself a fucking $1 billion. Like, I'm not saying I need to be at a certain level because I already think that. It's not every day where a woman and a man can read each other's minds. That's called fucking soulmate. It's called something, but that's like that's a little too much, Like, I mean, it's not a little bit too much, but it's where I want to be, but some people don't. Like, some people can't achieve that level because they're thinking, oh, hey, you need this, you need that, you need this, you need that, but you don't need that. We can sit here and we can laugh at each other jokes for millions of hours. And one day some white man, some black man, some Caucasian man, some Mexican man will come up to me and offer me $1 million job. Have you ever thought about that? Like, come on. Like, okay. I think about life a little bit too far because I've got that experience. I've had somebody come up to me and ask me, hey, you want to make $665 a day? Like, yeah, of course. Like, bro, I've made $10K in 3 months before. Like, come on, making money.
Hey, I don't even know. Hey, what's your point though?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying too.
Yeah, let me say something.
The point is women, dogs, and children are loved unconditionally. And a man can only be loved when he provides something, bro.
Let me ask you a question, bro.
Let me say something.
Let her talk, yeah.
Okay. When you were talking, because y'all, I've been trying to say something. I've been trying to get to stop you because we've been kind of going around with a lot of stuff. We've been here.
Yeah, I got ADHD. My bad. I got ADHD.
It's
So
okay.
my
I've
shit's
been
gonna
trying
go
to follow everything. Trust me. Okay. Because we started with Kevin Samuels, and then now we're going men, this and that and the third. This is what I will say. This is why I think it's so important for men to look for what they're trying to have in a woman. If you see, okay, when you're dating on the dating scene as adults, every adult now should be self-sufficient, having your car, having a house, being able to take care of yourself. Those are basic necessities for a man or a woman, period. We are not living like we were back in the day where the woman stayed home and the man went out and brought home the bacon. So when you're talking about all this stuff you're seeing on Instagram and social media, half these women are working. Half of these women are going to get their bachelor's, master's, and PhDs. They're holding their own businesses. They're doing a lot of things that the women back then weren't doing. So the women that you speak of, hold on for a second.
Okay,
the women that you're speaking of that are looking for a man to provide and take care of them, those are not the women that you need to be looking for if you're trying to build. Because at some point, as an adult, a self-sufficient adult, you need to take care of yourself. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I have 2 daughters, and I'm going to speak for myself. I'm 33 years old, okay? I was married, I'm now divorced, and I'm in a relationship. When I was raised to take care of myself. My parents did not raise me to go look for a man to take care of me. Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, if I sat around waiting for a man to take care of me, I'm going to be broke, busted, and disgusted. So if you're talking about based off of what society and Instagram and all this other stuff is saying, you have a false narrative of how life really is. Now, back to what Kevin Samuels was saying. A lot of stuff that he said was
but that's
true.
not my narrative.
That's not it. This is what I'm saying. The society's narrative. Society's narrative will then take your narrative of what you're seeing because social media is not 100% accurate. Everybody's on social media saying this, saying that, and the third. But back to what Papa Pimp asked about Kevin Samuels. A lot of things that Kevin Samuels said, I understood, and I can agree with some of the stuff he said because of the fact there are women that put the expectations out there for a man that they themselves cannot uphold. How are you 280 some pounds, 300, 400 pounds expecting to have a man that he looks good, he's a 6-figure man, he has all this stuff going on, but man, what do you have to offer? You're not even in the caliber to attract that type of man. You're not even in that type of category.
Let me say this, because you were saying you're talking like from a woman's point of view. The things that make a woman attractive to a man are not the same things that make a man attractive to a woman. And you keep talking about the levels based on that. You're right, like you were saying, the levels that a lot of the women he had on the show, and I mean he's had thousands. Right. And I mean, let's be real, none of them wanted a man who made average man money. When he asked, what would you like? What lifestyle would you like?
I don't want to cut nobody off, though. I don't mean to cut you off. If somebody got some static, is somebody playing that like the channel on their computer? There's some static. I don't know where it's coming from.
Yeah, it's not me.
It's not me.
But you can finish though. It just stopped.
I'm just saying.
It's on my phone, but I don't know if that's reasonable.
Well, I'm gonna mute you though while Rip talk. You can finish, Rip.
So I'm just saying. We have the cases, and they're still up. And none of those women, none of them were like, you know what? I make 100,000. It's okay if he makes 42.5 because it's just good to have a man in the house. He's got to make her life easier. And that was what he was saying. He's like, it's not just enough to be a man. He has to make her life easier. So most women who make 100K are looking for a man who makes 100K at least, right? But men who make 100K are not necessarily looking for a woman who makes 100K. So that's where I think a lot of the ideas are very different here about what makes up levels when you were talking about that. Because you were talking about a minute ago about if you're looking for a certain type of woman, a woman who's getting a master's and PhD. I'm like, those women ain't looking at the regular 9 to 5, 42,500, which is the median income for a black male in the United States. They're not looking for the average man. And when you take away the median, you're talking about 50% of men don't qualify for you. So, like, you know, you've taken away a large portion of them. And then of that, who are single, who are over, most of them wanted a man taller than them. So you're talking about a man over 5'8", 5'9", who's single, who makes at least 42.5. Really, they're talking about 100,000. These are very few men. And so that's where he was coming from. And like a lot of women just could not put those two things together. That how rare that really is. You know, I played just one more thing. I played this game of Guess Who with like some people, and I literally went on the statistics of what this kind of man is. 15% of men are 6 foot or above. That means you got to, out of 100 Guess Who people,
bro, it's child play.
That game, Guess Who? You got to take them little things down. And so I was like, tick, 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 tick. All those guys don't exist to you. Now, 50% of men are married. Tick, tick, tick. You got 7 dudes left out of 100. Now now you get to an income of 100 grand or greater. You're at 2 men. 1 man out of 100 fits your category. You know what I mean? And so men are like, look, it's almost that was probably one of my biggest frustrations, and like a lot of women's, like, not you, but like a lot of women's summation of Kevin Samuels is that like they don't listen to the whole context of what these women. You're not saying, hey, my son makes 42.5. Like if you're 60 years old and you're listening, you're like, my son makes 42.5. He didn't go to college. Does he not deserve a woman like you? And like instead of taking up for the men,
I'm gonna stop it again. I hear that noise again. Jessica, I think that might be you, because when I mute you, I can't hear it. Yeah, I don't hear it now. Unmute
just
yourself.
like Kevin Samuel said,
that's not me. That's not me.
You sure?
It was coming from the other one while he was talking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not me.
Okay.
Hey, it's
but
not
I get
me, bro. I still heard it when I was muted.
Yeah, I heard it too. I don't know where it's coming from.
I still heard it when I was muted, so I don't know what you're talking about.
It was coming from the one that was just talking. Like, it's not there now.
Yeah, I don't hear it now. So yeah, I couldn't tell who it was, because it sounded like it was you when I muted you, but now it ain't doing it at all.
Yeah, it's not me. It's not me.
Okay.
But I would say this, like, everything that he said, we could go around in circles all day about, you know, this, that, and the third. But honestly, everybody's going to have their difference of preference and what they like, what they're looking for, all of that. But when you're talking about a man looks, like you said, a man looks for certain things in a woman that's different from what a woman is looking for in a man. It's just, that's natural. So a man is not wrapped up. A man does not come to the table looking for how much a woman makes, because he's not looking at her. He doesn't care about her career and her accolades. Like, as such as if she has a PhD, that man's not saying, well, I can only date a woman that has a PhD. He's not doing that. He's not worried about her career and her money when he's coming to the table with his own money.
Now, let me ask y'all. That's a good point. Now, we're going to take it to another topic. Now, do y'all feel, men or women too, do you feel that when people get a certain age, do their value drop? Do women's value drop after a certain age, and do men's value drop?
No, my bad to cuss, but hell no, bro. A woman could look good at 38, bro, and still have herself completely everything. A man can have himself tailored up when he's 40 still. And still look good.
Kevin Samuels, but hold on. Kevin Samuels said at a certain age, and I'm not saying I agree with him, that women value drop after a certain age. But do y'all agree with that?
Yeah, it do. It do if they don't keep themselves up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're not staying sharp, my brother, you is out. Like,
also,
you're not staying sharp.
Okay.
Well, let's be real. Let's be very frank here.
Okay,
one person at a time.
I completely understand black don't.
No, I get what you're saying. No, I'm 35, right? So me dating another 35-year-old woman, we'd have to get down the path of, I have no children. So we have to get down the path. There's certain decisions in your life that have to be made much earlier for a woman than for a man. And one of those decisions is child. So if you're, and I'm just picking a number, 52, and you know, we know children is most likely off the table here, unless you Mariah Carey. So the value to me as an upwardly mobile man for getting married would be lower, right? Because that's to me. But
hey, bro, I think you got some static in your
Yeah, I think so too, bro. It sounds like it might be you. It stopped all of a sudden now.
What say, is it me now?
Okay, it's not. I don't know who it is now. Yeah, you
It
can
happens when
Okay,
he's
man.
speaking. It's
Oh,
like
yeah, I was just saying that men have two different like ideas of what those things are. So it's like the value to me as a man who's like looking to marry for love and for long term and building a family together is a big difference than someone who's like, okay, I'm 60 and I'd like to get married. We're not looking for kids. We're probably have already experienced a lot of life together, and so it just all depends on the age of which and what you're trying to do. I mean, because if I'm a 60-year-old man,
The maturity.
I could get a 40-year-old woman or a 35-year-old woman, you know. And
It's
so,
the
like, why would I
maturity
get a
of it.
60-year-old woman?
I think
It's the maturity level.
I think it just depends. Like for instance, most men can have babies till they go in the grave. Okay, y'all sperm levels are y'all gonna do what you're gonna do. Most of the time, if a man's 60, 70 or whatever, and he want to have a baby, he can have a baby. A woman normally, and like I said, I believe in the good Lord, so I know that women can have babies when they're 50 and 60, but realistically, most of the time in your mid 30s and above, they start saying you're at high risk and it's harder to have children. So we do understand that aspect. So when it comes to the value of a woman or value of a woman or a man, sometimes that does take a part in when a man is dating a woman, because he's looking at certain things where, okay, if I want to have children, if I want to do certain things, my value is not decreasing like a woman's value in that aspect. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And most men don't normally look for an older woman because of those things, depending on where they're at in their life. You know what I'm saying? Because for me, like I said, I'm 33 and my boyfriend is 30. I'm 34. I'm sorry. I'm 34 and my boyfriend is 30. He doesn't have any kids and I have 2 kids. You see what I'm saying? So, but when you see both of us together, people always say to us, y'all look like y'all are in your 20s. So it really depends on
how did that work out?
Huh?
I said, how did that work out? No kids.
How did what work out?
That's what I was thinking. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, that's a good one.
No, I know that's really good because I'm speaking from a man's perspective, and my parents always told me never to get a woman that already has kids because you're not going to be walking around raising another man's kids because that's his fucking problem. Excuse my language, but that's his responsibility.
And see,
you know
I disagree with people that put that narrative because of the fact.
No, the hell no. Please don't, because my parents raised me right. I'm not
talking about, I'm saying I had a stepfather. Okay? That's what I'm saying. I had a stepfather. I had a man who came along that took care of me and my brother, as well as my mother. And I came from a single household. So there are some men that love children. And
those are good men. Those are good men. No, don't get me wrong. I sometimes be like, Mom, Dad, you're not really like saying the right things, but I get where they're coming from. You still have that let's say that demon. Let's just say that you still have him playing with you while you have kids. And while you don't while he's not around that time, if that makes sense.
What?
You know what he's saying. You know what he's saying, right?
You know what I'm saying, right? If I get in a relationship with you, I don't want to be talking to your husband or your ex-boyfriend while I'm talking to you.
Right. That's what he's saying. He's saying that
I don't want to talk to your ex-boyfriend or your baby's daddy while I'm talking to you. I want to be talking to you as a woman, and we have clear lane. You don't have a clear lane when you have kids, and that's okay. You stepped up as a mother, and God gave you a blessing. God gave you a blessing, and that's what He gave to you. So it's okay for you to have it, but for you to bring somebody else in there and have him take care of the kids while you're taking care of the kids, then that's kind of fucking with the kid's head.
I would say this though.
Hold on.
I'm trying to understand what he's saying.
23.
Hold on, right?
He's 23.
I'm 23 and I'm not explaining it correctly because, I got ADHD and this shit is pretty exciting to me.
He's 23.
Okay.
Because I've been in a lot of relationships and I understand that
23.
All I'm saying is that I don't want to talk to your baby daddy while I'm talking to you. I don't want to be in my head fighting with your baby daddy while I'm trying to talk to
that's
you.
an assumption that a lot of men have.
It's not an assumption, love. It's something that men go through. You probably don't realize it because you don't go through it.
Wait a minute. Are you speaking from experience or what someone
I'm
else is
speaking
telling
from
you?
experience. I'm
Well,
speaking
one
from
y'all gotta talk at a time now. Okay,
love, my love, my love, my love. I'm speaking from experience. I told you I've been in damn near over 20 relationships, and this shit is still the same. They're still toxic.
When you were scared,
bro, I was having fun.
All right, let her talk now.
Okay, now my boyfriend is here, and he can tell you firsthand. When I date a man, my man does not have to deal with the other man.
Because you're mature. That's a mature relation. You're a mature person.
It's a mature. Listen, when my kids and their fathers, we deal with each other. He doesn't have to deal with anything dealing with them. At the end of the day, people make mistakes. Kids come in this world how they come into the world. You know, nobody's is exempt. Okay.
After you get done, I got something to say.
Nobody's exempt. If you're out here having sex, you can make a baby, whether you're in a marriage, relationship, whatever. Things happen. People don't always stay together. So people have to have a mature relationship with each other to raise the children. So at the end of the day, as long as the kids are being raised with love and compassion and maturity, it takes two mature adults to raise children. Now, my boyfriend doesn't deal with that. He doesn't deal with the other man.
And that's good because you're controlling it. But what old boy was trying to say, the 23-year-old said that a lot of men get in a relationship with women who can't control the baby daddy. They get hurt. Some of them get killed. Sometimes they'll be still messing with the nigga. And then
I can understand that.
And that's just not your situation. And I'm not saying all women or all women are like the ones the 23-year-old said, but there's a lot of women out here and men get involved with them that the women are acting like they're not messing with the baby daddy no more. And then he's still having sex with her. He confused. And then you get involved in a situation, then you might mess around how to fight this nigga.
Right. And then here's the other thing. She's different.
Right? That goes both ways.
Like
I date men with that have children.
Right.
And still have to deal with.
Right. I think the thing that a lot of guys have problems with is I'm funding it. I think that's where the issue comes in, is that at some point I'm funding it. If we bought a 5-bedroom house, 2 of them bedrooms for the 2 kids, and the other 3 for us. That's how men see it. This big old house, I could go get a 3-bedroom, but I got to get a 5 because we got these 2 other kids. I'm funding it, even if we're splitting 50-50. I could get a $1,000 house, but I got a $3,000 house because I have to split these other 5 rooms. That's how men look at it. I couldn't
only if you're dealing. Can I say something? With a woman that's not trying to build with you. I have 2 kids. I don't put all my responsibility on my boyfriend.
I'm gonna let my boy Prime talk next. He ain't said nothing after you get done.
I don't put all that pressure on him because we come into the situation building. I already hold my own before he even came into the picture. So when he comes into the picture, he already understands this is a woman that's self-sufficient on her own. Right. And when he comes into the picture, we're building together. He even wants kids. You know
that's what I was about to say. I'm trying to say, you better be able to have a baby, because he ain't gonna do his 2 kids and not have his own child come out of there and be spending on 2 kids that aren't his. I think a lot of people don't understand the situation that we're talking about here.
I still heard some static and shit.
Oh, my bad. Maybe it's my mic. I'll change it. But all I'm saying is that he's talking about 2 kids, and those kids, you getting one more. He may get one more kid out of this. There's a difference between that and he getting no more kids.
I know what you're saying, bro. I know what you're saying.
He ain't getting no more kids out of it. It's a whole other story. He's raising 2 other people's children.
I got something to say though. I will say this. I think women get offended when men say they don't want to take on somebody else. Like, a lot of men have said to
but you can't get offended by that.
A lot of men do tell young men. I've heard men say, don't date a woman with kids. They're not saying that you shouldn't. It's going to be men that always do it. We're not saying that bad about it. It's just like, if you want to start your own family, you don't want to deal with no mess, maybe you shouldn't.
Hey, keep this shit 100 though. Hey, most dudes, most 30-year-old men ain't looking for no ready-made family.
No, they're not. But
hell no. They don't make their own.
Let me say this. You guys men will say they don't want to start a family or be with a woman that already has children, but a lot of men have 2 and 3 children already.
That'll work. That's cool.
So
and women don't want to date them
Yeah,
either.
but
Women don't want to date them.
you gotta see it from our perspective too. We look at those niggas like, okay, you already got a kid, brother. Are you doing something
right.
good to provide for those kids?
Women
We're
want
looking at it
kids.
the same way y'all look at y'all women. I'm telling you, it's
There's
just that
women out here. But hold up, though. There's women out here that don't want to date men with 3 kids, 3 baby mamas. So you know it's go the same.
Yeah, but it's not the same stigma as it is with a woman.
Because the kids don't live with you.
Deal with a man. How do you think a man gets 3, 4, 5, and 6 baby mamas? Somebody
same way the woman gets 6. The same way the woman do. They go out here and mess with 6 people.
But a man,
they go around and fuck around. That's how you get it.
Kids over here and still go out and find a woman and don't have the same stigma as a woman. So this is all I'm saying. It's not the fact that a woman gets offended. It's the fact that don't put something out there that you yourself would not. You're expecting something that you yourself is not. You're not bringing to the table the same thing.
Yeah, I got something to say after you done.
For instance, if a man has children already, you don't need to sit there and judge another woman that has children. Now, for those single men, if they don't have children, then you go find somebody that don't have children and find a family. To each his own. But you don't judge somebody based off of what they decide.
Yeah, I do have something to say though. I've seen situations when I've seen women, when a man comes in a situation, he take care of somebody else's kids, he get looked at as a good man. And I think that's crazy because like, why are you a good man because you took care of somebody else's kids? You should be a good man.
Because you're providing, bro. It's always a man who cool. Provide, bro. And that's
I understand it. No, what I'm saying is he shouldn't be looked at as a good man because he can still be a horrible person to take care of somebody else's kids. I think sometimes women, when they see a man that will take care of a ready-made family, he becomes a superhero. And I don't think it should be like that. And the dude who don't want to do it becomes like, oh man, he horrible person. You're not a horrible person. You're not a horrible person, man or woman. If you don't want to take care of the man,
I don't think it's constant to that reasoning. I think if he's a good person, and
I'm not
saying together, right? He's a good person. He decided to be a father figure to these children. That's great. If you don't decide, then that's also okay. Like that's your decision.
Right, because they use the word step up. Men are very
step up. But I'm not trying to say
that
it's bad
like
to provide.
Step up.
The reason why it's looked at like that is no different than Mother's Day and Father's Day. Women are glorified because a lot of times women are the ones that are taking care of their children. Not saying all. Hold on, wait. I'm not saying all men. Hold on. I'm not saying there are not any good men out here that are taking care of their kids. Because there are, but a lot of men are abandoning their household or leaving the woman to raise the children. So when another man comes in that's taking care of these kids that don't belong to him, they automatically say, oh, that's a good man. Because the original man that made the kids, he's not even raising them.
You know why women are glorified on Mother's Day, in my opinion, is because that they look at women just like when a woman gets child support or she can it's just pretty much like the woman is the weaker in the situation. So y'all get glorified because they thinking like the woman has it harder and the man is the provider. We don't supposed to cry. That's why men don't get valued on Father's Day the same because it's not equal in that situation. It's not equal, to be honest.
Yo, they tried to ban Father's Day.
A woman
it ain't the same.
They tried to ban Father's Day.
The women are okay. Going back to
you
when
said
children
women are glorified on Mother's Day because you think that we're considered weaker.
Well, I'm not really weaker. What I'm trying to say is women are looked at.
He's trying to say something else.
Like men put women. We always told do this for the woman. Put the woman above. She's the person you got to protect. So
that's why I said only women, dogs, and children get unconditional love.
The sons are being taught that your mother is more valuable, and on Mother's Day they get showed more appreciation. The father, you know what I'm saying?
Thanks.
Like you better do this. You better do that. You gotta do this. You a man. You gotta do this. You better do this. You better work. It's like a woman can get out here on the street, put up a sign saying she ain't got nowhere to go. Somebody gonna give her a place in the school. A man do it. They go like, get your ass a job. Motherfucking get off that corner trying to look crazy. A man is not gonna get treated the same as a woman. A man on the street and a woman on the street with a sign, the woman on the street gonna get looked down. The man gonna get looked down, the woman gonna get looked at. Oh, you better help her.
Here's Here's
How
the
many
thing.
men are you
The reason why boys glorify, I'm going back to what you said originally. The reason why women are glorified is because without us, you wouldn't be here. First of all. Secondly, it's about yes, you can't give birth.
You can't get
Well,
pregnant without a
hey,
man.
I was
But
gonna
here's the
say
One
thing.
at a time now.
You cannot give birth, regardless of what. You cannot give birth. So a little boy is gonna look after and
So,
nurture his mother, right?
let me
She's
ask you
gonna
a
look after
question.
his mother. Wait a minute, does not make us feel weak. I think again, my generation respects women. We understand like it's supposed to be a certain way. Men these days, you guys are what I consider weaker, because then you want people to coddle. You want people to say, don't go out there and take care of yourself and get off and like stop feeling sorry for yourself. You don't like that. But when we say it, it's not cool.
Now, I didn't mean that women are weaker. What I was saying, definitely we
Men
know
are
women
sensitive.
physically.
All
Hold
I
up, bro. I
gotta
gotta
say.
talk. You gotta let me talk. You keep interrupting. Women are physically weaker, but that don't mean y'all are weak. We just know by nature the man is the strongest one in the relationship. And you said earlier that a woman should be valued more because she give birth. But how can you give birth without a man? It can't be no man. It can't be nobody if you don't have both. It got to be
Sweetheart,
That's true.
that has nothing to do with actually growing a human being and pushing it out of a hole the size,
Okay,
the size
back
of a
to
lemon. Okay, it's totally different. So I get what you're saying, but you don't grow human beings. You don't even have the capability to grow. So there is a total difference.
okay.
I get what you're saying.
I'll say this.
You froze. She froze up for some reason.
I'll say this. I get what she's saying in the yellow, because of course without a woman there wouldn't be humans,
Right.
but without a man we can't have children. I mean, the value, we both are valued. I mean, the man, honestly, and this just goes back to why I say women
Don't make this a
are
sexist thing.
the women are normally glorified on Mother's Day because how a lot of things are set up now. When you look at families, the man is absent a lot of times. It's not, you don't normally hear about a man just having his children all the time. Where are the children normally? With the mother.
Right.
That's normally where the children are.
Because the man, but that's anytime, even in a relationship, the man supposed to be out here
Can I say
providing.
something real quick, Brody?
Well, hold
Can I
up.
say something real
I'll
quick?
let you talk. I'll let you get through. The woman is gonna be with the child more because she birthed them. She's at home. The man got to be out here working. He got to be out here providing.
Not
today. The family court, even with 50-50, even with man petitions to have children 50-50 custody, there is still a custodial parent. And that custodial parent will still be offered child support. I mean, we're making it seem like just because the man's not there, that it's because he has chosen to abandon the children.
We're not talking about that.
But sometimes men abandon the wife, and she feels that he's abandoned the children as well.
Exactly, and that's some shit I was going through.
This is what I say.
That's something that I was going through. I had thought that I had a baby, and the baby mother was wanting to be with me, but her thought of being with me and not us being together for the kid was the fucked up part, because she wanted to be with me and not be with me to be with the baby as well. If that makes sense.
Well,
she wanted to be with me.
But all of this goes back to, okay, I'm going to say this. This goes back to, this is why I always say men have to understand their value. Because just like she said before, women, we birth the child, but without the man's seed, we can't have a child. So the man has to be very wise of where he sticks his dick. And you are the one. I don't care if I go lay with my man right now. I could say I want to have a baby with you all day. I could say, let's make a baby. But he's in control of when he's going to release. So until you decide, men have to make wiser decisions of who they choose to have a baby, to choose to carry their seed. So a lot of times when these men are whether it's a casual sex, whether it's in a relationship, whether it's in a marriage, you have to be wise of who you decide to put that seed up in there. And when you do, it doesn't matter what comes up after that, you need to take care of that responsibility because you knew the consequences of your actions. But this comes with two, not one, two mature adults.
Yeah, I agree.
True. I was gonna.
And
Can I
that's the
say
problem
something real
in
quick?
today's society. So we can throw up child support and all this because I'm going to tell you, I raised both of my kids by myself. I don't get child support at all. Do you understand what I'm saying? I believe personally, child support is for men who don't take care of their kids. Now, I do believe nobody can force anybody to do anything. I don't believe anybody can force anyone to do anything, but I didn't lay there and get myself pregnant. You understand?
Right.
A man should take care of his responsibility, but I can only control myself. So my life doesn't stop because of what a man chose not to do. I'm going to move on and raise my children and be happy.
Okay, but hey, you know your boyfriend, right? It ain't too many men out here like your boyfriend that's willing to sign up and take care of some more kids.
And you wouldn't want your child to do it.
Shit.
But hey,
let me tell you something.
Shit.
I've never had a problem attracting a man with or without my children.
About that.
Oh yeah, you can attract them. You can attract them. They ain't gonna take care of your kids.
Listen, you can't.
They ain't taking care of your damn kids now.
For my boyfriend, I have never had a problem with a man coming in and wanting to provide for me and my children. Not one.
Shit, I don't believe that shit.
You can disagree, but once again, I don't come to the table looking for certain things that y'all are having a struggle with certain women.
I think that's the thing.
No, they don't. This don't apply to me because I don't. You know what I'm saying?
Not y'all.
Hold on. What was you about to say, Brian?
No, I said it don't apply to me, man, because I'm not going out here looking to take care of nobody's kids.
Facts. Fuck them kids. Respectfully. I'm sorry. Fuck them kids. Respectfully. I'm just saying.
Hey, bro. You
be mindful because when you're out here having casual sex, anything can happen. So you might be in a situation where somebody's saying "fuck your kids" because
that's what we're.
But let's be honest though.
Plan on having children. But
let's be honest though, the average 30-year-old dude ain't going out here looking to take care of nobody else's kids.
And that's fine. To each his own. I don't judge anybody. You do what you do. So if that's what you do, then you choose a woman that don't have children. But I'm gonna tell you this: men say a lot of stuff about frowning upon a woman that doesn't have children. But a lot of these women that don't have children, y'all bump into the struggle of a woman not knowing how to be a real woman. So she might not have kids, but she ain't got a peace of mind. She don't know how to build a house. She can't cook and she can't clean. She ain't a woman of substance. So there are a lot of young men out here and even older men that would prefer to be with a woman that has children because she knows how to do all those things and she understands.
Hey, check this out. If what you say is true, why is it so many single mothers out here that's not married?
For every single mother, but I can tell
you know what I'm saying?
I'm not speaking for every single mother, but what I'm saying is to each its own. If you want to go out there and find a woman with no children and start a family, then you do that. And if you don't, so be it. All I'm saying is you have to gravitate to what works for you. So like I said, my example is if you meet a woman with no children, right?
I got something to say.
She has no children,
but
she is career driven. She's all about money. And that's what she's looking for with you. You better have your money together. You got to have this. You got to have that. And she's hell in high water, right?
Yeah, I got something to say that you said earlier. You said that getting with a woman with kids mean men are choosing them because they can cook. There's a lot of women out here with kids can't cook. Or they don't clean, or they don't provide. Not all women, but just because a woman got kids don't mean she know how to cook.
He didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
No, they use themselves as the best example. They always have to. Everybody has to mature.
Same thing. A single woman may not can cook, clean, and all that. What I'm saying
is true. That's true.
This is what I'm saying. If you are a single man that's looking for a woman with no children, and then you compare her to a woman that already has children, right? A woman that already has children understands certain things. Not in all cases, because we already know it's different strokes for different folks. But I'm going to speak for myself, and I'm pretty sure the woman in the yellow can understand what I'm saying too, because she has her own children as well. Women that have real women that have already had children we are not selfish. We understand certain principles of love, compassion, and understanding. We understand how to build, and we look for certain things because of what we have been through. A person that does not have children, a lot of times don't always understand that. Now, can you get a person that's single with no children and be happy? Yes. Can you be with someone that has had children and be happy?
I got a question to ask you, women. Now, if y'all got sons and y'all raising sons,
Right.
do you teach your son to get with a woman that has kids, or do you teach your son to go start his own family? I want to ask that question.
Right.
I'm not going to tell my son either way, because if my son happens to fall in love with someone that has children and he was raised by a single mom, that's actually me making myself, like me telling him, don't date a single
Right.
when your mother was a single parent and raising him impeccably well.
Right.
And I will say this. Wait a minute. I will say this for the gentleman that said something about why are there so many single mothers. One, we've been there, done that. I'm single because I want to be. Trust me, there's not a shortage of men trying to see me or be with me on a regular basis, and it's not just the play. So don't get it twisted. You can't put a stigma and say that about every single woman. I'm single.
Hey, check this out though. But it's a fact though. It's a fact.
Let me tell you.
It's not a fact. If there are more single mothers, wait, more children born to single mothers than not, I can prove that one.
Can I finish, please? If I'm telling you that it's a choice for me, and I'm living proof, how is that a fact for every single mom?
Okay, you say it's a choice. Now, why would you choose not to have the kids falling in life, man?
Because of certain men that I'm coming across, and when
there's certain men that you chose that man.
Here's the thing, because I'm not choosing to settle. Again,
but you chose to have a kid by him though.
Wait a minute. Did you hear what I have to bring to the table? I'm not settling.
But I'm saying though, you said you ain't settling, but you had a kid by him.
He's saying you already did. But men see that as a marriage. They see a kid. He must have been a good dude to lay down and have his baby.
I have children. My youngest children are twins, and they're 8. I choose to be by myself.
Yeah, but why would you choose to have why would you choose to have kids by a man that ain't gonna be there?
Right, that's what he's saying.
Okay,
wait a minute. Who says he's not part of their life? Just because I'm a single mom does not mean that.
But you said you just said he ain't bringing enough to the table.
I did not say that. I said, did you not hear what I have to bring to the table? So I'm not settling.
That's what I'm saying. So you say you're not settling. So
hold on. Because me and their father aren't compatible, why settle and be unhappy?
But y'all had a baby together.
That
doesn't mean anything. You
can.
So
that doesn't mean that you thought you guys. Wait. That doesn't mean you guys thought at one point you were compatible. You just have a baby willy nilly with anybody.
Wait,
no.
When did I say I have a baby willy nilly with someone?
Well, no, I'm asking you.
What you're saying?
Hey, I just got one question.
What you're saying is that if you decide to have a baby with someone and you two grow apart for whatever reason, you're going to stay miserable and show your kids that you need to settle for being miserable instead of going on and living your life. Am I right?
Hey, let me just ask you this question.
Somebody else. You got to put the kids above you. You got to put the kids above you. I thought we're doing what's the kids.
But there's a difference.
You ain't getting beat. If you ain't getting beat,
being compatible and being great parents together, and them being together as a relationship.
We co-parent very well. We get along well as co-parents. We didn't get along well as being together.
Men see it as a marriage. We see it as a marriage.
Let me ask the men a question. Okay, how many women have y'all had casual sex with that y'all and probably unprotected or had some slip-ups that there could have been a baby that came from this?
Hey, we don't play that coulda, woulda, shoulda.
I'm gonna say I don't know what the good of.
Okay,
we were responsible men. Wait, hold on. We were responsible men when we were younger, and we chose not to have a child. You guys get with the most loose seed niggas out there, and then say all men are not good at this. There's only 20% of men have these kids.
Decision to have sex. A child can possibly.
No, I got something to say after this.
No,
Kevin Samuels.
No, let me address homeboy said something about loose ass niggas willy nilly. First of all, my children's fathers are very upstanding men. We're not in relationships together because we chose to be happy apart and co-parent our children. Third,
Hey, how many?
That has nothing to do with the fact that you guys choose men who already have kids or will have more kids.
Let me finish. One, it's my life and I chose to do that.
Right.
But I'm also telling you this. Everybody that has a child and that's not with that parent doesn't mean that I had a child by a deadbeat ass nigga.
Right.
So
Then
don't
why
say
aren't you
shit like
with
that
him?
because that's being
You don't understand this. If he's good
know.
enough to have a baby with, he's good enough to marry. That's how men see it.
That's
okay.
You're
Really? Y'all lay down and reproduce. That's the hardest thing to do for a man. Is have his baby.
Was
like.
Hey,
What's up? The situation was good enough to have the baby.
It does not matter. I'm not going to stay with somebody if I'm not happy.
Hey, how many baby daddies you got?
Like anytime you have sex with someone, you can have a baby.
Right. I'm saying you're choosing to carry the baby. Okay, let's go even past that. Let's go past that. You had the baby. 2 days later, you didn't take the plan B.
They're not in relationships. Men are having one night stands and going and having sex with women just because that's what they want to do. Everybody's not in a relationship. Let's be realistic on that.
You're going to go next, Rip, so we can get one person at a time.
Let's be realistic. Anytime you have sex, I don't care what it is. Anytime you have sex, there's a possibility of a baby that can come along. Whether you use protection, the condom can break. Whether a woman is on birth control, the birth control may not be 100%. Everybody's situation and circumstance is not the same. So we can judge a person and say, oh, well, were you married? Did this come along? Were you in a relationship? It does not matter. It's supposed to
matters.
Be no, it
Hell
doesn't.
yeah, man.
It matters to men. Whether you had a baby out of wedlock or in wedlock. It matters in your church. It matters to every religion in this world. It matters.
Follow what I'm saying. A lot of people are not waiting till they get married to have sex.
Okay, I'm gonna let Rip.
If you're having sex with anybody, I don't care when it happens, whether you're out of a marriage, it just casual sex in a relationship, there is a possibility of a baby.
We all agree with that. We agree with that.
So
we're going past that.
If we all agree on that part.
I mean, that's common sense.
Right. You can drive a car and get an accident, but I don't drink and drive. That's what we're talking about.
Are you gonna let me get to the next point then? If we all can agree to that, if we all can put a pin in and agree to that, right?
Right.
Every situation and circumstance is different from that point.
I disagree with that.
What?
I disagree with that.
You disagree with what?
That each circumstance is different. I listen to a woman and I hear she has a child. I don't want to know anymore. It's all I need to know.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let's back it back up. What don't you agree with? Okay, men and women get together for different reasons, do they not? So if you disagree with what I'm saying, then every man and woman should be married before having a baby. That's how
I agree. I agree with that.
Okay, but how many women have you had sex with and you're not married?
Hey, you talking from a Christianity point of view.
Okay,
this is a jump. Wait, hold on. This is a jump. This is a jump. You've gone from a woman I've been with. I crush that little plan B up in the orange juice in the morning, and then I say you're going to go over here, and then we're going to get the misoprostol and the mifepristone. And you're going to take the pill. You'll take one today.
If I don't choose to take
up to 20 weeks. You choose to have You're choosing to have this baby. But my point is, in 2022, you're choosing to have this baby.
That's we could choose. We could choose to give you child support.
I'm saying 2022, you choose to have the baby. You get everything that comes along with it. You better make sure that you are with the right kind of man. You can't do it because it's so personal to you. But if I have a daughter, I'm going to say, look, you need to use 3 forms of birth control if you're going to be out here thoughting and plotting. Because there is a risk of having. I agree with you. There is a risk of having pregnancy. Therefore, you need to be ultra careful about what you do. A car can kill people. You have to be ultra careful about how you drive. That's all I'm saying. Misuse of the item can cause abuse of it, which can cause you to die, be injured, and have other problems. So when you are driving, you have to take that into account when you're driving and when you're having sex. You got to protect yourself, and you have to protect yourself in multiple ways. The car has airbags. There's a multiple than one way that you protect yourself. You don't use one. I use many. I use a condom. I use Plan B. I use the Biff Post-on Alchemist. I make sure that the person I'm with is somebody I would like to marry. Wait, hold on. I'm not doing casual sex, so maybe that's where you're coming from, and I'm not doing that. So what I do is I'm not doing that anymore. Let me put it that way. What I'm saying is that. Oh, go ahead.
You're so passionate about that, and I appreciate that. But all of my children were planned.
That's great. That's wonderful. You're planning to be a single mother. I don't like that. I don't think that's what he's talking about.
You know what? And you're entitled to your opinion. And I'm not going to stay with somebody I'm not necessarily happy with.
If you, like Kevin Samuel said, if you want to die alone, you can.
And so can you.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Let me ask y'all a question though. Kevin Sanders did say a lot of women, he don't understand why they get mess with somebody and then have a kid by them. Why can't they have sex with somebody and not have a kid and go on?
Right.
Like,
You have to have sex.
And it's a lot of times men do it too. It seems like what's the problem with having sex with them and not having a kid? Why you gotta have a kid by them if you ain't gonna be with them? They want
to have a child. Like I'm at the age now, I want to have a child.
But you okay? Let me ask you a question. You want to have a child by somebody and don't want to be with them? That don't make no sense.
It's not about being with them or not. There's a difference between being in a relationship and being in a co-parent, and he's a good father, and he's able to financially or be able to take care of the kids. That's not my initial intent of going in and just screwing somebody to have a baby. But if I'm ready to have a child, I should be able to make that.
Hey, see, that's the problem right there. That's the problem right there. A lot of women is content with being a single mother.
There's no problem. You're not going to see me You're not going to see me diss my child's father because I'm mindfully going into it saying me and you are going to have a child. Whether in a relationship, awesome. If
I'm going to tell you why I hated Kevin Samuel so much, because he came off as a basher to women, but he really was trying to help y'all and say, you shouldn't be content to be no baby mom. You shouldn't be content to be inside.
Right.
This is tone and the reasoning.
Y'all needed to be on his show.
Sometimes only that tone can get across, though. Sometimes
but you can say it respectfully, right? Just on this call alone, somebody calls somebody loosey goosey. That's not respectful.
Yeah, that's
not
different.
At all.
It's
not funny.
Another woman
said that.
I'm talking about the man. I said somebody who's loose with his teeth.
Hey, I think a lot of women are naive, man, when it comes to shit like that. You think a lot of men out here are beating down the doors to take care of your kids and shit. This shit is not reality.
If that's your reality, that's fine. But I know a lot of women that have children and other men are in the are dating that woman. I'm not even gonna say
right. Yeah, they fucking, man. They fucking
strictly casual.
Reality.
Well, strictly casual. I ain't married. I ain't moving in. She ain't moving in with me.
That's fine. That's your truth. And to live by it. That's your standard.
All I know is, man, the statistics say different though.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like we're living in an alternate reality where there's tons of women out here getting married who are single mothers and da-da-da. I'm like, this is not happening. It's not happening.
Well, this is my thing. If you at any point in time, like this is what I kept saying in the beginning. At any point in time, two people have sex, anything can happen. A child can come from that. So
if you got 3 kids, you were not trying.
Why is marriage rate so low? If all of the men here are so accurate about their percentages, then marriage rate would be higher. Because all of y'all would have married the woman that y'all had a baby with.
We don't have babies. See, we're the men that you look over. What we're saying is this. Let me say it for like my 23-year-old brother here. He's saying, you know what? F the car, F the house, F all that. This man is never leaving. He will never leave you. That's worth more than diamonds and gold and all the other things that you look at on the outside for. And like my young lady said earlier, his character, who he is, I'm never leaving. I'm that nigga. That's who I am. What's the most important is what my gravestone says. But that would not be the thing that attracts the woman. And that's all we're trying to say. He's like, look, that's not going to get me women. The fact that I know I'm staying and I ain't going to beat you and I'm going to come home with that check and give it to you and do all these kind of things and be wonderful to you. And we may live the rest of our lives, but it's not enough. And so men see it as like this. It's like there's men out here who don't have kids. And you pick 20% of men have all these kids. You know what I mean? Right. Dude got 33 kids in Memphis. I met the man in Nashville who got 50 something. I mean, can we be real here? If we raise our daughter to say, hey, you know what? Look, don't look at that dude. Look at this dude. You know what I mean? So I don't care about his fact when he looks like
it doesn't matter.
But that doesn't mean that man is a good man.
They didn't even listen to what you said.
Hey, this shit went right over their head.
Right.
We've been listening.
I'm trying.
These loosey gooseys.
No,
see, that's the disrespect. It's disrespect.
From the very beginning. Okay, let me ask y'all something. When was the first time? What age did y'all start having sex? What age?
17.
Hey, see, you talking about? Hey, you keep talking about some what ifs.
I want to hear what y'all to say.
Hey, listen though, you keep talking about some what ifs.
When did you start having sex? It's a direct question. It's not a what if.
Okay,
it is.
I think she's trying to say, what if that woman got pregnant? That's what he's saying. We're not playing with it. We did not get pregnant. I pulled out. I wore a condom. I managed to take the Plan B the next day.
All right, I'm gonna ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Now, you said when was the first time men on here had sex? And then what are you gonna say after that? Okay, let's say they said 15.
Okay,
16,
if you say 15, at 15 years old, you're not looking at that girl to marry her and have a family.
We know that.
At 15 years old, you're having sex. You're doing what makes you feel
hold
good,
on.
right?
Hey, where the if it? Hey, go ahead and put the if in there.
Let me ask you a question.
It's not an if.
Let me ask you a question though. You said it's 15 years out here not having sex and don't got no goals of being with the woman. It's 35 years old people doing the same thing.
What I'm saying at 15 years old, you mean to tell me when you were 15 years old, you had sex with a girl. The first thing you were thinking is, this gonna be my life. We gonna have some babies together.
No, but it's okay. Goes on with other people
right
too.
There. This is what I'm saying. Put a pin in it right there. At 15 years old, when you decided to have sex with this girl, whether it's you had a condom, she was on birth control. In the event she got pregnant, because accidents do happen. Because I'm one who was on birth control. I took Plan B and the condom broke, and I still got pregnant.
What kind of birth control were you on?
Okay, hold on.
You were on Zippo? That would be the Jesus of babies.
Some dollar store birth
control.
Hey, man.
And I was in college. So there are people out here that are taking the necessary precautions not to have a child. But when you enter into making that mature decision, you then have to understand the consequences behind it. So none of us are exempt when you have sex, because
but we see you talking about a what if with the rest of the people, man. Yours is a reality.
Anything, right? I don't care if you're married, not married, young or old. Anytime you make the mature decision,
that's a what if. You keep talking about a what if.
A child can come behind it.
It can, but it didn't. Wait. You're right. It can, but it didn't.
What I'm saying
that's
is back to what, if you would hear me out and not want to talk over me, because I'm trying to get.
I got a question after she's done.
These some masculine women tonight.
If y'all would listen. At 15, 16, or 17, we're going back to the 15-year-old. In the event that you did everything you needed to do to not have a baby, and she did, and she got pregnant, what do you do then?
But you said that's what it is.
Are we really getting serious here?
She's now pregnant.
Okay, I got a question to ask. How many of y'all women with kids, and when you get to have sex with this man, how many of y'all said we're gonna use a condom? How many made that man use a condom?
They usually say no.
Because I mean, how many of y'all women
you think
did y'all tell that man I want you to use a condom?
Yes.
And you still had a kid? You had a kid when you told
you had 2 kids. Wait, hold on. You got
my second child came because I was married. I got
Oh, okay.
married
That's
when I
different.
had my
Man. That's
second
different.
baby.
That's different.
See how we go?
So-
Oh, that's how men think of marriage. When men go,
No, that's
oh,
not.
that's why
Wait a
it
minute.
explains it for us. It doesn't change it for
You're
you, but it does for us.
You're
Like
still
Kevin
missing
said,
the
you
point
can't
that
speak for the
anybody
single
can
women.
have a baby when you have sex. So if you had a baby, for instance, you had a baby in high school, if the minute that you decide to have sex and someone gets pregnant, regardless if you've done all the necessary precautions or not, that doesn't mean you're exempt from the rest of your life.
But you're more likely not to have a baby if you use a
at
condom.
16
You're
or
more
17.
likely.
Yeah.
People
Hey,
not using condoms.
hey, I
said
heard.
what now?
I mean, you doing a lot of talking, man. But what's your
Right.
point?
You said what?
I say, what's your point?
My
Can't-
point is going back to what I said. Anytime you decide to have sex, you can
We already
possibly have
established that. I
So
mean,
once
like we getting past it.
So if you understand that, why are you trying to judge a person that decides to keep a child, whether they're because
But first off, you married.
Nobody said anything about keeping a child.
Right, you are married. You can't speak for the single women.
Well, no, she had a kid before marriage. She had one before marriage,
y'all
one
keep
after marriage.
talking about people having children and what man doesn't want to have to do this and come into a situation with this, that, and the third. But nobody is exempt when you decide to make that decision to have sex. Y'all just weren't in the situation that it happened
Yeah,
to you.
hey, but
there
look,
are plenty of
but you
people
changed.
out here
You changed the whole subject. What we was
Right, I
talking
don't even know
about was
what
the
you talking
average,
about.
the average 30-year-old dude ain't looking to take care of nobody else's
I got a
kid.
question though. I got a question. I understand what she's saying, but at the end of the day, if you got a kid and he don't, even if he could have had a kid, you can't go off. We trying to say you can't go off ifs and cut-ups and stuff like that.
Okay, so
you're right. Two people have sex. They're putting
Right.
themselves in that situation.
Yes.
But if no kid don't come out of it, what can you say?
We're not
driving
talking
home
about
drunk.
that. We're talking about what y'all keep saying about women having children. They're having children, and a man shouldn't have to come in and take care of the kids, and they're judging a person that already has children. When a
Hell
man,
yeah.
hold on,
We
what?
agree.
Yeah, we judging you.
Okay,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is judge and be judged. Okay,
That shit nasty.
No.
That's what I'm
That
saying,
part of it,
because-
we
So
gonna
when you
go
say
out.
judge and be judged, okay, if this single man judges this woman who has kids he don't want to be with her, how you gonna judge him? Not saying that how you gonna judge him, like you said.
That's not what I'm saying. Y'all are missing a point.
We different.
I'm trying to
I
understand what
already
you're saying.
I already established earlier, if a single man does not
Yeah.
want to be with a woman,
I mean, I think we all know that. We all know that.
You
Okay.
keep talking over me. I can't. Everybody been talking over one another the whole time. I'm trying to get to a point.
But I'm saying you keep saying the same shit over and over.
Right,
We're not changing our mind.
You're not
changing my
listening.
mind. I don't want to marry a single mom. I think
You don't
that you should
have
marry the nigga
to.
who you
I'm
have
not
the baby
saying you have to. What about this don't you understand? If
Okay,
you
okay,
don't
we go.
wanna
Okay,
be with a woman with
can I ask you a
children,
question? What are you trying to say?
What I'm
Right.
saying is, anytime, like I've already mentioned before, a lot of us have had sex before being married.
Damn, she's still saying the same shit.
Okay,
Right.
But y'all keep putting
And
this
some of the other
out
ladies-
here about a person should. Well, y'all should be married before having children. If a woman has a baby with a man, she's supposed to stay with him. Did y'all not say that?
Okay, let me
Did
ask you
y'all
a
not
question.
say that if a woman has a baby with a man,
But,
that
hey-
he should stay with her? Is that a yes or
Her
no?
intent. What we were trying to
Hey,
say.
man,
We
we
not
just trying to
playing these
get to a
games.
point.
We
trying
ain't
to
gonna play these games.
To have a baby with a
She's
man,
asking us
she needs to
questions,
stay
but
with
not
him.
making a
She
statement.
need to do all
Right.
this and that.
She's
But
trying to
at
play games.
15, 16, I'm not playing games. I'm
But you're
being
making asking
realistic.
questions. I make a statement. My statement is it can happen to anybody. So don't you judge me. That's what we're hearing.
I'm
That's what
not
we're hearing.
judging. That's not what I'm saying. Follow what I'm saying, Lord have mercy.
No, hey, man,
If you're 20 years old and you have sex with a girl, because there are plenty of women that y'all have had sex with that you were not intending
Ma'am.
to marry.
Man, I don't think you understand it. We're not talking about a what ifs. We're talking about
That's
reality.
not what I'm
Right.
talking about. Okay.
Kevin
right
Samuel
now,
said
when
y'all
you
be
were in your
doing that. Y'all be
20s,
saying what
when
if.
you were in
I'm
your
sorry. Can I
20s,
interrupt? I'm sorry. I just got one thing to say. Please stop quoting a man that died with a random woman in his house. So clearly he doesn't live by his standards that he was telling y'all and teaching y'all.
Wait, what are you talking about?
They lying.
I
They
get on this
lying.
one.
They lying on his
y'all are
name.
What
missing
do you mean
the
by random?
point. What
I
I'm
am
saying
doing
is
it for the
every
following.
woman-
got caught in a man that was out there swinging his dick left and right.
How do you know? Did you live with him?
This?
Did you live with him?
The woman who called 911 was
I got a question.
He's on a date. He's fucking.
All right, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Now, let me ask you a question though.
He was sleeping with her.
You didn't live with him? You don't know that?
What are you talking about?
What you mean? It's on his death certificate. It's on his public.
What's on his death certificate? What's again?
It's not how do I know. I'm not coming up with this out of my head.
No, wait, say that
Of
again.
course, he wasn't gay. He slept with women.
He was a whole contradiction as to what he was telling you online. Is all I'm saying.
Hold up, now. Where's the contradiction at? Hey, go ahead and tell me where is the contradiction at?
If all of you are quoting and saying Kevin said this, Kevin said don't date a single mother. Kevin did dated single mothers.
Oh, did he date her or did he fuck a single mother?
That's a contradiction.
I'm saying did he date a single mother or did he fuck a single mother?
It's not valuable to me.
Now, let me ask you a question. Now, you said that he was swinging around with different women because he got caught with one. That don't mean he was swinging.
He had other relationships that were public.
He was with one. No, we're not taking up. All we're saying is, how can you make the assumption that he was sleeping with different women because he was with one? He can't be with one woman.
He wasn't just with one, is what I'm saying.
Let me ask you a question. I ain't against you. Who else did they find that he was with?
He was with women while he was alive.
Who were they?
Did he have children?
Can you name?
He had children.
I'm gonna tell you why you was wrong.
He had one child when he was married.
I'm gonna tell you why she's wrong.
The first
But
child,
it
I have the
shouldn't matter.
picture.
I'm gonna tell you why she's wrong.
With the woman he
Because
was married.
He left his wife though, but y'all quoted him saying y'all need to stay with the person you had a child with though.
He didn't leave his wife. His wife left him. She said that. Wait. She said that. Hold on.
No, what I'm trying to say, I ain't want to mute y'all. What I'm trying to say is we don't know who he was with. And I'm gonna be honest.
Right, we agree.
But hold on, a lot of people were saying he was gay. So if he's been with all these women, he got caught with one woman. Now he's all of a sudden a straight guy with a bunch of women. But I remember a lot of women were saying he was a homosexual, he was gay. He can't. It gotta make sense.
Hey,
hold up. Just because he got caught with one woman doesn't mean he was going around living a
hey,
life.
with all due respect, though, you know what I'm saying. Let's get back to the original topic. You know what I'm saying? Because it kept saying shit. That's gone.
Yeah, it is gone. But I'm just saying we don't know what that man
I
was
brought
doing.
it up because somebody quoted Kevin just now, like right before I brought it up. Somebody was quoting. I don't know.
She just mad. She just mad because she fit.
We ignore him now. You talking about the 23-year-old? Come on now.
No.
Okay, we're gonna ask the 23-year-old a question. We're gonna ask the boy Pharaoh a question. Pharaoh,
Right.
Going out on a date, should a woman expect for the man to pay for every date?
Hell no.
So when you go out on a date with women, you don't pay for none of the dates, or do you pay for any of the dates?
Not in hell no. She usually pay me for gas or something.
Hey, now, let me ask you this question right here. Do you actively go out here looking for single mothers that already got a kid and you trying to take care of the kids?
Hell no. I mean, I had sex with them, but I won't do nothing else.
I don't think anybody should do that unless that's what they want to do. Like I've said before in the beginning, you go after what you want. But what I was making a point about earlier was no one is exempt when you have sex. So if you got a girl pregnant at 17, 18, 20, 21, because it can happen at any time, accidents happen. If you got a girl pregnant, it would be her choice to keep that baby. You can't make somebody abort a child.
No, see what you saying. You saying that we want somebody to abort the child. I don't know what the hell you talking about.
Follow what I'm saying. At 20 years old, because let's be realistic, most men are sleeping around.
Wait, you 23?
Picking a girl.
No, she's 34.
Not all. I didn't say all. Please don't get in your feelings. Follow what I'm saying. A lot of men are out here. They see a girl that's attractive and they trying to hit. They're trying to get. They'll do whatever they need to do.
Yeah, but I'm saying
to get some.
But I'm saying where, like, how is that relate? How is that got anything to do with somebody having kids?
Listen to what I'm saying.
But you saying the same thing over and over.
Okay, can you translate, young lady at the top? Could you translate this? The men don't understand.
My boyfriend
We're really
is
trying
right here, and he understands everything.
I thought you said you
get him on here.
Well, no, she had a kid. She got married, and then.
Y'all don't want to hear what I'm trying to say because y'all are so quick to respond.
No, we didn't hear this 50 times in a row.
I still haven't
even
word
got
for
to
word.
the point yet.
His
My
ass
question
look like
is,
a
sir, would
simp.
you be with her if
He
she
look
didn't
like
have
a
if she
simp.
couldn't have any more babies? Sir,
Hey.
I have direct questions for you. Yes and no. You ready for it? Question number one: would you still date her? Would you still be with this woman for lifetime if she could no longer have any children of yours, and you would be raising these other children?
He would.
It's my girl.
You would. Okay. Are you expecting to co-parent with the other fathers?
Well, I don't co-parent with them now.
Have you? My question is this:
Oh, you co-parent now?
Something as simple as bedtime or dating. I don't know how old these kids are, but if they're dating, for example, and the father says that they can only date at 17, and you're okay with dating at 15, who has the authority to decide?
What do you mean? Yes.
You want the kids to go to bed at 9 o'clock. Baby daddy say 10 o'clock's okay. What you gonna do?
He don't, baby daddy.
Bro, hey, I like that. I like that right there.
I want to hear him. Everybody want to talk but the man.
Right, baby daddy still gonna be in them guts.
No.
At the end of the day, bro.
Hey, then you got two baby daddies to deal with.
Sex and women control sex like Kevin Samuel. Kevin Samuel said it himself.
Right.
Control
That's what I'm saying.
and men control relationships.
And can he speak? Because I'm trying to understand how this dynamic is going to work with two baby fathers and you. And I'm trying to understand how you daddy stand up in your house and be like, well, I got to put the seat down. And I'm trying to
daddy always going to be in the gut.
Hey. Y'all niggas ain't got
facts, bro.
I'm really trying to understand. I really want to understand.
Baby father always gonna have points, bro.
Right, he always gonna be in the gut.
Because how society already just because how society already put us down as men.
I'm asking this guy.
Y'all talking generic shit though. Y'all talking generic.
I'm talking about you and your relationship happening right now.
The situation that's going on here.
I'm asking about. That's exactly what I'm asking.
Hey, let me just ask you a question. How many kids you got, bro?
In general, the niggas are not here. The niggas. I can show you this motherfucker right now. We turn the camera around. Ain't nobody here but me.
No, I'm saying, how are you gonna deal with those things? Are those
you gotta take care of some kids?
The niggas ain't here. What part did you fucking get?
wait, what do you mean they're not here physically?
The niggas are not
in
here,
your house.
Bro.
In your town or in your house?
Wait, hey, hold on.
Hey, no, I'm asking because I'm trying to understand. Do the kids go to see the father when they go over there? Do they have different rules?
They're
not in the picture.
They're not in the picture.
Oh, that's different. Wait.
Well, damn, you gotta take care of some kids now.
They're your kids now.
That's what I've been saying to y'all.
Right, you raising another man's kid.
Hey, these niggas are deadbeats.
That's what I'm saying. You can't take care of another man's kid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like that's what I said. You a different type of guy.
You a simp.
With or without.
No, it's better that way. I agree with you. Wait, hold on. I agree. That's the only situation that could work because me having another man, I've had this before, and me having another man being that close to my family and having some kind of influence on it would not work for me. I don't think it would work for you being the kind of man that you are.
That's you.
I'm asking you. I'm asking questions. Yes or no? I guess I'm asking the question. Yes. It matters or it doesn't matter. If she did have the daddy was there all the time, would it matter to you?
No, if the daddy was there, no. Because I mean, he would be doing what he needed to do. That's his kid.
But I'm saying, hey, let me ask you this question right here.
If you guys marry and get divorced, would you still be taking care of all three of the children with child support? Are you getting the McDonald's?
What are you talking about? What are you saying?
I'm saying if you guys get married today, 2022, you get divorced in 2024. You and this young lady right here.
Wait. Earlier, y'all say y'all don't talk.
What if?
What were they saying earlier? They don't.
It's what if?
The what if shit. So it's what if with y'all niggas with.
Or we're not talking about the past. We're talking about the future. What are you going to do? I'm asking you. What are you?
Let me just ask this one question though, right?
Let me say something.
I didn't say what if. I said, are you going to?
What if you weren't a simp?
The word "what if" never came out of my mouth.
I've been married,
and I've also been married and divorced. So you're talking to two people that have been married, that understand marriage and understand that sometimes you get with people that and it doesn't work out. That doesn't
but that's not right.
The one of y'all got two baby two kids.
You're good.
That doesn't mean that you can't move on and have a successful life.
My father was married before. I understand. I'm not
all I was trying to say is that that most dudes ain't like him.
Most dudes
Like he
ain't
gotta
like him.
realize
That's
most
what,
dudes
hey,
ain't
you
like
got
him.
a good
That's
one.
what I'm
There
saying.
is
Right.
that's what I'm saying. There
All
are
right,
a
all
lot
right.
of men,
Facts.
mature
You got a
men
good
that
one. That's all I'm
understand the
saying.
concept of things sometimes do not work out as
She's a good
planned.
woman.
Yeah,
You
we
can
know
That's a
get
that.
whole new
married, you can
breed
get
of
married and
simp.
have 2 and 3
Fuck.
Yeah.
kids, and that woman leave you for another man. What are you supposed to do? Is your life supposed to stop because somebody doesn't
No,
want to be
no,
with
we're
you?
not saying that. But
No,
we
no,
Okay,
saying
no,
this
so
no.
man
that's
right here
what we're
didn't have no
saying.
kids.
This
Anything
man
can
didn't have no
happen.
kids.
So if you got married today to a
Mm-hmm.
woman and had children with her, and
Yes.
it did not work out,
What's
she's
not working
gonna
out?
move on,
Say
and
that
you're
slowly.
gonna move on.
Say that
Nobody is
slowly. Hey,
going to
hold on.
hurt you because you
Who
have
filed for
kids
divorce?
where
And
you
both of
can't have
y'all.
a successful relationship, whether
Hold
you're
on a
a man
question.
or
I
a
have a
woman.
question. I have a question. Well, who filed for divorce in both of your divorces? See, I'm gonna get deep because y'all was trying to
Okay,
play a game.
who
She didn't mention that
filed
he'd been
for
married
divorce?
before.
Who
All these
filed
kind of
for
things are
divorce
kind
in
of
this
important
situation?
pieces on this.
My girl, my ex, she filed for it.
I
And you,
filed for divorce in my situation. So it
and there we
doesn't
go.
matter how
But
it
look, hey
happened.
man, like
But what doesn't
I
matter
don't
is
think
it
old boy realized
happened.
he a simp.
Stuff doesn't always work.
Man, it was so, hey,
We
you
go
know,
I
into
wish
a lot
y'all
of
luck. I
stuff.
really do
be
because this
honest,
is
nigga,
wow.
His ass pussy whipped.
I'm about to say
I ain't
I'm
no
getting some
perfect
kids
nigga,
out of
bro.
it.
I ain't no
You
perfect
can
nigga. I was in a
I'm
relationship.
getting some kids.
My relationship before this, man, I ain't no perfect nigga. I made some mistakes, man. So you know what I'm saying. So I mean,
You got a job?
hell yeah, I got a job.
Oh,
man.
okay.
Yeah, she ain't
Hey,
gonna be with nobody.
hey, look, check this out. I
I
just want
got
to
my
ask you this
own
question,
shit,
man.
bro. I got my own
Like,
house. I got my own car. Everything.
like I'm saying, but you know you
I take
gotta
care of
invest some.
myself.
You know you gotta invest some money in them kids, though, right?
But
You already
okay,
have
so
probably.
do I not have my own money
She
though?
got her own place.
I
But
got
But
my
you still,
own
but
shit.
you
You
and
gotta
I,
invest
if y'all
something.
dating, you
before I
gotta take
came
care of the
in
kids
We
too.
both make good money. What are you talking about?
It don't
Ain't
matter. It don't
nobody
mean
coming
that.
over here lacking. When he
No,
came and
no.
met me,
What?
I
No,
was
I'm gonna
on
tell you what
my
they're trying to
own.
say. He's trying to say if you're in a relationship with a woman that got kids, he's gonna invest some type of money and time into somebody else's kids.
Right.
And if he
And
cool with
what
that,
we
we have
already
no
Yeah,
problem with
We
that.
have no
yeah.
problem. I needed to ask the real questions, and I got the answers. I understand now. I mean, he's been
but
married,
this
he's been
is what
divorced,
I'm
you've been
saying.
married, been
But this
divorced,
is what
you
I'm
The
got two
only,
saying to
kids, y'all trying to
you.
make it work, y'all are Christians. It's I get it now. I get it
But
now.
this is what I'm
He's trying to
saying
do
to
the right
you.
thing.
Even
I get
if
it.
he would have gotten married when he was in his marriage and had a baby, and I didn't have any children, I would not have judged him based off of what he did in his previous
great.
relationship. Hold
That's
on.
great.
Because of the fact when you get married, nobody gets in a relationship looking to break up. When you get married, you're
Yeah,
in it to
but I
stay
think
in
you
it
missing.
for
I
the
think
long
you missing the
term.
point, though.
Right, I agree with you.
Stuff
I
Right.
agree with you.
happens that's out of your control sometimes, where either the other person ain't doing right, maybe you contributed to stuff. Life happens and things do not work out as
Okay,
planned.
yeah,
So
we
that's
get.
the
What's
point
she
that
talking
made
about?
it from the beginning to
I don't
y'all
know. She's
that
trying to explain
people
why he got
and
divorced, why she
children,
got divorced.
things happen, and you move on. You make
Okay,
the
I don't
I
think she would have been.
think
I don't
you're
think if
missing
she
the
had no
point.
kids, she'd be looking at this dude. If
Right,
she
tell
had
it
no
to
kids and he had
yourself,
two
not
kids,
her.
I don't judge
and she
anybody
had two,
based
and he
off
had
of
two
their
kids,
past
nah,
situations.
say
I
not
don't do that because I understand realistically
man.
that mistakes
Hey,
happen. Because if you got a girl pregnant today, there's nothing you can say about her keeping that
yeah,
child or not.
but look,
There's
hey,
nothing
man,
you
I
can
think
say.
I really think you're missing the point. I think all this shit I'm saying is going over your head.
No, y'all
You
are
got a
missing
good
the
dude.
point. Y'all are not
That's all we
understanding
saying.
what I'm saying.
A
What I'm
good simp.
saying is, if a baby came about, because we already know how they
All
get
right.
married.
Hey,
If
forget
a
all
baby
that, man.
came about,
I
if
think
that
we're
woman
way
decided to
past that.
keep that child, you would then be in the same situation because
Let me ask you a question. We get what you're saying. I mean, no, I ain't trying to cut you off. We get what you're saying now. You're saying that even if there ain't no kid come out of it, we're in the same situation. They don't agree. I don't agree either. Because if you ain't got no kid, you can't make an if and assumption about anything. You got to have some facts behind it. And it's facts that the people who have kids that have sex and have kids, they had them. But somebody who had sex and they went through the same consequences, don't come out with no kid, you can't put no ifs in that. And that's what we're trying to say. We
It's a
understand.
near miss. It's like a near miss. How about this? It's like a near miss.
That's like saying you getting ready to fight and this dude almost get knocked out.
Almost get knocked out.
Almost to it.
So I mean, what did she do?
A little bit
What did she
pregnant.
do then, bro? Did she go back in time and fix it?
I think I think this shit going over your head too.
I mean,
we're not even.
y'all acting like she should go back and And go back
No, man. Hey, I think this shit going up your head too. We ain't saying
Right.
No, I ain't saying she need to go back.
Hold on, let me ask him a question. What are you talking about, bro? She was saying is you shouldn't be judging a woman for having kids if you out here having sex, putting yourself in the same consequences. It's not about going back in the future. That's
not what I'm saying.
She got him under simp mind control.
I ain't gonna lie.
Man,
I'm not
hey.
trying to disrespect. I'm confused.
Saying the whole time. I'm saying, okay. All I'm saying is anybody can get put in the situation of having kids if you have sex. Now
we know that.
We understand y'all have not had children. We understand that. What I'm saying is, if there were points in your life when you had sex with a woman that you were not intending
Man, how many
to
times
marry,
you gonna say that?
You were not intending to
God
marry,
damn.
correct?
She must have did something in her past.
In the event, if that girl got pregnant, you too
All
would
right, I'm
have
gonna
been
ask her
in
a
the
question
same
when she gets
situation.
Yeah, but you, ma'am, I don't think you
fact
realize
a
that you keep
woman
on saying what if. That's not
Right.
reality.
All right, let me ask you a question. Now we get that point of it. So what are you trying to take it?
I'm
We gotta go to
saying
another.
that in the world today, people are not having babies just because they're married. Everybody is not married before they have children.
So obviously, yeah, that's a problem right there.
And we saying that's a problem. That's a problem.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, okay, right. How many women have y'all slept with that y'all weren't married to?
But what they got to do with if you didn't have no kids?
Oh, she doesn't want shame. She doesn't want shame. Hold on, she don't want shame.
Y'all too could have been in the same situation.
But we can't go off.
Y'all just
What we're
weren't.
trying to say is, and I apologize for cutting you off. We're trying to say you can't go off what ifs. We're only going off of facts.
Right.
That's what we're trying to say. That kills the whole conversation. That kills it all because you can't go off what ifs.
You got caught speeding. We all passed. You got caught by the cop.
It's impossible to go off
Right.
what ifs.
Okay, well, we won't go off of that part. We'll just go off the fact of what y'all are talking about. Like I've already said before, if you're a single man and you don't have children, then you date a woman that doesn't have children, and that can solve your problem.
I think we already went through that too.
We went off on the whole subject of judging and talking about, well, why do women have children with a person that they don't plan on being with?
No, hey, let me say my original comment was the average 30-year-old man ain't running from beating down doors to take care of nobody else's kids, and I said that your man is stepping up to the plate.
And
that's what I said.
Fine. To each his own. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm going.
Well, what you talking about a whole bunch of nothing because
about a man.
I don't even know.
Your rebuttal was nothing.
Women are out here having babies with men that
Yeah,
they don't plan
hey,
on being
what does that have to do with what I said?
Okay. Congratulations, sis. You got a keeper. Great. They don't agree.
Right, a woman just told you.
It's not even. I'm gonna say it like this. It ain't that nobody agrees. It's just that she keep using what ifs. It's like you can't go off of what ifs. She's trying to defend a situation with a what if. You cannot do that.
She needed some water after that.
Let me ask you a question. But hold on, let me ask you a question. That goes for man or woman. You cannot defend any situation with a possible what ifs, maybe. You can't do that. That's impossible.
That's true, but they were doing it to her man when he came on. They were saying, "What if?"
No. I asked him, "Will you?" You got what if and will you are not.
But let me ask you a question. It's becoming a man and woman thing. They might have said what if, but she's been doing it the whole time. It's different. You do it 1-2 times. She's been doing it the whole time.
What are your intentions?
I know what she's trying to do. Hold on. Let me talk. I know what she's trying to do.
There's no relation to whatever the case is.
No, what I'm trying to say is, she's trying to defend her argument for the women with what ifs, and we're saying you can't do that. That's all. We're not saying I might agree with her, but you can't defend an argument with a what ifs. That's all we're saying.
Hey,
that's
look,
not
man.
what I've been saying to y'all. Y'all have been missing.
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
don't
trying
get
to
it.
get
All right. Let me ask you this, man. Hey, let me ask you this.
Like I said in the beginning,
Hey, Pimp.
y'all date who y'all want to date. All I'm saying is, if you are not married to someone and having children with that one person,
how long were you married?
Can happen. So unless the first time you had sex, you got married to that woman, then anything can happen.
I'm gonna tell you what's wrong, and I'm not trying to cut you off. It just got so long, we don't understand where it's coming from. We get it though.
All right, Pimp, man. Look, hey, check this out. What was my original comment, man? I said, all right, let me ask you this question, man. And you tell me yes or no. the average 30-year-old dude ain't beating them doors to take care of nobody's kids. Is that true or not true?
I mean, I don't think it's true. I mean, average 30-year-old dude probably not trying to take care
with
of
no kids.
Yeah, they probably they ain't got no kids. Most of them are trying to find someone that they can start a family with, unless they just want to do this. Some out here, it's probably not a high percentage.
But I'm saying
how many
both,
women
man. You know
are
what I'm
y'all
saying?
seeing that don't have children? That y'all are
What?
interested
That don't
in?
even make sense. You're not making sense.
I mean, a lot of men are always talking about, because Kevin Samuels was the one that was talking a lot about these women that have kids and this, that, and third.
Let me tell you something. Kevin Samuels
a lot of women and men have children out of wedlock. A lot
we
of
can get back on that
people,
Kevin Samuels topic. I'm gonna say it like this though: women get offended.
All right, hey.
What he said, but he shitted on men too. He just didn't check women, so don't get offended. He checked.
No, I'm not offended.
That's all we saying.
I'm not offended at all. What I'm saying is there are a lot of men and there are a lot of women both that have children. So this is what I'm saying. If you personally, like I've been saying from the beginning, if a 30-year-old man, a 20-year-old man, a 40 or 50-year-old man wants to date a woman with no kids, then that is your prerogative.
Okay, that's cool. We get it.
I have no problem with that. I'm not offended.
They didn't have shit to do with it.
Don't worry about your comment. We got you, Prime.
Whether you're married, because in my situation, even if for my situation, I've had a child before.
I'm gonna go back to
been
something
married.
that I was right about. Women get offended. You say you're not getting offended, but you're getting offended because these guys don't want to be with women that have kids. That's why you're arguing. You're not offended. You're arguing a little bit. Be honest.
About what they want to do with their life.
I don't think you understand.
If a man wants to be with a woman with no kids, then that's your prerogative. Do
it is. All I did, what I said, I did not say anything negative. You know what I'm saying? I was just stating facts.
It's just that people can't accept that. Like some of the men can't accept what you're saying, and you can't accept.
You came up with this.
Fact that I'm missing when I keep saying y'all do what is best for you. If you want to be with a woman with no kids,
if you go back and listen to the tape, let me ask you a question. If you go back and listen to it, you argue for that side of the story on.
But I'm saying you were arguing for no reason. I made a statement.
I went back to the statement of what the guy said. He said, "Women, why are you having children with a man that you don't plan on being with?"
And we got that point. Yes, and we got your point.
That's why I was saying what I was saying. I was saying anytime that you're having sex, anything can happen. So people are not.
I think everybody can agree with that.
And we got that point. What we're saying is.
We agree.
And so my question is,
I was talking about what I was talking about. People are not always planning on having children when they have sex.
And let's change the topic. Let's change the topic.
Yeah,
I have a question. You got a baby first, then you got married, but then you divorced the man that took on a child that wasn't his already.
My ex-husband already had 3 kids when I met him. So
how many husbands you had?
My ex-husband had 3 children before I met him.
So wait,
I had one child that was not his, and we had one together, so we had a family of 5.
What the hell? How many boyfriends?
It's Brady Bunch type stuff. No, my question is, the question I'm having is, if you can divorce a man who did what your man is doing right now, who took on somebody else's children, and like Prime said, that's a good dude. Could you do it again? What would keep you from doing it? My question is, what would keep you from doing it again?
I was taking on more responsibility with him than he was with me. What are you talking about?
I'm asking, would you do it again? What keeps you from doing it again?
Talk to a man with children?
No, what keeps you from divorcing a man who you have a child with?
I didn't divorce a man because we had kids.
No, I'm not saying because. I said a man that you did. Wait, not causation. A man you did have kids with. You have that bond of a child. Let's be very frank here. I think we're playing around the subject here. You had the deepest bond you can have. You had a man who accepted your child and then proceeded to marry you after he knows you have a child. Then had a child with you. And then you divorced the same man. He did everything Prime's talking about. That sounds like a good dude who stepped up.
Do you know my ex-husband? You talk as though you
I'm just asking the question.
You're making assumptions.
I'm asking.
He said he's a good man. He's not talking down. He said he's a good man.
I said, what would keep you from doing it again?
Again, we can go off of assumptions all day.
I asked you a question.
What the hell?
You're not.
I'm asking a question. I said, let me ask you a question. What keeps you from doing that again?
And let's
At
talk
the
to
end
the
of the
other
day,
lady.
at the end of the
Other
day,
lady.
I'm going
Hey,
to
bring
be
that simp back.
happy. So I'm gonna be with
Bring the
someone
simp.
that makes me happy, and I make them happy.
Until
if
he
at
doesn't
any
make you
point
happy.
in time that whatever transpires where we are not happy and we're not able to work amicably together, then it's not gonna work. And that's with any relationship, whether you're married or in just a regular relationship. Why do people break up in a relationship? Multiple things can happen for you to split. It's no different in a marriage.
We're gonna change the topic a little bit.
Hey, I think everybody agrees with you.
All right, we're gonna change the
I'm
topic.
just asking the
I
question.
got a topic.
We all agree. We all agree.
I got another topic. This is dealing with women. I seen this on Kevin Samuel's show. You got women out here that are not bringing nothing to the table, or not. I ain't gonna say bringing to the table. You got people out here, men or women, that are saying they want to date. And I hear women say they want a man that's making $150,000 a year. Do you think a woman that's not bringing a lot to the table should be entitled to having a man making $100,000?
No, I don't think so.
What about you? What about you up there, D. Roberts?
No, I don't think
So
so.
what is your opinion of these women who are not making much, not bringing nothing to the table, saying, I need that man to make that $150,000 a year?
What they need and what they get are two different things. And if the man accepts her, then that's on the man, not the woman.
Now,
what she needs or what her ambition is doesn't necessarily mean she will get it. If you want to give her a reality check, stop.
Hey, tell you
why do women think like? Why do the women think like? What
he has high ambition. I mean, if I wake up, I say I want to make I'm ambitious to make 100,000 in the next 2 years, and I'm working towards it.
No, we saying do you think? Do y'all have an answer why these women feel they're entitled to having those type of guys, even if they're bringing nothing to the table?
Because they've gotten those guys. If their body look right, if they
haven't gotten them and still feel that way.
I'm saying a majority of women that think that way, that may not quote unquote bring something to the table, which I actually need clarification on what that means. But anyway, that's a separate thing. That quote unquote don't bring something to the table have been successful in getting those.
So it goes back to the point when the old girl was on the show for She Loved, that she feel like her communication, her sex is high value enough to get a man $150,000. Why would you think that's enough to have that type of money and man just because you give him good conversation and sex?
She's not here to speak for herself, but she also
I'm asking you.
She also said that she's a business owner, she's a chef, a professional chef of some sort. She owns her own home, she owns her own stuff. So it wasn't only her communication and her sex or her
yeah, she got two 8-year-olds.
Yeah, only thing I'm saying is I don't get how people think that, because I ain't saying men usually don't think like that. Women feel like when they bring something to the table, it's just more important than everything. So we're gonna get what we want. And I just don't understand why. And it's not nothing bad. It's just the point. I just want to understand why do women think like that.
That's their ambition. That's what they think they deserve. There's no why about it. It's if I feel as if I deserve, I don't feel as if I deserve a man that makes $10 an hour, but at the same time, I feel as if maybe I deserve this. Whether I receive it or not is a different.
Okay, and we respect that. This is like the same question before when these men were saying they didn't want to date no women with kids. That's their choice. So that's all. It's
their choice. I can't say a why because it's an individual concept, right? Now, how you say, if she says that and you ask me what my credentials are, if you don't feel I bring that to the table and you make that amount of money, don't date me.
I mean, we don't really care about credentials. We don't care about that.
That's what bringing something to the table means, no? Am I mistaken?
No, being a good wife, cooking, cleaning, being there for the man. That's what you bring.
Pretty much important.
But that's what the lady said, and if I'm mistaken, you're saying that's not enough to bring to the table, right? So other things need to come into play.
I mean, not really. You just be loyal, be there for us.
So that's worth having a man that makes $150? Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
have y'all ever been in any serious relationships, like for the men, like really serious, intimate relationships for years? Because I'm not talking about on and off dating 6 months, a year. I'm talking about long term.
Men up here have been in serious relationships. So what is your question about that?
I'm asking because it sounds as though y'all haven't really been in a long-term relationship to understand a lot of the concepts that
No,
we
I'm gonna tell
I
you.
have.
I'm gonna tell you what it sounds like. It sounds like you
Now,
were a
when you say
triggered
that,
single mom.
what do
You know
you
what I'm saying?
mean by
No,
concept?
I'm listening to you. You said what? What was that?
What concepts you don't understand? What concepts we don't understand that make you think that?
I'm just listening. Like everything is just it's a
Yeah,
lot.
it just goes back to you can't. It's like saying you can't judge because we don't agree. Doesn't mean that we haven't experienced long-term relationships.
No, I'm
Everybody
not
don't
judging.
agree.
I asked the question. That's
That's
why
what I'm
I
saying.
asked. I
Yeah,
Hey,
asked.
Don't start her up again. Don't start her up
hey,
again.
let's just say,
No,
what
I'm
if
not
we
judging.
did?
I'm listening
What if
because
we did?
I'm listening to what she said too, and I do agree with what
She
she
gonna
said.
start back up.
yeah, we get
I
what you're saying.
mean,
It was just a simple question, like you said that pretty much you're going off what we're saying and said it don't seem like we've been in long-term relationships. But how
right.
can you
I
say
said,
that?
have any? I asked the
Yeah,
question
yeah,
though.
No,
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm
Did I
saying
not
as a
ask the
question.
question?
Have you been in a long-term
Right. That's what I'm saying.
yeah,
relationship?
yeah.
Have
I
y'all
was
Okay,
been
just,
okay.
married?
We're
Any of
I
saying
was
y'all
just
yes.
showing
been
you.
married?
I
Okay,
was
we're
just showing
saying
you
yes.
how you answer the question. But yes,
Okay, we're saying
I gave
yes.
a
Now,
simple
where are
answer.
you gonna take it from there? Now we're saying yes. Now, what is your next?
I just
We
wanted
got
to
the
know.
we got the
Like,
scared girl. They said she about to go deep.
right. I was just asking. Like, it's not a trick. It's not anything being triggered. I'm asking a question because
No, we're
then
not
I
being triggered. No,
understand.
it's
I'm gonna
just
tell you
how
what
you
it
Understand
was
in a
though.
way too why some of these questions are coming because some people that have been married look at things different from those that are just casually dating. So I'm not judging anybody. I mean, I'm
now
not
when
judging
you
Yeah,
y'all
say
at
hey, I'm
that.
all.
just saying.
I'm
Hey,
asking a question. So
yeah,
y'all
I was
can
just
throw
saying, like,
shots all day. I'm not bothered.
No, we're not throwing
no,
shots. I'm not throwing
Not
shots. What we're
you, not
saying
We're
is,
you,
not
not
throwing
you,
shots.
not
Nobody
you,
throwing.
Papa Pimp, not you. I'm like I said, I heard what the other guy said, but like I said, I'm not triggered. Y'all proceed. I just asked the question. That's all I did was ask
yeah,
the
but I'm
question.
saying your whole attitude changed when I said something about single moms.
Right.
I don't care about single moms. I was trying to get
Shit,
to a
nah,
point.
you do
I
because you
was
went on a
trying to get
whole
to a
long
point,
tangent.
but y'all weren't understanding what I was
but
saying. I was not.
but no, I'm gonna tell you why.
No, we did understand what you saying. You just
No,
didn't want to
y'all
hear what we
didn't.
had to
But
say.
I'm gonna tell you why they think your attitude changed a little bit because you kept defending the situation. You might not got angry, but you felt a little offended and you wanted to defend women. That's cool. You just kept going on with the same
I'm not
thing, and that's
trying
all
to.
we were trying to say.
I'm
That's
not
all.
trying
No,
to
that's not
defend
bad or
women.
anything.
I wasn't trying to defend women.
You
I
trying to
was
be
trying to
Rosa
drive it
Parks.
home. I was trying to drive it home to y'all. Whether you're a man or a woman, any accidents can happen.
And we
That's
get it.
what I
We
was
get it.
Hey,
saying. So if
but
the
look,
accidents
but I'm
happen
saying
and
though,
the
we
child comes along,
listen,
you could be in a
man.
situation. That's all I was saying. But
No, I'm
y'all
saying
weren't trying to hear
we
that.
never disagreed with you. Nobody
Yeah,
never
we
never
get it. We
disagreed with you.
disagree with
That's
you.
why y'all kept saying I'm trying to defend somebody, and I'm not saying that.
No,
All I'm
no.
saying,
I
I'm not trying to
don't know
defend
where you got
single
that from.
women or single men. I'm saying anybody could be in a
No,
situation.
I'm gonna tell you what we kept saying. We kept saying you was using examples of what ifs to bag up what you were saying, and we would say, "How you gonna do that?" That's all we were
Because
saying.
anybody that has sex could be put in that
But let me
situation.
ask you a
Y'all
question.
were exempt.
Can I
Y'all
ask you a
just
question
so
though?
happen to be
On a
exempt and
different
didn't go
topic,
through
how
it.
can you use what ifs to bag up any argument?
Because we understand the concept of sex.
How?
And
With
what
what
What?
ifs though?
Man,
How?
I don't
okay.
even think
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest.
Y'all still aren't
No, we're not arguing. We're just saying how. I ask anybody. I ask
No,
my own brother. I be like, how you gonna bag up an argument with a what if?
Okay,
but
because if
it's
y'all
like
would
this. You
listen
kept talking, right?
if y'all would listen to what I'm saying in its entirety instead of cutting me off at the point
No,
without
I'm saying we
and
agree with you.
follow it all the way through. This is what I've been saying. Just follow me out since y'all want to go back to it. I wasn't trying to go back to it, but if y'all want to, we can. If y'all could listen and follow me for 1 second.
Okay.
In the event that you were to have sex with your girl tonight, okay, and she had, don't get bent out of shape with the what if, just follow the scenario, please, okay? Follow my scenario. Can y'all do that for 1 second?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, in the event you were to have sex tonight with your girl, okay, she's on birth control, you use a condom, you give her plan B, and she still gets pregnant, okay? If y'all are not married and she decides to keep that child, you will then be in a situation where you would have to co-parent in a situation with her.
Yes.
Is that not an accurate statement?
We
Yes.
already know
Yes.
that.
Okay,
We already know that.
I'm not asking what you already know.
We
Just
know
follow
that.
what I'm saying. you would then be in a situation where you should be able to accurately co-parent with that person. Is that a true statement, right? Now, in the event you're not able to do that, whatever happens between y'all are not able to do that. Does your life stop just because of what happened between you and that person? Do you have to stay with that person because now y'all have a baby and y'all can't get along?
No.
Okay. So
you trying to do what men do?
You can't then go date someone else, and that person should.
I'm gonna ask you a question though.
So
that's
you
perfectly
can't
fine.
go and date someone else, and
question.
they have to judge you based off of what happened in your previous
I'm gonna tell you.
relationship.
Okay, we agree with you. We agree with you. But what we're saying is, when a woman got 3 baby daddies or a man got 3 baby mamas, how you gonna keep doing that same shit every time?
That's not what we were talking about.
But that's where it's leading to. That's
now
what it's
that's
about.
Something different. But that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about the fact that when you have situations that occur, everybody's situation is different.
It's different.
So that's all I was saying.
And you will get judged for your situation. Yes.
And that's fine if you want to judge a person for their situation. To each his own. But I'm saying anybody could have been in that situation. Y'all were lucky. None of y'all were in that situation.
Yes.
But in the event that you were, then you would have to deal with those consequences.
Yes.
So if somebody and I understand that. But all I'm saying to y'all
we already know
that the point that I was making was just like y'all said before. The guy above had said, why are you having babies with someone that you don't plan on being with? Things happen. People are not having
right. You guys got a whole thing.
Okay, now I got a question for you.
A whole thing.
I got a question for you.
Of having
now
a baby
that goes back to me saying, I got a question for you. Now you said pretty much it didn't work out. We get this, so that goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's cool. You made 1 mistake. How you gonna make 3? How you gonna make 4 with 4 different dudes? That's a problem.
Okay, right.
Those mistakes is a problem. It gotta be taken ways. We're not talking about one. Okay, let's say you're a woman or a man and you have a kid by somebody and you made a mistake. Cool, learn from your mistake, don't do it again. But you do it 3 times is a problem.
Right.
Okay, so I understand that. But like I said, I'm speaking for myself. I had my first daughter when I was 22 years old. I was in college. Okay?
How many baby daddies you got?
Let me finish. But this is what I'm saying. Y'all are so quick to respond. Wait a second. Listen to what someone is saying, because I'm trying to listen to y'all. I'm trying to understand what y'all are saying. Okay. All I'm saying is I had my first child. I was 22. I was in college.
Yeah, we got that already.
I needed to do to not have a baby. I was on birth control. He used the condom, and I had Plan B, and I still got pregnant. Okay. So
we know that.
The weight was on me to either keep my child or not keep my child. Me personally, I did not want to have an abortion, and he begged me to keep my child. He begged me to keep the baby. I took his feelings into accountability as well. Okay. So we decided we were going to co-parent our child together. Along the lines of that, he decided not to pull his weight. So I can't force somebody to do something. I can't do that. The only person that I can control is myself. So I continued to raise my daughter, and I moved on with my life. So down the line,
thank you for the life story.
So like I said, down the line, I met a man that had 3 children. I already had 1, and we got married.
Okay, that's great.
Going and making another mistake when I was trying to do things the right way.
And you
did.
Unfortunately, it did not work, but I had a child with my husband.
That's great.
Situations and circumstances do happen. So it's easy to judge on the outside and assume that you know every situation. But
okay. All right. The only thing we're saying is that's your situation. We understand your situation. Okay, yeah, you messed up, then you did the right thing, you got kids, it didn't work out. But that's not every woman's situation.
And I agree 100%.
You're using your situation. We're talking about other women's situations.
But what I'm saying is, y'all were talking to me and my boyfriend to say, well, this person, how can you deal with this, that, and the third? Everybody has their own preference.
This is getting out of hand. We gotta change the topic.
What my boyfriend decides to do, that is his preference. There are other people out there
but
and understand what people have gone through. So So it's
Nope.
easy to look at somebody else.
Nah.
Like the lady before, she had
No.
twins.
No, what we said was we said your boyfriend is the minority. He
okay,
ain't.
And I've already agreed. And
Yeah.
said,
So what you talking about then?
I've already said.
So what you talking about?
What?
So what you talking about then?
She ain't talking about nothing.
We already established it. We agree with what you saying.
I'm talking about what Papa Pimp just said. Did you not say everybody does not do it the way that I did it? Did you not say everybody's situation is different from mine, right?
Yes, I did.
Just like the woman before, she said she had twins. So that means she got pregnant one time and got 2 children. So
I feel bad for herself.
She did say she had 3 baby daddies though.
Okay. She may, but even just taking that situation, what she said, she got 2 for the price of 1. So it's easy on the outside when you're looking at someone's situation.
I'm lost a little bit when you say that. Now you said she got 2 for the price of 1.
Twins.
That has nothing to do with having multiple baby daddies though. That's just
right. What the hell?
That's not what I'm saying. Y'all are missing the point.
Yeah,
That's
I'm missing
like
the point.
Me. If I got pregnant when I got pregnant at 22, and I had twins. If I met a man and I
for the 75th time,
he's not gonna be just concerned about, oh, you got 1 baby daddy or 2 baby daddies. He's looking at my 2 children. You already have 2, and then
we get it.
Yeah,
2 different children came out. You get it.
Hey, I don't think you understand that we agreeing with you. We agree with you.
Okay, now y'all are agreeing with me.
We agree with you from the start.
Argue, and I'm not trying
we would never. I would.
No, what it is, you're giving a long explanation. I'm gonna tell you
that was you.
You're giving a long explanation, then you're going into different topics a little bit between that, and then you're kind of losing it. That's why we're jumping in and saying, hold up. And I know you, and not saying you're meaning to, it's just it's kind of hard to keep up with your answer because it's so long.
Hey, we basically saying get to the fucking point.
No, we're not missing we get it, but it's just long.
Let the other lady
That's
talk.
Because y'all ain't. It's got to be long because y'all.
Hold on. We need sound bites. Right. I think we need sound bites. I think one of the things is we need sound bites because what's going on here is like by the time you get to explanation, we get that you believe this is what. Correct me if I'm wrong. You believe that because the situation just so happened, it just so happened, it happened to you. Right? You didn't make a choice. It happened to you. You had a baby. We get that. But then you made a choice.
Yeah.
You made a choice to keep the child, right?
Yeah.
You made a choice to get married again. Yeah. You made a choice. Then just happened. You went down, paid the $60, whatever, $200, and got divorced. This is how men see at the choices that you made. We can judge a person's choices. I'm not saying it just didn't happen. You chose, like I wrote in the thing, you chose to speed. Yeah, or you chose to drive drunk. Some people drive buzzed, and it happens sometimes that people get. But you got caught, and you get to go to jail. And we don't look like drunk drivers, even though people may have done it in their past, and they've done all the kind of things in their past. Oh, I've had a little tipsy or whatever it may be. We don't like drunk drivers because we say you should have been more responsible about it. And that's how people look at the world because nobody owes you understanding. Nobody understands. They don't. They hear the facts of the case. Hey, you know what? We had this, we had this, we got this. But I think what Papa Pimp is saying, and this is the last thing I'm saying. What Papa Pimp is saying is that I think you took it personal to your personal what like happened to you because like your example is just we got 1 child, you messed up 1 time. But I think we're trying to apply that universally. Is it after 5 kids? Is it no longer like, hey, maybe it's not his fault if you've got 5 baby daddies or 10 baby daddies or 15 baby daddies? At what point, and my question, that's why I always ask these questions, at what point is it no longer like, oh, these men are out here sleeping with women and she's just irresponsible? Is there a point at which that's possible?
I agree with that 100%.
Just from hearing that fact. You don't have to hear no more answers.
Everything you just said. I agree with everything you just said. That's why I have been saying from the beginning, to each his own. We all have consequences behind their actions. I'm big on accountability. So I don't blame nobody. If a man don't want to talk to me because I have kids, then move along. That does not offend me by any means. Like I've been saying, and I've said it 2, 3, and 4 times before.
I got you.
If you want to date a woman with no children, that is your prerogative and your preference.
I got you.
Saying everybody's situation is different, and nobody is exempt from mistakes that happen when you have sex.
Right, but and here's my other question. Here's my question though. There are a lot of mistakes that happen in people's lives. Would you necessarily date a felon? or a man who committed murder. See, there's things that we judge people on. My point in this is
circumstances, situation.
Would you really give him that much time?
A person could have murdered somebody out of self-defense versus
No,
you don't go to
serial killer. Like, it's different.
Okay, or child molester.
Oh,
okay, let's get very deep. Child molester, because you can't understand my point.
I'm not
child
gonna
molester.
Child molester. That doesn't make sense. So
would you say that again?
Say that again. About murder. If somebody breaks in your house and tries to kill you, and you murder them and go to jail and you get out, and
another what if?
I'm not going to judge you based off of that because
no, it's mine. It's my what if. It's my what if. But you're going to judge a child molester. There's a choice that you have.
Yes, I am.
That's all we're saying.
Man want to have sex with a child.
I understand that, and my point in this is my point in using that example.
That don't even make sense. This is
no. My point
is not making sense.
Allow me. The point is that there is a choice. That was a choice for that man to go and do that with that child. And that choice has limited him from dating you. And your choice has limited you from dating certain men because you made a choice to have a baby.
With what you said, I have agreed from the very beginning. I've said at the end of the day, and I will say it again, if you don't want to date a woman with children, then that is your prerogative.
We know that.
I have already told you I am big on accountability. I've already said it. Let me say it one more time. I have 2 children by 2 different men. One I was married to, one I was not. If a man approached me and did not want to talk to me because of that, I would not be offended.
Yep.
I own my stuff. You're not talking to a woman that cannot hold her own and hold herself accountable.
I got you.
What are you talking about, sir?
I understand. I'm asking. I asked a very specific question, and I was trying to get an answer that was more. Hey, girls, don't go out here like Kevin said. The point was. The answer is, hey, girls, don't go out and do what I did. It's not about situation. Men care about this stuff, and we really got to get on. That's accountability. Also telling the other ladies, don't do what I did.
Who am I telling this to? What are you talking about?
There's 20 people watching this right now. You ain't said nothing like that.
There's a lot of stuff I could be saying of what not to
We're
do.
talking about this subject.
At some point in time, as mature adults, nobody has to tell you what not to do.
He's 23.
What are you talking about?
He's 23. He doesn't understand all that. I'm talking to the 22-year-olds, the 21-year-olds who don't know any better. You were 22 when you had the child.
People do know better. What are you talking about?
You didn't.
The best response, since you want me to tell people that are listening, the best response, the best answer that I could give somebody that's young, that's listening, I would say sex is a mature decision. If you are not ready to handle the consequences behind what happens, then you don't need to have sex. Because any accidents or mistakes can come.
Let me ask you a question now. I heard you earlier say you was on birth control, you used condoms.
Yes.
So when you got pregnant, was you using a condom?
Yes. And I was on birth control.
And when it broke or something? The condom broke?
The condom broke and he did not say anything.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's just bad luck though. That don't happen often.
A lot of times y'all don't understand what people go through with certain things. Everybody don't explain their situation and circumstances to y'all. So it's
the point is an explanation don't even change the reality.
It doesn't. That's why I'm not here to make excuses for anybody. Y'all have not been listening to what I've been saying.
No, we heard you.
We've been listening. Like I said earlier, it's not that we won't listen.
The point of the matter is, if y'all don't want to date a woman with kids, like I said
before,
then don't do it.
I'm gonna tell you what it was. I'm gonna tell you what it is. You thought we was bashing you, but we won't.
I don't care. Listen, I'm not. My boyfriend
No, we're not saying you should care. We're not bashing you at all.
What I'm saying. I did not get offended by anything y'all said.
No, you did.
I did not get offended. I was trying to explain because the guy said above, a woman should not have kids with a man she doesn't plan on being with. And that's when I went to explaining what I was explaining.
No, you explain how it can happen and what, you know what I'm saying. You explain your situation. It had nothing to do with it.
Pretty much we can't judge because we're in the same situation.
So
I got you. I think my response. I just want to clarify. My response was to the other woman who was like, "Well, I can just have a baby," because she was talking about her. This is back with the original part was she was talking about how she had her twins at who are 8 years old. She's 50-something years old. And so she's like, I could just have a baby. And I was like, wait. And that's when she was talking about women carry it and all that stuff. And I was like, okay, so you're going to have a baby by a man, but you don't want to be with him. You just want to have the baby. We're literally just using him for his seed, and you don't want to be with the man. And it was just casual. And
But
I'm like,
that's
okay,
not
that's not your
saying.
intention. Your intention was to have
But
this
that's
baby.
not
By
what
this.
she
She
was
wasn't an
saying.
accident.
But
Yeah,
that's
ain't
not
nobody
what
accident
she
having
was
no babies.
saying.
42, not 42, not at 42. That
I
was,
don't know
think-
any woman that just wants to be a baby mama. That's just
She
like, oh,
ain't
every
accidentally
mama
had no
can be a
baby,
Hey,
though. That's
mama.
not possible.
Hey, this
Nobody
off the
accidentally-
topic though, man. But
Like you said earlier, you contradicting yourself because you said earlier when you have sex, you know the consequences. So she didn't accidentally do it. She knew what she was doing.
and then
it was
I'm
a
gonna tell
Hail
you,
Mary. It was the end of her fertility. It was a Hail Mary, and she shot it out. And she comes
So
back
y'all
out
are
talking
gonna
about
speak for her, and she's not here though.
because
We
she
speaking
left
for
in the
anybody.
middle
No
of it.
man or woman is having accidental kids. Come on now.
What do you?
Hey.
So you're trying to tell me every
At
child is
42.
planned? Hold on, wait. So y'all. So with that, you.
How do you have an
just made the
accidental
statement.
kid?
Hold on. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. You just said no one is out here having accidental kids, right?
Okay, tell me how is that
So
possible?
that means that every child is planned. That's what you're saying.
But
There's
when
no
you say
accidental
when you
kids,
say
so that means
accident,
every
let me
child
ask you a
is
question.
planned.
Let me give you the definition of accident. Accident is like, I'm gonna give you an example of accident. It's like me walking the accident, knocking over a cup. That's an accident.
Yeah, that's
You're
no
not
different than a
accidentally
man
putting
saying
your. So you saying that a man is walking up to a woman and accidentally putting it in and then having sex? No.
we
No, they
already know
playing
that
having
ain't
sex.
we
Right.
already
That's what he's saying. That's the accident he's talking about.
That's playing sex. It's just like you said. You got to
Playing
go back to
sex.
we're going back to what you were saying. I agree with you. You said that when you have sex, you know the consequences.
Right.
So it ain't no accident. Even if she had a kid and she didn't want to, she knew the consequences of having unprotected sex.
Now we're gonna play on. Now we're gonna play on the fence here.
too. And
No, I'm sorry, but she did note that her kids were planned, so there's no.
That's what I was about to say. She said that.
Like we said, accident is like knocking something over. She didn't do it. No
She
accident.
said her children were planned. All of
She
her
said they were
children-
planned. That's what I'm trying to say. I was arguing against the fact of trying to make a baby with no father is what I was trying to argue against. And I was trying to get, and when you came in, I was like, wait, is she arguing for having children outside wedlock? I'm like, let's get this straight. We should have
she
babies
got
inside
offended
wedlock.
too. She got offended too. And she shouldn't have got offended because that's why earlier she didn't get
I
offended.
think
I seen
I'm
her
not
face
going to
was
speak for her, but from what I heard, I think she got offended because whoever was on the call at the time was kind of attacking her choice of father. Like
right. And maybe he should have. But all I can say is that's any time you go on a show. Everybody got an opinion, so I mean, she shouldn't have got offended.
It's all in your opinion, but there's a respectful way. I can say anything here, and that I can say it respectfully.
All right, let me ask you a question. Okay, I understand. He should have said it. He should have said it more respectfully.
When you guys were speaking to this young lady here, you were respectfully disagreeing with her. Nobody, apart from the one guy that said "fuck her kids," but that's just
said it.
No, I said you're with a man who's loosey goosey with his seed. That was, and you can go back and look at that. I was like, if you're with a man who wants to have all these kids, that's another thing. You know, I'm not. I'm very careful with that, like she was talking about.
But the question is, why did she get offended? Can I say one
thing though? Let me say one thing.
You don't know her story. That's disrespectful.
Let me tell you one thing. I got one thing to say, and this is what men and women differ. When I was saying something about feelings and weaker, women get offended like she never heard that before. She got 3 kids, 3 baby daddies, I think. She's been around men. So everybody's not going to agree with you, and some people are going to be mean. Don't get mad at everybody because somebody said something. People don't agree with me and say something. I'm not going to get mad at the whole cola. I mean, I'm just saying though, she got offended by what he said like she never heard it before. I see more women get offended.
If that was a man, let me ask you a question, my young lady in their head wrap. If that was a man who had 3 babies by 3 different women, and you were like, man, he's out here with all these women being loose with his seed, do you think that would be offensive to the man who's out here having 3 babies by 3 different women?
If the way I say it,
and if he got offended,
there's a fact, right? Okay, he's a baby daddy of 3 different women. That's the fact. I could say it that way.
But
women say a lot worse than that. Girl, he community penis. Community penis. He's community penis. We know what we're talking about. I hear it. I'm on social media. Community peen. He's got dirty dick. He's out here Nick Cannon. That's why Nick Cannon's in the news. If people really didn't care, and it wasn't
I
a
think-
thing you look down upon.
It's
They wouldn't
not the
care
same.
about it.
It's
Yeah.
Hey,
not
I think people
frowned
need to
upon the
admit when they
same.
get offended by something.
It's
Exactly.
not
Look,
frowned
look,
upon the same.
look, I guarantee you, if we hadn't started talking about single moms, the other woman wouldn't have left.
She wouldn't have got offended. And yeah, old boy might have been a little disrespectful. They don't take it out on us because we didn't do that.
No,
No, I'm not saying y'all take. No, I'm
keep
saying
trying to
that
speak
people
for-
tend to do that. Like they tend to do that because one person saying that. When you come on a forum, if I go on a forum with a bunch of women and I'm doing pickup videos, you damn sure somebody gonna say something disrespectful. But I'm not gonna get offended because I already know when I went on that show, it's gonna be at least one woman say, "Look at this nigga picking up all these women. He ain't shit." I know it's gonna come, and they're not gonna ask questions. So she came on the show, and I like she should have knew it's gonna be at least one person that's gonna say something she's not gonna like. We are grown, and you should be able to accept that and take that and move on. Give your opinion and move on.
There's a difference
but
between
that's something
saying
I'm
something somebody doesn't like or whatever that is, disagreeing and being respectfully.
And we understand. I can't control everybody being respectful.
I'm not asking you to. I'm not asking her to be mad at you. I'm saying that if the original question was why she got offended, it might have been off the tone and the words that were used.
And
I can understand that, and I can understand that. I have to. I can understand that. I'm not saying look.
What'd he say?
I got you. I can understand that, but the sentiment stands. I think that's the thing. Eat the meat, spit out the bones. The sentiment stands, and that is that hey, that was not a wise decision of man. And that's all I'm going to say.
But I'm saying, hey, what he said, it wasn't disrespectful though.
It's nothing you never heard
before.
But this is the thing. Just because someone responds a certain type of way, y'all can't instantly just jump and think somebody's being offended by what you're saying. Like,
you know what? I'm gonna tell you why you can tell sometimes.
Fuck your kids.
Yeah, that's a 23-year-old who's trolling.
But you had already got started before that.
And getting all upset. I instantly said we can throw insults all day, but I'm not bothered by that.
No, I'm not insulting. I hope I'm.
I'm not saying y'all. I'm saying remember the guy who said "F your kids," right?
Right.
I
immature.
Get offended by that kind of stuff.
Right.
I could have jumped down his throat.
Let me ask you a question. He wasn't talking about her kids, but he was just like fuck person with kids. He shouldn't have said.
Talking about her kids.
He was saying in general. No, he was saying in general.
I'm talking
He was
about
saying in
me.
general.
But even so, once again, you have to understand everybody responds different. I'm not one that gets easily. I'm not one that gets easily offended.
And we want to keep it.
Don't always think someone is offended just.
And we want to keep it a buck. That's what a lot of dudes be saying anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
right. I mean, this is a barbershop.
Make an example about what you said. You said you weren't offended. Now let's say somebody come up here and say Papa Pimp gay, and I keep then talking and keep making up examples of why I'm not gay. Yes, I got offended. I can tell you all day I didn't get offended, but if I go on an hour talking about the same shit and we didn't change topics, somebody got a little offended. That's what we're saying.
That's not what we're talking about. If somebody said, if we're talking about you're gay, somebody says, okay,
but
you're
gay. What I'm saying is,
no, I'm not gay.
Move on
to
what we're trying to say is when
somebody starts saying, well,
no,
you know, dresses like this. It's gay, blah 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 blah, and you start explaining.
Hey, one thing I can tell though, you right. You are an alpha female.
Because you pretty much saying that earlier when you kept defending that same topic, you want a little bit like I'm taking up for this side. You put your guard up a little bit.
I was trying to get to a point, but I kept being talked over, so I had to repeat what I was saying.
But even after we let you do it, you still kept doing the same conversation.
Okay, well, we can agree.
I got you. I have
understanding.
I have a question. When's the last time?
Understand what people are saying. I truly believe you got two ears and one mouth for a reason. I try to listen thoroughly to what someone is saying without jumping the gun. Since we've been on this live, especially when the women start talking, y'all will jump the gun and cut a person off and start jumping to other things that everybody.
Well, y'all, it was certain people doing it. It was that young guy, the 23-year-old.
At the same time, so we can't get to the point if you don't. And this is another thing: you can't get to the point of understanding if you're quick to want to just we ain't trying to hear it. Because I hear men say stuff all the time that I don't agree with, but I listen to get to the point of what they're saying.
The only thing we're saying is your responses are just long-winded, and sometimes people are anxious.
And look, I'm saying, and you were debating something when it wasn't no debate. You were debating shit that wasn't even. You just got triggered and were debating shit that wasn't even debating.
23-year-old, I haven't kept cutting everybody off. The 23-year-old was cutting everybody off. Yeah, he was. The 23-year-old was cutting me off. Nobody talk.
Yeah, I mean, even the point when my boyfriend got on here and he was talking about, well, what about this? What about the dad and this and third?
I was asking him direct questions. Your man would not answer the direct questions. He didn't answer. He kept looking around. He kept looking around. What would you do?
He didn't want
to offend her.
That's what that was.
He didn't want. What are y'all talking about? He didn't want to offend. He didn't
I
want to
can
offend.
do it. It's on tape because I was listening. His mouth wasn't forming to say nothing.
You
At
said
the end
what?
of the day, asking him those questions was kind of like putting him in a situation like even
one thing y'all
put him on the stand because I said bring him on. He came.
It wasn't a good situation.
We talking about a lot of stuff. I'm talking about this stuff y'all talking about right now. This is child's play. Me and him talk about a lot of stuff.
Now, hold on. I'm gonna go back now. You offended. Hold on. You said something a little offended. You said it's child. What do you mean?
How is that? Hold on. Wait. Did y'all not just say women get on here and get offended and people can say whatever they want, but I say something like that and now it's offensive?
No, it's not offensive. I'm just trying to go back to what you were saying.
I'm
saying
it's like
I'm gonna tell you what you're doing. You're
speaking for my boyfriend to say. Y'all are speaking for my boyfriend.
I can tell you get on the defensive side.
I'm not getting on the defensive.
A little bit. I can tell in your body language.
I'm not getting defensive.
Hey, let me ask you a question though.
Y'all are not making sense when you're saying my boyfriend got on here. Y'all are speaking for him.
It's on
y'all
tape.
are entitled to your own opinion. But
hey,
y'all
check
are
this out.
saying he didn't want to offend me, and I'm telling y'all, he speaks his mind. He gonna tell y'all, but y'all weren't trying to listen. Just
hey, check this out. Who got the power in y'all's relationship?
Yeah, that's what I was questioning. Who run the relationship between you?
You say you an alpha, right?
We don't run each other.
You say you an alpha, right?
Okay, no, not run. We didn't say run each other. Who leads the relationship?
He leads the relationship. He does.
He sure didn't have any answers for what he's going to do.
He answered every single question that you asked.
Oh, he did not. I said, what is he going to do when that happens?
He said that.
He said he didn't know
because the father is not in the child's life.
Yeah, he did.
We knew that.
Answering that question because it's not relative to our situation.
Right. I said he's not here, and I kept asking him. I was like, is it here as in this house, or here as in alive, or here as in the city? I was asking.
The thing about your question, just in general, from the outside looking in, you're asking the kids live with her,
right?
If he's at the house,
right?
If 9 o'clock is their bedtime at her house. That's what it is. If 10 o'clock is their bedtime,
I understand that. That's wait. How can you assume that? How can you assume that? You're assuming that. Wait. Hold on. You're assuming that that's the truth. She's an alpha female.
She can make the rules.
It's her house.
Anything. If you were listening to the answers, if you were effectively listening, they said that.
No, they said that after I asked the question.
Now you're saying that he didn't answer any question. He answered every single question.
I didn't say he didn't answer any questions. I said there were several questions in which he hesitated to answer.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna go for his defense. I'm gonna defend him a little bit. I'm gonna defend him a little bit.
I'll do this all day. Ask Papa Bill.
You didn't.
Hold on, though. I'm gonna hear the answer.
Thank you.
I can go back to the video. Or maybe cut it up. Because I asked him 3 different ways.
And I'll answer for him because he answered every single question.
But let me ask you a question.
I'll cut it up.
Hold on, let me talk for a minute now. He did kind of was in a bad situation. Anytime, come on now. I'm not saying he wouldn't agree with his woman, but come on now. He was in a situation. He felt different. He wouldn't have done it in front of her. It just is what it is.
Hey, and I'm gonna be honest though.
That's not true.
He answered the questions, but he didn't answer.
Y'all are making
assumptions. He just made. He stated.
He ain't gonna make you look bad. Best believe that.
Yeah, I think that was the
question. Was
that's my fault. That's my fault.
Yes. If you don't agree with his answers, that's your personal
right.
No, but I can go back. I'm literally on it on the other screen, and I'm waiting. There's about a 20-second pause of me readjusting the question to make sure: is he in the house? Is he in the city? Is dad involved? My question really is: dad involved to the point where you have to talk to him about the rules that you will have in the future about dating? I asked about dating, and he was very quiet. He didn't say, "Oh yes, what happens in my house is what's gonna happen." He didn't say none of that stuff. He's like, well, we talked about that.
Because he has his own house and I have my own house. So once again, you're asking all these questions, expecting an answer, and he's giving you the answer. He said, they're not here. Then you went into, well, does he have a job? And we both answered, we both got good. We both.
No,
got
I heard
good
that. I
jobs
heard
and
that.
make
I
good
heard that.
money.
I heard.
So
Hey,
I
I
heard
would
those.
love to
what
see
are
you
we
on Tommy
talking about?
Sotomayor show.
I heard those
I
two.
want to see how
I
that work
heard,
out.
That shit gonna be
I heard
ugly.
those
Doesn't even
two,
make sense.
but you was very slow to answer the others. And I can,
All I'm saying
like I
is
said,
that
it's on you.
segment was a little bit of spitfire what if question.
I told him.
Right.
I was like, hey,
It
we're
was
gonna sit here
kind
and I'm
of,
ask you yes or no
He
questions.
was
I
trying
told
to
him that
understand all the
beforehand.
stuff you were spitting out. He's sitting here looking like, what? Like, he's not
He's
here.
never considered
They're
the
not
fact.
here.
Wait, he's never considered the fact that maybe if dad was involved, I don't know the situation. So I'm asking questions to learn it. I don't know if dad's involved, right? So I don't know how involved dad may be. And I'm coming from my own personal experiences. If a child, I'm telling you. So I'm asking deeper questions to understand how he's rationalizing how he's going to live with this other man's child, with the dad is involved.
Yeah.
And then
Hey,
you
let me
made
ask
it clear
y'all-
that
let me
dad
ask y'all
was
a
not
question.
if I
involved.
remember correctly, afterwards you said, okay, I understand now. Oh, he used to be married. Oh, you used to be married.
Right.
Understand
I
now.
got it right
Please.
after that.
And I answered all of
I didn't
this
say he
before.
didn't answer. He hesitated, and that hesitation, you might fold under question. And I'm just trying. I'm like, okay, what are
And
your
then you went
intentions with
into
this
the
woman?
what ifs. Then y'all tell me y'all were on me about what ifs can't
Yep.
determine this.
Hey,
And then you went
It's
into, well,
it's
what
over.
That's
if
me.
y'all
It's
been
over.
married?
They
let's
said
change
that.
the
I
topic
said
though.
It's
This,
over.
that, and the
they
third.
It's
said
over.
that. No,
It's
it's
over.
okay. I really do. I really do applaud him. He's like a great guy, wonderful man. And this is not being, I'm not trying to kind of gaslight you. I'm trying to say he's a good dude, and I wish you guys the best. And I think you guys are gonna be good. But my other question has to do with, I wanted to ask my I cannot remember your name. I'm sorry, at the top here.
Talking about D.
D.
Yo, talking about the one at the top. Yeah, D.
Yeah, Miss D. So Miss D, I have a question for you. Mm-hmm. Do you think that there was nothing in what Kevin Samuel says that is redeemable, that is something that can be useful in the Black community?
Yes, I think there are. I just thought that his what's the word I'm looking for? His tone and his delivery was completely wrong.
Right.
Yeah,
And what are those things? What are those things?
What do you mean?
What are the things that you do agree with him? You said, I do agree with some of them, and yet I don't like his delivery and tone. Well, separating delivery and tone, what do you think about the rest of what he has to say? What are the things, enumerate the things that you think that he was correct on?
I believe if you are in a situation, or if we want to speak, I don't have children yet, or I'm not married yet, but I do think that if you want to classify yourself as a high value, or you want a high value person, you must be on that same or equivalent level.
Mm-hmm.
Was he not telling the truth?
I said that.
That's what she's telling me.
Okay.
I said I don't know if you missed it, but I said I just didn't agree with his.
Now I got a question. Right. I got a question. Now,
yeah,
you said his delivery and tone wasn't good,
but he was talking that shit.
You wanted him to go up on there and say, "Ma'am, please." And
before assumptions are made, what I didn't appreciate was you're qualifying a woman from hello as to what's your dress size.
That's because your dress size.
We just discussed that. Oh, what a woman can bring to the table is, can she cook? Can she be a wife?
Yeah. Hey, let me say this though. He did the same thing with men though.
Exactly. And then what I'm trying to get to,
let her finish. Wait. Why can't she finish?
I'm gonna let her finish. I'm sorry.
And that's fine. But what I didn't agree. It's like speaking on both sides. So if a woman needs to bring to the table those home economic basic stuff, fine. But don't go in and say you're not a high value woman. You're a size 20. You got 2 kids. And what the young lady was trying to, I guess, reach to was, even if she did and she made those mistakes, if you want to call it that. I don't think children are a mistake, but she made those decisions in earlier life. That does not equate to who she is now as a person.
Yeah, I got a question.
No, but you can't be judged by your past.
Now my question is,
let her finish.
Let her finish.
Okay, you can be judged. I agree with all of you here that says If I choose to judge you on that, that's what I choose to judge you on.
Mhm.
Same way I have a voice to say I did not agree with his tone and his
Yeah,
delivery.
Right.
Now, I got a question. Let me talk. I got a
And
question.
based off
Now,
of the way he spoke to me, which is what I'm being consistent about this call,
Let Papa
the
talk.
way he spoke to me made me not as receptive to his points.
Mm.
I naturally will shut down if somebody
Yeah.
is yelling at
Basically,
me, if somebody
basically you saying it was too harsh, right?
I'm sorry?
I'm saying you saying it a little too harsh. His delivery was too harsh.
Yes, I do believe it was a bit too harsh because I believe they never gave the woman or the man the time.
It wasn't harsh.
He never gave the woman or the man the time to explain themselves or their situation in a way where you get the full picture. And
I
do I think it was for social media? Do I think that was his
Life.
thing?
Right.
but I
Yes.
got something to say.
So
Right. I get what you're
he
saying.
had to do to monetize his YouTube channel. He did
Right. He was doing that before. He was monetized before. But Papa Pimp, what were you saying?
No, what I'm gonna get to is she said she got offended. And my thing is when he died, I seen so many women celebrating his death, like he only shitted on them. And women get more offended about things than men do, and it shows you because he shitted on men just he started off shitting on men. And no man ever said they were glad he died, they didn't celebrate it. Then you had celebrity women coming out saying like he got what he got, that's karma. And I didn't never understand why women getting so offended and he shitted on men the same way. Like I understand women, I understand women or get sensitive, more sensitive sometimes. But you think he ain't hurt none of these men's feelings? Men can't cry like you were saying earlier. He hurt some of these men's feelings too, and he said some stuff I didn't agree with. I got to the point I ain't want to listen to. I'm like, hold up, Kevin, I don't agree with you.
I have a question for you, Steve.
About him saying something. I know he said both, but so has Derek Jans. There's people out there who speak about men or women. Their delivery is different.
Yeah,
Derek Jackson said nothing about women.
I'm not saying who should be offended or who shouldn't. I'm saying that the question
you were offended.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you got that right. You got that right. At the end of the day.
Because I was offended.
Like we talked about before, you kind of know what you're putting yourself into by calling his phone. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That was
some of his biggest.
That was his platform. So looking and seeing the context of his delivery and how he was, the women kind of, in my personal opinion, yes, he could have delivered it differently, but that was not his way of delivery. So if you knew that's how he was, why call?
Now, let me ask you a question.
I agree with you.
Can I ask y'all a question? Why you never hear any women talk about how he shitted on me? I never heard women say how he did men. They only talk about how he did women. They never brought up the fact that he shitted on men. I never heard that. I'm just being honest. I never heard women say that. Women don't care. I'm gonna let you talk.
Let her answer.
If the men were offended, they should have spoken up. Maybe he would have said to women if the men had spoken up.
I get what you're saying. You know what I'm trying to say is
we weren't
how
offended.
many women have you heard any time on the internet say how he shitted on men? You never heard that. Women feel like we can take it and it's cool. Women feel like we can take it and it's cool. It's cool for him to shit on us. No majority. Tell me where you hear women. I ain't never heard no woman defend his.
Why do we need to defend? We're on this call right now. No man, and correct me if I'm wrong, stuck up for any of the women on this call right now to say, hey, what you're doing, you're overstepping. In fact,
that's a different situation. No, that's
different.
We already got a lot of them doing that.
Right? So we as women have each other's backs.
All right, you do. There's a sister.
So it's a man and woman thing. That's what we're trying to make it.
Man, woman.
To a majority, and what made
okay. And that goes back to if you a man and you taking up for these women, at the end of the day, they ain't gonna guide your back. That's what you're saying. You said it's a woman man thing. So if you're a man,
currently have our
that makes sense. If you're a man taking up for these women, end of the day, you said it was a man and woman thing. That's why no woman ever talked about
women. What man has taken up for the woman? In the same regard.
Y'all already got enough doing that.
Man is out there right now taking up. What man said, "Oh, Kevin, you're doing too much for these women"?
Well, actually,
you're coming back with another question. You're not answering mine. It's not fair.
No. You trying to play games? She's trying to play games.
We need to take up for you as men. What? And you're saying it's a man-woman thing. I understand.
Wait, hold on. I can answer that question.
What man?
Triple dollar.
To Kevin for women. We stood up for ourselves.
Creflo Dollar took a sneak shot. Creflo Dollar took a sneak shot on during one of his pulpit preaches. Steve Harvey said the same thing. The third one is going to be what is his name? Oh gosh, Ace Metaphor. Ace Metaphor said the same thing. These are all Stephen Speaks.
Right, and thank you for that.
These are all men. These are all men. These are all men who despise Kevin and did not like what he was saying. And there's a lot of men who didn't feel that way. I, for example, don't agree with everything he said. But one of the things that I would say is that I have a question for Ms. D on that one, and that is, when you watch those shows, does he come on to the camera when the girl calls? Does he come on there and he's just like, you're like, hi, who's this? And that kind of thing. Or does she say something? Does she say something where it's like, wait a minute, what do you mean? And he says, well, she's like, well, I'm trying to figure out how to find a high value man. He says, okay, what do you look like? Because that's what a lot of men who are high value look for in a wife first, initially. And so they say, I'm a size 20. Like you said, I'm a size 20 and I got 2 kids and I'm doing this and that. And it's like, okay, these men are kind of outside of your range. And the video that I think you should watch is specifically, it's actually just a short one. It's 15 minutes. And it's the young lady, what's it called? I should just settle for an average man. She's got 2 kids, chest tattoo, size 20. And she's on there right there telling him that I wouldn't marry a man making 42.5. And men are offended to that. That's offensive to men. You don't hear it because it's like dog whistle. Only the dogs can hear it. But men can hear that. When you say, hey, I don't want a man who's making less than 42.5, you're taking away 50%.
But then they date those men. They date those men that make less.
They date them. Yeah, they date them.
Yeah.
Everybody what they want.
I'm sorry.
No, everybody
say that one more time.
What they want and decide who they want to date.
Yeah. Hey, the only problem is
have a preference as to who they want to date.
Hey, check this out though.
That don't mean you're gonna get what you.
The only problem is some people got preferences, but it don't matter. They ain't
right. Your level. You're looking at settle because of that, and that's offensive. If someone said I'm settling for you, then she had to even say that during it because he was like, "Settle? Is that a good thing? Do you think that's a good word to use?"
How is that offensive that a woman says that, but a man can have certain things like we said about him saying about he doesn't want to date children, but she can't say. I mean, date a woman with children, but she could say, "Well, I don't want a man unless he's this, that, and the third." That man should be able to take it just as much. If you don't fit the category, you don't fit the category.
No, but she said settle for, which they be very specific here because that's what she said too. She tried to moonwalk through that, and he was like, settle.
Right.
He said the word settle, and that means that you deserve more, but you're getting this. That's what people mean by settle.
Right,
and
he would tell you.
You're not settling. A man who's average is not settling for an average woman.
Once again, it goes back to what I said before. Everybody has a preference of what they say they want. Just because you want that don't mean you're gonna get it, but you're entitled to say what you want. So if a woman says she want a man that make this look like this or whatever, then that's on you. That's what you want. Nobody said you're gonna get it. But there's no need for you to be offended by what somebody else says that they want. Either you
that's what they want. They said they're selling for. If she just said, I'll give you this way. She could have said it any other way. She could have said, hey, what I desire is a man doing this.
You can't be offended by someone's delivery. If that's how she said it, whether she said settle or not, then you should.
Wait a minute.
All right, you going back on another rant.
We just talked about delivery and tone a minute ago.
You going on another rant. Calm her ass down.
Wait a couple minutes.
Let's talk about delivery and tone. She agrees with some of what Kevin Samuels was saying. So it's
don't let her go on another rant.
His platform, and if you don't like his delivery, then you should not call in. So I'm the one that said that now.
She's the one who said that.
I got you. You have a differing opinion in the sisterhood. I got you now. I apologize.
I said from the beginning. Papa Pimp, did I not say in the beginning? Kevin Samuels' platform is his platform, and if you know that he delivers the way that he delivers, then you shouldn't have a problem when you call in because you already know.
I agree with you.
Hey, check this out.
See, that's what I said. I don't play on words. I listen very carefully.
Yes, you do.
Talking about a woman getting offended by something, And you're sitting here saying that, you know, men get offended by a woman saying, well, she don't want to settle for this, that, and the third. Bite that bullet, because at the end of the day, that's how she feels. We're going off of this wordplay of delivery here, delivery there, but you can't say it, and then you don't.
Where did your man go?
Take it.
Yeah, hey, ask your man what's his opinion on Kevin singing.
He ran away. He can't take it.
He's not gonna like him. You know this Negro ain't gonna like him.
Where he at?
He didn't run away.
You know this. Why y'all playing? You know this dude ain't gonna like him.
But at the end of the day, we're. I mean,
no, I'm saying, what's his opinion on Kevin singing?
I like to have adult conversations.
Yeah, I'm saying, what's his opinion on Kevin singing?
Kevin Samuels and what happened with the women calling, like I said before, the women that called, in my personal opinion, there were a lot of them that had high expectations that
I don't even think she heard
they themselves could not even
she don't hear nothing.
attain. You know,
hey, I say, what is your man's opinion on Kevin singing? What's his view on it?
For my man, he ain't in here right now.
He ran away.
He ain't here, in her words.
We're talking right now. Like,
he ain't
what's
here.
The next question?
He's like, she ranted too much. Let me run.
No, my only question with D. My only question for D was that it's just that I was just trying to make sure that we're keeping it, keeping it kosher across the line, keeping it, as we say, consistent. I like to use these buzzwords that we use these days. Right. I'm keeping it consistent across the line because when you have a delivery thing and there's all something, it's like, okay, you said the word, and I just like I said about Lucy Goosey, I did those. I stand on that 10 toes down, right? I'm like, I gotta stand on it. And it's the same thing she has to stand on. It's settle. If you watch it, she's like, he doesn't come on yelling at the lady. She comes on and says, basically, I got to settle for this kind of man. And he's like, yeah, that kind of dude isn't really necessarily looking for a woman with 2 kids. The kind of man you're describing doesn't necessarily want that. And I think common sense isn't always common. One of the things I want to say, the last thing I'm going to say is, I think that men get early in life. The reason why it's so hard sometimes for the sexes to understand each other is one of the things for men, from a man's opinion, is that we get checked pretty early in life. You know where you stand when it comes to your sexual market value, and it's done by sex, right? Men who, whether it's your game or your look or whatever it may be, but somewhere in there, where you fit. With a woman, like, you can have sex, and the man doesn't really necessarily want necessarily a long-term relationship with you. He can have sex with a lot of women. So I think, and sometimes, it's my opinion, that sometimes the women sometimes have a kind of like a elevated opinion of themselves because they are able to have sex with men. And they assume because they can have sex that they can get married. And I don't want to bring up our lovely lady who was on here before, but she even said that. She's like, I'm 52 years old, but I got no problem getting a man. I'm like, she's like, I'm single by choice. I'm like, 52, who gonna put the teeth in? Who gonna give you an insulin shot when you get older? I mean, getting older is hard, and I want to make sure that was really for choice. You know what I mean? And that's
yeah, like who would choose to have 3 kids by 3 different dudes? You know what I'm saying? Like, and feel like it's the best decision for the kids.
But that's what we were talking. That's why I explained what I explained earlier. I don't think anybody plans a lot of that stuff. Stuff happens. Now everybody's situation is
I'm not saying what she planned or whatever. I'm saying.
But it wasn't
you gotta listen to what I'm saying. She was saying it was a good thing for the kids.
When a man has sex with a woman and say it just happened, he didn't just trip and fall into her pussy. Like, it didn't
nobody's having an accident.
Right. We understand that. We're adults. We're grown.
Yeah,
we know that. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I don't think certain things are necessarily planned, but it happens.
Well, I'm saying no.
2 people have sex. It's not always, hey, I'm having sex with you, so we.
Hey, listen, check this out. She was defending her. She was defending it like it was a good thing for the kids,
right? Because she made the choice, as Miss B said above. She said, or Miss D, I'm sorry, Miss D said above that she made the choice to have these children at 42 years old, the 8-year-old that she had, and so that was where we were coming from.
She wasn't even looking for marriage. She was just looking at like he probably.
And she said the father didn't matter. Like, it didn't matter. The father didn't
like the way he looked.
In the children's life. So it's
she
not like
thought he looked good. That's why she had kids by him.
But I don't even think that's what it was, because she didn't even get to fully explain everything.
She explained before on another show.
She also said that the father was in the children's lives, and
right, she did say that. We agree.
Now, on the show,
we agree, but she's not with the father. 8 years.
On the show, the guy tried to make an example of her. He didn't show everything. He just showed that she was a mother with 3 kids, 3 different fathers. Right. That probably kind of messed up. He kind of didn't put out her credentials that she said.
Man, hey, I don't care what
But that
nobody
wasn't her.
said,
That was
man.
Kendra G. By the way, that was not her. I watched that episode of Kendra G. I watched that one. That's why I knew who she was when she came up here. And the story is a little bit fishier than that because she was still married when she had the 2 twins. Now I can timestamp it for you. And she was still married when she had the twins. That's where Kendra G was saying you were out here having a baby when you were still married. She's like, well, we weren't still living together. We weren't really, and that was her explanation. But men don't hear. They were still saying you're married by the state and you're having a baby by some other man. That's how.
Exactly. It don't matter if you separate or not. You still
has kids or not. It ain't stopping no show. People still getting in relationships. So it goes back to what I said before. So it goes back to what I said before. If you don't want a person with kids, then don't date a person with kids. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. But
let me ask y'all a question. How do y'all feel, ladies? Let me ask y'all ladies a question. How do y'all feel about a woman who is married or a man that is married that moves on and start having a relationship and have another kid before they get divorced? How you feel about that person?
I think it depends on the situation because marriage. The reason why I say that is
you still married and you have a kid.
No. What I'm saying is, if you're married, when you go through a divorce, it's a process.
No. I ain't saying I'm on a divorce. I said you still married, you separated.
Okay.
You still married and you separated, and then you go off and start messing with somebody else. You get a kid. I know. I'm gonna tell y'all a situation.
I thought you meant like separated you in the process of.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you a situation I went through with a woman. It wasn't that serious. I met this woman. She was trying to talk to me. She wanted to have sex. She didn't tell me she had something. We didn't ever do nothing. She didn't tell me she had nothing. I don't know why. But she ended up telling me her story on how she caught the shit. She said her and her man was having problems. And then she started cheating. And then she said she caught the shit. So at the end of the day, when people are getting in situations, if you're still married and you decide to start having sex with somebody else, if you catch something, have a kid, at the end of the day, that is irresponsible on you. I mean, you didn't even take time to wait. I mean, I understand things happen, but you still want to be with that person, but you just want to cheat. That's all it is.
By the way, I put the video in the chat.
For your consequence. I mean, your actions. I mean, that's with anything. So
I put the. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm not trying to make these people look like they bad people or anything. I'm not trying to make that lady like she a bad person. If I'm married and then I separate from my woman and I start sleeping with somebody else, if I get her pregnant and I ain't got a divorce shit, I'm gonna have to take the criticism just like anybody else. That's all we saying.
Yeah,
I agree, but there are also people too. I mean, like I said, there are a lot of what ifs and different circumstances and situations, but there are people who have gotten married and have been married for years, and there are men that know. For instance,
I got another one for you. I met this woman one time that said she was talking to a dude who had a kid by him and know he was married. I don't know how the hell you didn't know he was married. He was hiding that shit that good. Like, I'm
a lot of men can hide their marriage.
No, the man was hiding his marriage. She said, "I was like,
men can hide."
But after she found out, she still was fucking with him and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Sometimes I think people
caught feelings for a person.
Sometimes I think people not being honest.
Right. I get what she's saying, Miss D. I get you.
You'll hear the man say it's cheaper to keep her. You ever heard that? It's cheaper to keep her. They'll stay married. That's what my point was before you cut me off. But the guy will get married, and if he's been with a woman for 20 years, he already knows she's entitled to a lot of things if they were to get divorced. You see what I'm saying? So he'll say it's cheaper to keep her, and he'll get out here. They won't ever separate. They won't divorce. They'll just separate and do whatever they want to do.
Right.
We see that a lot too. So
all the women who get married.
That's why I always say it's easy to just assume a lot of times, but there are a lot of ifs and different things that are going on that we don't know. You see what I'm saying?
You're right, but we have to speak in generalities. We don't know everybody. You have to speak in generalities to get life done. Yes, those who go to college may probably earn a little bit more, but there are people who out here millionaires who ain't got a college. We get it. We got it.
Right.
But, your odds are higher.
And that's why I always go back to the basics of whether it's sex, whether it's having a baby, whether it's relationships, the basics of whether it's a marriage. Nobody gets into a marriage expecting to get a divorce, right? Nobody gets in a relationship expecting to break up. Not always people get into when you have sex, you plan to have a baby. Some people are out here casually having sex.
Hey, check this out.
You see what I'm saying?
I put those.
What's your
come behind a lot of these things. feelings. That's all.
Hey,
I'm saying.
what's your kids' relationship with your boyfriend?
Oh, they love him. They love him.
How long y'all been
He's
together?
a
If I may
wonderful
ask.
guy. He's a wonderful man. You know what I'm
How
saying? I wouldn't have
Yeah.
any guy around my kids just to
So I'm
have.
saying,
How long y'all been together?
Well, we've been together 2 years, but I've known him
Oh,
since.
yeah. So
That's a long time.
So he actively helping take care of the kids too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's the thing. That's where the love comes in. I mean, I love this man, and he loves my children.
Yeah, that's the point I was making early, man. That the average, that's not the average dude, which is a
But
good
see-
thing for you. You know what I'm saying? Which is a good thing for
I
you.
just don't like
But
the risk.
this is what I'll say too. Even before I met him, I attract certain type of men, and this is what I'm saying. I truly believe in understanding a man, but I want to also have that same understanding as well, because we can throw up. A lot of times, our feelings get in the way of trying to or assume, and judgment and all this stuff plays a part instead of trying to understand. And I think that's why we're having a problem today in society with dating. It's a lot of miscommunication, understood, too high of expectations, that people put expectations out there that they themselves can't even provide. You know what I'm saying? There's lack of the understanding on both ends. Men and women both think completely different. But if you take the time to stop looking at it from just your point of view and listen and put yourself in someone else's shoes. Like with me, I've never been a man. I'll never be a man. But if I only look at when you speak or any man speaks just from a woman's perspective, I'll never understand. I have to then put myself and say, well, dang, if I was a man, how would I feel if that happened to me? Or if I was treated like
what does that got to do with anything though?
I'm just saying, I'm speaking in general.
She's just speaking.
Like you were saying, speaking in general, like the man said, speaking in general. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about
I have a question. I do have a
dating,
question.
everything.
I do have a question for you. You know, I think you're right. But here's the thing. Here's what I'm gonna give you your praise here. And I'm gonna say this: most black women are not going to get married, and so you're on the path to 2. So you must have
most black women ain't getting married.
Right? And so you're on the path to 2. So there's something that you're doing right that would make a man, like that's what Prime is saying. There's either something about you or something about him that make y'all work in this situation. Because not only do not many women not get married, but they definitely don't even get married and they don't have any kids anyway. And then not to a man that doesn't have any kids. I mean, that's it's something with probably both of y'all. But I'm giving you your praise. My point in all that is I'm giving you praise because it's hard enough for a woman to get married one time. You know what I mean? And then you really on the path. 2 years, y'all down the path. So, I ain't staying that long. So 2 years, 2 years you down the path. So, that's hey, congrats. No lie.
Well, thank you. But that's why I said what I said. I mean, I like to listen to a man's perspective, and I also like to listen to different women's perspective. But since you talked about on the path to marriage and I'm doing something right, I think that's where it comes in. It's really getting to know a person and understanding them and not being so quick to judge, because we've all been through something. Every last one of us come from a different background, whether you have kids or you don't have kids. There are some people that don't have kids, but they got a lot of trauma and mental stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? There are people that have dealt with so much. So once you take the judgment out and really try to understand a person, that's what brings you together. You understand what I'm saying? Because we've all made mistakes. It doesn't matter what it is. We all got skeletons in our closet and things that we are not proud of. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta have some type of level of understanding.
You gotta have empathy. You have to have empathy. I understand that. Mine just doesn't extend that. Mine doesn't extend that far.
We don't be shitting on single
I
moms.
will say this: people do need to have empathy, but you gotta also take the people who are not gonna get empathy too, because it's gonna be.
Because look at Rip and Papa Pimp, man. They date a lot of single moms.
I did, Prime. And I don't date single moms anymore, but I still, every once in a while I might dip over every once in a while just to, dip my toe. But I mean, I don't really date single mom. I mean, it's mostly, you know, you go over to the house, you chill, whatever. But what I'm saying is that you're right. You're right. I did. And I think I got out of that. I got scarred out of it. So it's my personal. That's my personal thing. But I just want to make sure, like, if I had a son, I'd be like, or a daughter, I'd be like, make sure that, you know, whoever you are having a child, if you decide to have this child, that, you know, this is a man that you want to, y'all are going to be together. A marriage is one thing. Having a child with somebody is a whole nother. Like I told you, my father was married once before. I've never heard this woman's name in my house. They were married for 2 years. Never heard this woman's name. I didn't know he was married till I was 13 before. Ain't no pictures up. Ain't no photo albums at grandma's house. Ain't nothing about this woman around. But if she had a child, I have to. That's permanent. You know what I mean? That connection is permanent. Can't block him out your phone.
I'm gonna put it like this though. I don't have no problem. Like I really don't. I'm not. I don't have nothing against single mothers. I done tried to talk to them and cool with them. I just come to the point of like sometimes when you're dating single mothers, it's just like someone don't got time. I don't got time to deal with baby daddy drama. I don't got time. You can't do this. You can't do that. It's all coming to a point, and I feel like, well, if I ain't got no kids, I might give
Right, just keep it casual.
Yeah.
Keep it casual.
Like, if I ain't got no kids, I don't want to date nobody with no kids. But if it was smooth, if she got one kid and it's smooth, it's different. But most times it's not smooth.
Yep, that was my last situation.
I definitely respect
Hey,
it, but
did you have to, did he?
Huh?
Did he have to pay? Did he have to pay for your babysitter? These are the topics that going on right now on the YouTube streets. Did he have to pay for your babysitter for your dates?
You said what?
Would you ask him to pay for your babysitter for dates?
No, my parents are here in town, so my parents love their
You got you still
that's the like we.
So you said they're in town now, or they all the
they're
time?
They're in town, like they live in the same city. I mean, his parents do too. So I mean. We went on a 7-day cruise to Amber Cove, Dominican Republic. We was gone. Like,
that's good. That's good. That's good. Because the situation I was in, you know, it was always like getting a babysitter, finding somebody to watch, because she didn't live in the same town as the grandparents. So getting a babysitter on like short notice. If I wasn't like surprised, that's impossible.
In reality, yo, you good. You got a good situation to the point where you're not having no issue. But that's not every man's situation. You're
having a good situation. He's in the best situation.
He's in a good situation because she's mature. Not every woman is that mature.
And it's been long enough. It's been long enough that baby daddy, like, what's it called, pair bond, has probably been broken by now.
And another thing I got to come back to: if more women was mature like her, maybe men would date single mothers more. Maybe if they didn't have to deal with the bullshit. But you know for sure it's not going to be like her situation.
And I've had
so y'all have dealt with a lot of BS, like dealing with single mothers, like or y'all just haven't really given them the chance.
No, I've dated a lot of them. So the thing,
what's been the biggest problem when y'all dated single mothers? Like
the baby father.
Oh,
that's always the biggest problem.
And either he's not letting go. In one case, she was married, so she wasn't really a single mother. She was a single mother who wanted a baby mama. So she had been married. He cheated. So that's all. I can only take it from her side, right? But he cheated with probably some other stuff going on too. But he cheated, and then she got divorced from him, but he was still over that house too much.
Oh,
it was too close. And she's like, swears up and down, ain't nothing going on. One day he answers the phone, but it was a regular time during the day. The kid's there. She has a kid, so the kid's there. They're out washing the car, but he picks up the phone. I said, this is just too close for comfort. I can't prove.
He was still in them guts.
That's what I'm trying to say. I can't prove that he was still in them guts. But what I have to do is go on my. I can't ask her and try to figure out the situation. See, what we're trying to say as guys is like we evolved to like figure out the situation very quickly. And I can't sit there in that relationship for 3 more months trying to figure out if they still smashing. That's not worth my energy. I gotta do it based on what I see right then. I can't see it. Oh well, the situation is he comes over on this day and he helps her with her ballet practice.
And I'm gonna tell you,
I don't want to hear that.
Some of the women don't want to control them. They can't. If you can't control your ex baby daddy, then I don't need to be talking to you. That goes for a woman who dating a man with kids. If you can't control your baby mamas, if I had baby mamas, I damn sure could control them. If you can't control your baby daddy, I don't need to talk to you.
And that's what I've been saying with dating. If you have a good situation, then you don't have those problems. And I feel like with any relationship, because if you're done, that door should be closed. and the mature, co-parenting should happen. We shouldn't be in here, you coming over to my house, we staying.
Right.
No, we're not doing anything like that. The only thing that is the only connection is this child. And I always believe that if it didn't work out with the two parents, as long as they're taking care of the child, that's all that matters. You know what I'm saying?
And the big thing they have to do is I would have to do it to a certain extent. You'd have to be doing this exchange at the police station. I mean, you ain't come see what I'm saying? Because he still got access to our house. You know what I mean? He still has access to my house. That's the thing as a man raised by a 2-parent household, by old baby boomers, that I can't. Another man decide. That's why I asked your man those questions, because another man deciding some shit in my house, even though that's your baby, some other man deciding some shit in my house ain't gonna happen. You know what I mean? If they go over your house,
why would the other man be up in your house anyway? If he come to
no, I mean his opinion. His opinion. My daddy say, "Oh, I don't give a shit what your daddy say."
Right.
You see how that go? That's how men think. See, that sounds bad, but it's my house. I'm putting the roof over this baby head, put the electricity in the wall, and the clothes he got on his back. So yes, in the words of Fences, I ain't gotta like you. You ain't gotta like me. You got food in your belly, don't you? You got clothes on your back, don't you?
That's a good movie. I like that movie.
Yeah, I'm telling you, because when men think like that, I provide for you, so I get respect. And if the woman who's still with this other guy are still like, she still has. See, what happens is if she still has a little bit of feelings for him, then it's like, well, that's her daddy. No. This is a new family, baby.
Right.
Well, if she got a little bit of feelings for him, you leave her alone from the get-go.
No, what I'm saying is deep down. All he gotta do is
fix,
see what it is all he gotta do is fix his little problem. Whatever that problem was that they had, if he fixes that little problem, he can sneak his way back in. And that's what happened to that girl I was telling you about. They did get remarried during COVID. This is 9 years ago. And then they just got remarried during COVID. So I'm telling you, because she couldn't imagine herself sleeping with another man. See, we were dated for like a month. And I'm like, okay, the draws is coming soon. You know what I'm saying? Draws is dropping soon. But she in her brain could not, he was her first and her husband. It's hard, even in your 30s, to be like, to get with a new man. See how the imprinting of the man. I can't stand behind that. I'm not strong enough. If that's what women think is strong, I'm not strong enough to sit behind another dude and listen to what he did. Well, and then here's the other part. Oh my gosh, my other thing with single mamas, the last one I dated, you go over the house and she's already got rules set in place. So I gotta come in and keep the rules that you've had in place. So you may do timeout. I'll do whooping. See, we got to have this conversation at some point. You see what I'm saying? Well, you don't need to talk to him like that because he does this.
Yes,
See, and then I got to raise my kids. Here's the other part. If I decide to have kids with you, I got to raise them like you've raised your previous kid, because you can't have two separate rules for my kid and your kid and the previous kid, right? This is why I was asking you, has he thought this far ahead? This is the question I always have, because I'm like, yeah, like if I have to discipline him, do I discipline him differently than I discipline my child? Because daddy's gonna be there.
Or you let the mother discipline the damn child. Don't worry about it.
But then now you look like a punk. You look like a punk because the kids are gonna learn very quickly that you ain't got no say in this household, and they're gonna learn. I can run over stepdad.
It's gonna be a problem regardless. Yeah, you're right. It's gonna be a conflict regardless.
Y'all gotta be on the same page. I gotta date. If you did date a single mom, there are certain boundaries that should already be in place with the father, where he's not overstepping on the new man's toes, because
just keep it casual.
You know what I'm saying? He shouldn't. If, like, in my situation, like I said, he will never have to deal with them ever. Like, no, that ship has sailed, honey. The only responsibility he has is for that child. He doesn't run anything over here. He don't control anything over here. You know what I'm saying? He helps contribute to the child. That should be the only thing.
And you talk about the single father, but I'm talking about the mom. The mom has already was alone since one. Baby was one, so she's been raising him alone. She has her rules, right? Yeah. And I'm coming in. And I'm like, look, I gotta adapt to hers, and any future children I have with her are going to be under her rule. And so
pimp.
That's where the woman is supposed to allow.
Hey, what you think about the woman?
Exactly.
You know, her kid, you got caught. She was mad at the baby daddy for bringing a kid some food. McDonald's.
Oh yeah, I seen that. I seen that.
Explain that one again, Prime.
Huh?
Explain the guy couldn't hear you. Say it again.
You know the woman that got mad because her baby daddy brought his son or daughter some food.
McDonald's.
Yeah.
Oh, he didn't bring her kid, but he brought his kids there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did the right
but
thing.
it was on a date, right?
Huh?
No,
Was
no,
it
no,
a date?
No.
Okay.
Bring him by the house.
But see, you can't get mad at that situation. I mean, I get what she was saying. In the day, it ain't his responsibility to really bring them kids nothing. I mean, if the kids got food and you taking care of them, why you worrying about what he bring? Now, if he want to be nice and bring the kids food too, but it ain't his. It shouldn't be no. You should have to. No, he does not have to.
Right.
If you are the mother and that boy got and the children got a father, they should be good on food.
Right.
Lucky if I'm bringing them food.
I got a question for you, Papa Pimp.
Yeah.
Let's look. I'm doing a what if. So I'm gonna change the status of this a little bit because I think that thing was fake anyway. But anyway, I'm gonna change the status of this a little bit. If it was a PS5 and he wouldn't let the other kids play with it.
Well, if I'm hold up now, because you dating a woman and your kid, they can play the damn PS5.
But no, man. This dude right here won't date the woman.
What about his clothes?
This is the baby daddy. He won't date the woman.
Oh, that's up to the kid.
He wasn't dating the woman.
It's up to the kid if he can play. Up to the kid.
So his child was the sibling to the other kids.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, they got a PS5. I'm gonna let him share with his sibling. That's like
clothes. The other kids.
But I'm saying though, what about the food though?
Are you gonna let him? Are you gonna let him wear his clothes?
You don't
hell no.
But what we're saying, I get what you're trying to get at. What we're saying is
that's what I'm saying.
Like that man should have brought all them kids some food.
Right, you should have brought all the kids some clothes. You can't just bring my child some clothes. Wait, I can't just bring. You can't just bring one of the kids' clothes. Why is that?
I don't think he meant no harm. I think he just
no, he didn't mean no harm.
I don't think he was wrong at all. I think he was taking care of his responsibility with that child, and then she tried to obligate him. That's the difference. You can ask someone to do something, but you can't obligate anybody to do anything for you.
Then they try to make him like a bad person.
Right.
And that's another thing. You never know what transpired between the two parents, because she came on again later and said, well, what he used to do for all the kids when we were together. Well, that was when y'all were together. Y'all were no longer together. So how do we know when he was in a relationship he was doing for her and she took advantage of it? Sometimes people do stuff and you say, look, I'm tired of being a good person. I'm not bending over backwards for you. I'm just going to take care of my responsibility and be done. So you can never obligate or make someone do anything. And I don't agree with that. So I don't think he did anything wrong.
I agree with you. She's obligating him to do it. And but my point in all that was just, is it because a lot of women made it to be the McDonald's. That's why I was trying to say. They were saying, well, it's because it's $5. Like, you couldn't go get $20 worth of McDonald's. You couldn't do this. And I'm like, well, it doesn't matter how much it costs. If it's $20 or $200 PS5 or some clothes that I bought for my son and he brings it home.
It goes back
a lot of women were actually fighting with him from what I saw, which is why she came back on trying to explain herself.
Oh, really? I saw a lot of women like, you can't make the kids. It's so terrible, the kids are sad, and the initial, they were like,
and it seemed like how they jumped on him and try to make him like a bad person. And
they had one where the dad gave the kid a Mercedes.
No matter what the situation was, I didn't think he was a bad person because that was
he's not.
He could have had his life. Do something nice for my child and.
That's my child. That's it.
McDonald's, and that's all it was. Like, he's not, like you said, he's not obligated to do something for her.
This is like, okay, let me ask y'all a question, men. If you go out on a date with a woman and she bring her kid with her, do you feel like you're obligated to buy her and her kid something to eat if you pay?
Hell
no. That's not even a date.
I wouldn't even buy her nothing.
That ain't no date.
That's why I think women shouldn't bring their kids. Like, if he asks you out, you should bring your kids, especially on the first date.
Oh, it's a first date.
Some women do that. They bring their kids. I've had women do that.
I heard dating. I didn't hear first. So I was like, wait, like I'm saying 20 dates in, the kid can't slide through.
She should tell you that.
Yeah, she should definitely tell you.
No, sometimes they do that to test you. Sometimes they test you.
That's true.
Hey, I didn't met plenty of women on the first date and they brought their kids.
Yeah. I'd be like, wow.
She said, I ain't got no babysitter, bro.
Yeah, they'll bring their kids.
That's a play date.
Right.
On the
And
first
but
date,
still,
they brought
On the
their
first on the first date, yep.
On the first
and
They
you
brought
knew
the
she
kids.
brought the
Yeah, I
kids
know
before,
that.
like just through talking or something. Like you just brought her kids.
Yeah, they brought the kids.
Show up at the Applebee's. I need a high chair.
Someone want to bring their kids.
Did she think it was like, oh, they could go play?
You said what?
Someone want to bring their kids.
Like at a
though.
park or something, where she thought, oh, they can go play on the
Well, it might have been. Yeah, I think one time might have been the park.
Them
I bet
remember
you
one
one time
time-
he was at the house. He was
Hey, I remember
clapping
one
cheeks
time me and my
while the kids-
homeboy we was out eating, and the chick she brought her kid with us while we were eating.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh,
But
put
they-
that high chair. Put that high chair up. Yes.
They be doing that shit on purpose.
Even with a single woman, and she bring her friends because she feel like, oh, this dude gonna pay for everything for you and you know.
Yeah, but she already knew I wasn't paying for shit.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I don't holler at women in groups, large groups. For like, I don't like to introduce myself to 20 women at the club.
You go on a date with a woman, she bring her damn friends. I'd be like, what the hell?
Well, she better be a date too.
I'd be shocked if she did. I'm like, you trying to play me or something? I wouldn't understand why her friends came. I'd be shocked. I never had that.
I've been the friend on a date, but it was more so for
I'd be like, you bring your
friends
friends?
pay for me, but I was more so for state. Like she didn't really trust the situation.
Sometimes the friend be cock blocking.
I'm gonna tell you, there was one time I hollered at
She was
this
in a
woman.
different table off to the side. But
I hollered at this woman one time. She gave me a number. She's like, "Yeah, we can go out, but my boyfriend got to go too." I was like, "What?"
What?
She told me, and I was like, "Hold up, why yo? What the fuck?" I ain't understand. I was like,
"You boyfriend number 2?"
She's
like,
trolling you.
Like we going on some friendship type stuff, and I'm gonna bring my man to wild. Like, hold up, now I'm good. I don't know.
No, she's trolling you. That was a trick.
I've been in situations like this before. This is hilarious because like
Yeah, wow, I was shocked when she actually said that. I was like, "You playing with me? I'm not going out with you and your man."
She's playing with you.
I don't know.
Man, don't go. Whatever you do, men, stop going to this stuff. They would stop suggesting it, please. And don't pay for no babysitters on the first date. I ain't doing it.
Don't.
I ain't doing it. But I will definitely not look back to your original topic. I'm definitely not paying no $400, and you're bringing your kid too, and you bringing your kid too.
$400.
We're going to Chuck E. Cheese.
Hey, like I don't care if they bring their kid, man, as long as they take care of their own kid.
Yeah, I don't care either. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
But like I said,
but I mean, they
gotta
ain't
take care
gonna
of
have
their
sex
own.
then.
They ain't gonna pay for their own kid.
Shit, they do. I ain't no pay for
really?
nobody's kid.
Okay. What do you say? You say, look. Look, let me split this check up. Put the little kid over here. Put me over here.
Yeah.
We need 3 checks.
That's crazy. That's why I get that the people.
Miss D, what's wrong? Miss D?
Let me ask y'all a question about dates, though. I'm gonna ask y'all a question. I'm about to end this soon because it is getting late. I gotta go to work. But I'm gonna ask y'all a question. Now, when y'all go on a date, do y'all consider a coffee date or a park date a real date, or y'all consider that a meeting group?
Hell yeah, that's a real date.
I'm talking to the ladies. I'm asking them. Do y'all consider a coffee date and a park date? Y'all consider that a real date or a meet and greet?
That's a real date.
Okay, so women came on here talking about that's a meet and greet. I was like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, I remember that.
I was like,
or pre-date. They said pre-date.
Yeah, pre-date.
Okay, we put it this way. If I don't online date anymore, but when I was, if we're like a coffee date and it's our first time meeting, then yes, technically that's a meet and greet because that's me just meeting you. Yeah. I don't take that as a date. Now, if it's somebody you walked up to me, whatever the case is, and then we've been talking and it's like, oh, let's go out for coffee or let's go to this cafe or something, that's a date. My first date with somebody.
If somebody asks you out and you agree to it, it don't matter where y'all go. That's a damn date.
Right.
He did. The question wasn't an ask out. It was like,
no, you did ask that.
Well, my bad. I meant asking the lady out on a date. Is that a? These lady was saying that when you ask somebody out to a date to a park or a coffee, they talking about that's not a real date. I was like,
no, that's a date.
That's a date.
Miss D, you made the point of like I heard that what you were saying, and it was like if you like met him at that moment and he was like, let's go for a coffee. But he's talking about you've been talking for 2 weeks and he's like, hey, let's meet at Starbucks, like as a date at 7 p.m. and we'll just sit and talk.
And these ladies talking about that's a meet and greet. I was like, no.
Right, she said she dated Drake.
I think it's a date.
I mean, whatever you want to put in your mind.
What is 2 people meeting? What is title as a date or a meet and greet.
Right,
Even
right.
though-
The meet and greet has less. I'm gonna tell you why they want to call a meeting. That's less value. Like, okay, that ain't
Right,
nothing.
right. My value is tied up in
They
how much
want
you
an
spend.
That's valuable, but it's like if it is my first time meeting you in public and all of that, okay. It's
Well, that means if you go out, but they said going out to dinner not a meet and greet. What's the difference? If you guys meeting for the first time, that means anything you do is a meet and greet, right?
No, but they gotta have reservations.
me, right? For me, it's all in the question. It's, hey, I
Right,
really
right.
want to see you. I want to take you out tonight, this and that. That's a date. If it's just like, okay, we've been chatting online for a little bit. Let's see each other face to face. That's a meet and
Right.
greet to me.
I got you.
Even
I get you. I
online,
get you.
even
But then
online, if me and a woman, we're gonna exchange numbers before we meet, and we meet, I'm gonna consider that a date.
But with that same thing, if I consider it a meet and greet, I don't expect him to pay for me.
Right. I get you.
Right,
I
you
get you.
paying,
I
you
get you.
paying.
Right? Because it's
I
like,
get you. That makes sense.
we're gonna meet up for some coffee real quick. I'm gonna pay for my coffee, he pay for his or whatever it is, and we meet.
And you know what? That's probably the easiest one to pay for. I would look. You ain't got it. Look, let me pull this $10 out my pocket, baby. It's your world. It's your world, girl. Get whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Get the triple latte.
Get a little salsa too.
I'm tricking on this $10 right here.
You know what? I think more people need to go on dates like this so they actually get to know each other, and that'll solve a lot of problems.
Right.
People don't think like this. Some people just can't wait to go to a damn restaurant and then get mad when somebody don't want to have sex with them. Men, I'm talking about men. They cannot wait to go on a damn date. They want to impress. They thinking already, I'm gonna have sex with her. Come on, bro. You need to.
But some of them, you know, some dudes they don't care about it. They're just looking. Hey, they just want to impress the woman, man. Even if they don't, you know.
Okay, let's say you want to impress her. Don't get mad when she don't want to comply.
Right.
That's all right. I look. I told y'all I like bougie stuff already. So if she's going with me, we're gonna do bougie stuff. But here's the problem. My issue is I actually care more about. I told the guys this. I'm like, I care more about my time. Like you waste my time. I'm very upset because like if you weren't really interested or whatever, that's the waste of my time. Because I could be out here with another woman. I do intend to one day get married and have some children. Right, and so
Sure.
But if you ask a lot of men, I went on these forums and asked a lot of men, and a lot of them mad because they feel like when they took them on dates, they should have got something. And I'm like, why did you walk into the date with that expectation? Why you didn't go into the date to have fun, enjoy yourself? You probably would have got what you fucking wanted if you would have goddamn had some fun. But you took
what area you guys in? If I can, like Northeast, most of you.
I'm in Maryland. East Coast.
Maryland. Yeah.
I'm in East.
Well, wait, DMV, Maryland.
DMV, Maryland.
Okay. Oh, you have a whole different expectation. You're the third young lady we've had on here. DMV expectations are funny. I'm like, dang, y'all, because it's such a high cost of living up there that when we say $400 day, it's a whole other thing. We're thinking like, look, we got places around here you get a meet and three for $6. You know what I'm saying?
And
like,
that's why if you was up there, you would make more money if you was living up there and working.
Hey, unless you go to the hood in Baltimore, shit cheap.
Yeah, Baltimore.
And that's not me.
She's like, nope.
So.
She's like, that's too funny. No, I mean I've been up there.
Whoever's listening from Baltimore is cute, but I'm not from Baltimore.
Nah, Baltimore's coming back a little bit. I was up there last year. Baltimore's cool. I got to walk through like the Wire area and all that. That was cool. But I walk quickly. But but what I'm saying is like the expectations up there are gonna be different just because it's just expensive. I'm in the South, so
let me ask you
you hit $40.
Let me ask you a question, bro. You said the expectation is different. So I'm from North Carolina, so I go to Maryland. The women might not go for my type of game and how
not game, but the expectations of like what things cost, because things cost more up there. They just do.
So you saying if I go up there and say, man, we're going on a coffee date and I meet a woman, she might not go for that.
No, she'll do it. I think what I'm saying is I think she'll do it. I think what I'm saying is that if you guys decide to go to coffee, that coffee may be $10. Like it's gonna be a $10 coffee. It ain't gonna be no $5. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Starbucks in Maryland, right?
Yeah.
$10?
It's a little more expensive. When I went there when I went to Hawaii, it's like twice the price.
It's 20.
Y'all crazy.
But I don't know if you were on when we started. Me and the other lady are both from the Maryland, DC, Virginia area. So When we said $300, $200 was not, a high date, is because of the prices here, and that's what I was.
The prices are
like.
So it's kind of hard to compare the places from a big city to a smaller city.
Right. You go to an okay place and it could get up to 150, 200. So it's those are the prices. The drink is $18, an alcoholic drink.
I'm gonna just go to McDonald's. Shit.
Now, let me ask, why do women don't like McDonald's? McDonald's one of the most popular restaurants in the world. A lot of people go there and eat all the time. You start talking about a date.
I hate McDonald's.
Okay, y'all won't go to McDonald's. Y'all go to Wendy's. Can a man take y'all to Wendy's?
I love Wendy's.
4 for 4.
Okay, so you'll go to Wendy's on your first date.
Wendy's. Give me that 4 for 4.
Okay, so you'll go to Wendy's on your first date.
That is not a date.
I'm not bougie.
That's not a date.
Bougie, but that's not a date.
How is that not a date?
Whoa, where do we go?
We're going through the drive-through. We're both hungry. We pick up some food. That's not a date.
That's a date.
Go inside.
So if he asks you, let's meet at Wendy's.
I'm sorry?
Inside. It got to be inside.
Gotta be inside.
I don't care where. That's fast food. That's not a date.
Chick-fil-A?
Chick-fil-A, yeah, that's a date.
That's bougie's fast food.
If I ask a woman out anywhere, she'll go to a park. I don't know what the difference between a park and goddamn Wendy's.
Because that's an experience. For me, that's an experience.
So is Wendy's.
I've gone on first dates. There was a free. I lived in Brooklyn for 4 years, so I've gone on free concert dates, and it was a nice free concert. We sat in the park, listened to live music. It was an experience.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say you go to the park. He said, "Man, I'm about to order us McDonald's." Same thing, right?
That's different because we're going somewhere to have an experience. We're sitting down in the park. We're eating.
So you don't want to go actually to a McDonald's restaurant.
We're not going. Stop, no, McDonald's.
The parking lot is the experience.
Chick-fil-A. Okay, so that's not a. To me, that is not a date.
Hey, Pimp, Golden Corral.
Yeah, Golden Corral. I know that. That's a date.
That's a date.
Restaurant. Yeah, that's fine. You sit down.
Don't like that shit though. I hear women like, "Ain't going to Golden Corral."
Golden Corral be hidden. I don't know what they talking about.
I mean, we don't go there that much anymore. But yeah, it was a spot. I don't even think it's open anymore. But yeah,
I hop.
You have what?
So let's say a guy asks you on a date to cook out. He said, "Let's get milkshakes." Is that cool?
To where?
That sounds like fun.
To cook out or to a place to get a milkshake. That's a date.
They got cook out in Maryland.
Yeah, that's not like okay. I've had dates to. I don't know if y'all have what's the name of the ice cream?
Sonic.
Cold Stone.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Cold Stone.
Yeah, that's my go-to right there. Cold Stone.
Man, you don't get enough ice cream for your win.
Yeah. Or Sweet Frog, or you got stuff like that. You got
man, you can get them there.
What's those called? It's not ice cream. It's something else, right?
Dairy Queen.
You talking about Dairy Queen? Blizzard.
Dairy Queen. Sweet Frog. It's like the is it ice cream?
Come on, yogurt.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, frozen yogurt spot, right?
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah. I think you guys are great. Do you guys have girlfriends that do these things? Because you're both like, I think you're both very mature. But do you have girlfriends who talk like this?
What do you say? What do you mean?
When you are like, do you have girlfriends that are like, no, I'm not going to no dang, even if we meet up, Do you have girlfriends like this?
The thing is, we don't. I know this might be shocking, but we don't really sit around and talk about like my friends. We don't sit around and talk about like our actual date experience. It might be something like, and some of my friends are married now, but it might have been something like, oh yeah, we went out, but that's all we kind of get into detail. Gotcha. Now, if there's a crazy experience, then yeah, we might share it.
Okay, a lot of women do.
But we don't sit around and be like comparing notes, like, oh, we took you there. Like I said, mature or my friends don't.
Yeah,
women out there do. I'm not saying that they don't.
I'm gonna say when you were younger, I'm sure it was like, hey, girl, you came back to the dorm room. You went out on the date. I remember this. And, everybody knew about your date when you got back. What do you wear, girl?
I was in a bougie dorm. I'm not gonna. I went to Howard, but I was in a bougie dorm.
Yeah.
I don't have a roommate, so it wasn't like I could sit around and shit. And like we had like suites, pretty much.
I went to HBCU very close to you, and so yeah, I get you.
Bowie State.
Anyway. I enjoyed the live. I'm about to get off. I got to get up for work tomorrow. So, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully, y'all can come back on here. I know the dudes coming.
Miss D, you are great. I want you to come back next week, 8:00. Same thing with the young lady we were just about. Oh, there she is.
I'm
You
here.
come back. You come back next week.
Yeah,
And
y'all
now
come
that you're
back.
initiated, it's like a gang initiation. You got to get like beat up first, and then you in the
Right.
gang. You know what I'm saying? Now you in the gang. It's
All
all
right.
good. All right.
It's
I
all
Yeah,
good.
tell
yeah.
him.
I appreciate y'all coming on along with the other lady. Hopefully some more can come on, you know what I'm saying, different topic. But I'm about to shut it down. I gotta go to work tomorrow, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'll holler at
you
y'all.
did good. You guys
Hey,
did
y'all
good.
hold
Yeah, we
I
did
like these
good.
young ladies. These are much better, Papa Pimp. I don't know where you got these from, but much better. I like them. They can stand in the fire. I like them.
Right,
It's
right,
much
right.
love. I like talking to y'all. I really
I
do.
like y'all.
It's good hearing other perspectives. I'll say that. Definitely.
But I enjoyed y'all. Y'all have a good one. I'm gonna talk to y'all. I hit y'all up on Instagram and stuff.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right, one.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.